Hello, everyone, and welcome to Anger Games 5. This is the Aftermath tournament, and I am joined by Wingnut Cross and Ashi. This is going to be a really unique tournament setup, as the main difference between this and the Anger Games 5 that you guys saw earlier in the year is that it will include Conquest bans throughout the entire tournament. Wingnut, can you tell us just something about how those work and how that's going to affect teams going forwards?
I can't tell if this is a ASMR stream or a Satonia stream there, but yep, Conquest ban meaning that if you use a comp and you win, you can no longer use it. And I believe that continues for every match, so it gets a little brutal by the end. So hopefully you've got like 4 or 5 comps in your head. It's gonna be yeah, I like seeing it. Honestly, I wish it was a little different, but who cares? It's fun.
Yeah, and actually, can you tell us a little bit about what you're expecting to see in this tournament from, a comp perspective? What comps did you find were particularly powerful in practice that might show up?
I think given that teams are going to need to do all sorts of different things with lots of different ships, we're going to see hopefully all the main archetypes. I don't know. Can we get a tinker in this one, Wingnut? I can't remember the cap transfer rules.
I don't think so, and even if it did, I don't see it particularly working. But I could be wrong.
Either way, I'd like to see something special here. Maybe an industrial if we can. If ships run out of teams run out of ships, but I doubt that.
Yeah, now let's quickly take a look through some of the teams that have made it to this tournament. The first one is one you should know if you watched Angry Games 5, and that's Paper Numbers. They managed to finish second in the actual tournament. And in the first match that we're going to see, they are going up against Vault C, which seems like it is a Volta mixed team with some of the members of Vault A, Vault B, and Vault C, which all took part in Anger Games 5 under the Vault A captain Theronth. Who knows, maybe we'll even see Jason or Zan make a return to the grid with his 100% win rate. Are there any other teams that you guys are particularly interested in watching the matches of as we go through the rest of this tournament?
Yeah, I'm like seeing Ramrod Reloaded. They're my boys, so it's always good to see them fly again. I'm hoping they kick ass, but I don't know. We're a bunch of memers. Who knows?
And Turbo, I think Turbo should bring out something interesting. I think they had a Dominic's Navy issue team at some point previously, which was special, shall we say?
Yeah, well, with these Conquest rules, there's every chance that someone might bring a Dominic's Navy, given it could potentially be the best possible battleship option they have left. The other teams that we have are Bad Hamster Management, which is a Rivals team coming back again. Those will be the second match, going up against Rusty Hyena's team, which took part in Anger Games 5 as well. And then finally, we have Brave Mulligoon going up against Fancy Pants in the final first round match. And that is a team that did not qualify through the feeders after hitting a really, really tough group, and a team that went 0-2 in the regular tournament. So we've really got quite a wide range of skill levels, or at least previous results. So let's see if some of them can kind of make up for where they finished last time and put in a bit more of make themselves more proud with how they go in this tournament. We are running another double elimination bracket. I don't know if do we have challenge set up in the Twitch chat so people can see the brackets? Don't know if we do, but if you can't, it is challenge.com/AG5A. You can see where the brackets are there. There we go. Thank you.
Yep, there we go. Perfection.
Anyway, so how are you all doing? Anyway, you guys having a good day?
Night.
Night, of course, as we can tell by our man sitting there upside down. Wingnut
I
is
feel like I'm
obviously
living the
phoning in.
Blues Brothers joke. The constant Blues Brothers joke. It's dark and I'm wearing sunglasses, just all the time. But yeah, it's great. It's gonna be. I've been looking forward to this. I'm really excited to watch this. So I'm looking. A few of these matches are going to be looking very interesting.
Yeah, we finally have the teams here in local as well, so we should be able to pass you across to the arena soon enough. But we want to make sure all the teams are ready and all the referees have been able to do their proper checks to make sure no one cheats. Fortunately, we didn't have any real instances of that in the Anger Games 5, but you never know. People get competitive about these things. So
I'm actually kind of sad that no one's tried. I was really hoping someone would try somewhere to try and find a hole to fit into, but everyone's been good boys. This is Eve. This is not meant to happen. Someone's going to try and bend the rules.
All right. Well, that said, as the teams are in local, it is time to start making the predictions. As I said, we've got paper numbers, the second place team going up against Vault C, the fourth place team. So Wingnut Cross, who do you think is going to take the win in this match and sail to the winners semi-final?
The smart answer would be Vault C, in my opinion. So I'm going to pick paper numbers because I like the idea of someone else winning.
I think, unlike Wingnut, I'm going to go with the smart answer there with Vault C.
Are you saying my choice isn't smart?
I'm going for Vault C here. We'll see who wins, I guess.
Bloody safe betters. This is why I've got no money at all on the CCB channel. You've got all of it because I don't take the smart bet.
And I know personally I've got to go for Vault C as well because I see a man I recognize in local. That's Jason Orzan, the legendary pilot from Volta. 100% win rate in the Anchor Games 5, and they only lost after they declined to bring him in as Punisher. I wonder if we'll be flying that same thing here today. Let's actually take a look at some of the comps that these guys brought in the previous tournament whilst we wait. Paper Numbers were really well known for bringing these battleship-centric heavy armor control setups, and especially for using MJD plays to get on top of their opponent's backline and really start the match strong. Wingnut, what can you tell us about that? And do you think they're going to do the same thing, or do you think they're going to diversify their strategies here?
Well, you're talking about Jason earlier on, but the other man here, Riferson, is also here, the MJD king himself. And yeah, it is a big ball play, and everyone kind of you kind of expect someone's going to try it at some point. You've seen teams try entire comps doing it, but they just kept doing it and did it so effectively. It was a crowd favorite for me. I was loving it. I was screaming every time because it's just perfection. So I want to see him do it again because Riferson's made his name on this. He must continue it.
Meanwhile, Voltzy brought a lot of really interesting comps, but most of them were based around ECM control, either bringing a Rook, a Rook, a Widow, or a Curse actually in one case, which I guess isn't ECM, but is still a very control-y setup. Do you think they're going to bring that out and all of the support required early on in this match, or do you think they'll be cocky enough to think that they can beat Paper Numbers without showing that? Ashley?
So I think they may use it early on in the tournament. They could indeed stagger their ECM through the tournament, maybe get 2 full comps with ECM control, and still do quite well. And it's such a painful team to play against. I've had from my own experience of being jammed and being jammed and being jammed again. So I think we may see it in the first match.
Yeah, especially given that Voltzy were actually eliminated in their eliminated fourth place by Paper Numbers in the actual tournament. They're probably going to be looking for blood here. This is actually really a grudge match that we're starting off with.
Essentially ECM versus MJD. I'll be sorry for the idea of that, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, if there's any way you can if there's any way to get on top of a Blackbird like that, MJDing on top of it is certainly the fastest way to do so. We actually saw Paper Numbers fall afoul of that in Game 2 of their best of 5 versus Only Need 2 comps, where they were able to MJD an entire blaster comp into their backline, land right on top of the Blackbird, and kill it before it had a chance to really do anything in the match.
Definitely a ballsy play. I mean, if it goes wrong, then you've lost a ship 100 kilometers away. Unless you can get back in time, you can use a beacon. But it looks like we've got the ships coming in now.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the referees to confirm that the match is ready to start, and then we'll be handing over to the arena.
We can confirm he is here. He is here. The man himself. I'm not going to say because chat will do it for me, but he is here. I love being a dick. They don't get to find out who I'm talking about until it's time.
All right, well, looks like everyone is ready on grid. There have been no mistakes, so let's hand over for our first match of the evening to Dirkster Tile and BTT in the arena.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I wasn't informed we transitioned yet. My name is Brett Thomas. I'm here with Dirk Statiel, and we've got about 30 seconds until the match starts. This match is between, as we've discussed, Paper Numbers and Vault C. Vault C have brought that Zarmaz for logistics with a battlecruiser core, which is Navy Harbinger, Harbinger Brutix with Org Navy armor, Omen Navy in a cruiser, and a Heretic as light support. Dirk, what have Paper Numbers brought?
Paper Numbers have brought this top-heavy battleship comp. They've got the Tempest Fleet issue flown by Raiffeisen, that wonderful MJD god, paired with an Abaddon, an Aneros, a Draugr for Lynx, and then they've also brought Blackbird, Merlin, Mauler, I think I'm missing a ship there.
And Blackbird, a Draugr, and a Merlin in the lower end. We're seeing the Mauler come in really hard now. That Mauler wants to hold down all these battle cruisers, and with its high amount of armor, it wants to stop everything down. We know it has currently trying to get tackle on that Harbor Navy. It's rocking right into the back line there and slowing it down while everybody pushes forward.
Yeah, we are seeing the damage not go on the Harb Navy, though. We're seeing the damage go on the Brutix, really chunking through there. Do we think it's going to be hull tanked? I would expect not with the Draugr, but maybe it's a Brutix.
Yeah,
meanwhile, we are seeing damage on that Draugr as well, so they're maybe trying to trade links here.
Yeah, we are seeing that Blackbird spread jams across everywhere. So that might have been why the Brutix took a lot of damage early. It is sitting at the back line and just saying to the team, if you want to shoot me, you're more than welcome to. You just have to use long-range ammo, as it sits in really low armor.
I mean, you mentioned that Blackbird now taking armor damage as well. Damage split across the Draugr and the Blackbird of Paper Numbers, while the Brutix is still chunking through hull. It's gonna go down in a second, but also we're seeing that Harb Navy now taking damage as they got that initial tackle off.
Yeah, the Brutix may survive just because of the Zarmad's spool increasing and it's increasing its reps. But it looks like they've realized this and they're just having anything that's too far away. Just shoot that Harb Navy and see. You're going to have to choose one thing to keep alive and one thing to die. I think they're really struggling, Paper Numbers, here by shooting I think the Vault C is really struggling here by shooting that Blackbird when it has such a horde of drones on it and such a horde of logistics on it from that Oneros. It has been sitting on
Blackbird makes a jump.
Yeah, I was just about to bring it up. It was sitting on that jump beacon with all the drones around it, and the moment something got close enough to tackle it, it jumped away with the micro jump beacon. It's now sitting on the other side of the arena, and they can't shoot anything, so they've swapped to the Draugr.
And in the meantime, Vault C losing that Brutix, losing that long projection damage. This is not going well for Vault C at the moment, because they are about to lose the Harb Navy as well. I'm not sure whether they'll be able to claw this back.
Yeah, you saw the Draugr drop really low there, and that was mostly just because the Oneros pulled really far away to stay away from this Heretic, which is trying to bug it and get tackle on it. It pulled far away to get reps on the Blackbird, and the Draugr was just a little bit out of range. So as it got shot, the Oneros pulled in, managed to land reps on it before it went down. But now we're seeing the Heretic has managed to break past everything and is trying to get on top of that Oneros.
I mean, it's trying, but it may be too little too late. That Omen Navy issue is about to enter hull. This could end up being a clean sweep for the Paper Numbers team here.
Yeah, they've just got a huge amount of damage here that was able to break through repeated Zarmazed reps on a single ship, and it's just made it so that they can just storm away with this, and Vault C can't break anything.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Heretic go down in a few seconds. The Harbinger, the sole remaining heavy DPS ship, taking damage here. The Augur Navy is just a flying brick. What could Vault C have done differently to have avoided this steamrolling?
Well, one thing they did is they shot a lot of things that were quite close to the Oneros. You watched it interestingly there, where they started shooting stuff that was out of range, and they actually got it quite low, because they're sitting here with the Merlin, Tempest, and Abaddon really far away. If they'd have pulled a little bit more range and just picked up the stuff that tried to tackle them, they might have been able to survive long enough to break stuff before they broke the Brutix.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. The Harb Navy the base Harbinger goes down there. I think we are just seeing cleanup on Isle Vault C right now. This was interesting, and it's been a very quick match as well. We haven't even reached the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, we're seeing right here the trade-offs between bringing a Zarmast and bringing an Oneros. Whereas the Zarmast has a lot better long-term repping power, the Oneros has the ability to save both the Blackbird and the Draugr and the Merlin at the start of the match. It could just alternate between everything, which the Zarmast couldn't.
Yeah, that single rep on the Zarmast is both a blessing and a curse sometimes. Here we've seen it be a curse because they just couldn't focus on everything that was taking damage at once.
Yeah, the really interesting thing we saw was the power of the Blackbird in these type of comps, just splashing a little bit of jams in when teams only have second people. We've seen be really, really powerful, especially since a lot of people are bringing armor. You can kind of skew your jams to armor comps, and it do really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are just waiting for this Zarmaz to die, we should note that this is Jason Orzan's first loss in Angry Games 5. He is not having that 100% win rate anymore, unfortunately. But have we seen the MJD plays from Raiffeisen here? I don't think we have. I think it's just been a straight up and down, you know.
Well, they didn't necessarily need to because Vault C burned straight at them. They didn't need to get on top of anything because they were coming straight towards them. But with the final death here, that is a clean 100-0 sweep for paper numbers. And with that, we'll pass it back to the studio.
You say that just as Raiffeisen jumps out of the arena and boundaries. But yeah, we'll pass that back to Jintan and the crew.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Wow, that was a really interesting first match there, and we actually saw a variant of, I guess, the Octodad composition with triple battle cruiser and 2 armor cruisers with lots and lots of mid-range damage. Can you try and explain a little bit more about what Vault C was trying to do with that comp, Wingnut?
Trying to break the one thing that is stopping them. So at the start, they have one ship that is going to stop the DPS from actually applying well, which is that damn Blackbird. ECM sucks. And they were stuck there because what they need to kill is the Blackbird and the Oneros. Oneros is stopping from killing things. Blackbird is stopping from killing the Oneros. So hence you go for the Blackbird. But it's a hard thing to do. And the comp they were against was a lot of heavy ships. So the Blackbird was the one real weak spot, and they couldn't do it. What do you do? And you can't really outrange battleships. The Abaddon and the Tempest outrange you. And you can't, you could try and outmaneuver, but all you're really doing is moving around somewhat needlessly, you know? There's nothing you can really do about it. It's honestly, I don't blame it. That's a hard match to play.
Yeah, and I understand that you had something to say about the use of a Zarmast instead of the Oneros that we saw brought by paper numbers. Do you want to elaborate on that, Ashi?
So the Zarm's an interesting choice. As was mentioned in the match, it's going to ramp up. You're going to get some of the best repping power in the game onto a ship, and as we've seen, that can be a blessing and a curse. If you split your damage, then you can break past the Zarm. But likewise, the T1 battlecruiser, as we saw quite a few of there in this Octodad comp, it's just not going to hold up against the pure DPS from a 2BS core there. We've got 2 strong battleships, neither of which you want to touch with your Octodad, and you've got the Draugr, if left untouched, can ramp up so much damage. And the rest of the team certainly throws in their damage as well, so versus T1 resists, even the Zarm just can't keep up. And the moment you switch, this core switches to another ship here. We saw it, another battle cruiser started to go down. The Zarm has to make that choice. Does he let his friend die, or does he wrap up the previous target? Not a problem that the Oneros had on the paper number side.
Yeah, well, despite that loss, though, Vault C are not eliminated. This is a double elimination tournament, so we will get to see them again. And, you know, by virtue of losing, they haven't lost the ability to field any ships yet so far in the tournament. So they're going to have the full array of comps to show off in their next match. Whereas paper numbers, they've now used up the core support ships that they used in every single one of their compositions in Angry Games 5. That without a Mauler, a Draugr, and an Aneros, they are going to have to show something completely different that they've never shown before, unless they want to run like a Vexor, Pontifex, Guardian composition. That's going to be so. They're really putting the screws into paper numbers theory crafting by their own success here.
One there actually is the Draugr is the one that you can't easily replace, which is weird to think that that one ship is kind of unique in a scenario where it's a Lynx boat and a ridiculous damage boat and a good tanking boat. So it's like the Abaddon, you can probably replace that. Tempest Fleet, you can replace that. Mauler, yeah, you can replace that. What do you replace the Draugr? You don't really have many good options in that scenario. So that might be throwing a really good ship away early. But again, it is against Volta.
Oh yeah, and to secure their win into their run into the winners bracket, it's absolutely key.
Yeah, and to get ahead of get ahead there straight away, just show their own dominance. But yeah, they are going to have to think of something different. Perhaps we'll see a shield comp from them next. Bit of a change of pace.
Anyway, with all that said, let's move on to the next match, where we're going to be watching Bad Hamsters Management, who flew under the tag Arrival in the last tournament, go up against Rusty Hyenas. So this is interesting. We've got sort of a nullsec small gang team going up against a Russian wormhole team. And Arrival were very, very well known for using a dual Varga setup. In fact, that was 2 of their 3 wins throughout the course of the tournament. What does a Varga really offer, Ashi? And why would you bring it in a tournament setting?
So in a tournament setting, you don't have the Bastion module. So as everyone on TQ will know right now, we don't have that oppressive ×2 rate of fire, but we do have 4 high slots, 4 utility highs with heavy newts or whatever you want to bring there, smart bombs if you want it to be a bit strange. And you've got a rather balanced tank there. You've got, I believe it's 6 mids and 5 lows. And still a good amount of DPS, about 1400 DPS out to potentially 80 kilometers with Barrage. So a Varga can really, really put in some work across the entire grid. And if you've got the support for it, if you've got tackle, then they're going to mince people up.
Meanwhile,
Interesting as well is that, the Varga is also the one that's the most cap independent as well, which is another thing that's particularly interesting when you see people bringing a lot of heavy newts. The Varga can be XLASB fit and just ignore capacitor entirely. So I don't think they did that, but it's one of those things where that ship can do that, and that makes it an even bigger threat because you can't stop it until you kill it.
Meanwhile, Rusty Hyenas also used a couple of Marauders, but they had much, much less success with it, with their 2 losses coming from a double Paladin heavy armor setup that just wasn't really able to either find the right matchup or find the right or be executed on properly. Can you talk a little bit about why you might want to bring a Paladin and what makes it so different to the Varga wingman?
Well, the Paladin's got way better range and honestly pretty good damage over the entire range. Varga's a little... You pick your damage type, but the range is a bit more set. And the problem with the Paladin is the tracking's not the best, and you've also got capacitor issues. So it's the double whammy of Amar ships where you both struggle to hit things and can be sucked dry in moments. So it's honestly a rough ship to bring, but if you want armor tank, oh baby, she's good for that.
All right, well, it looks like both teams are in position, so let's hand over to Damascius Kadesh and Brett Thomas in the studio for the next match. Brett, you're mute.
Hello everybody, my name is Brett Thomas, and welcome to the match between Bad Hamster Management and Rusty Hyenas team. I'm here with Damascius Kadesh. Damascius, would you like to say hello?
Hello there. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. We're here between Bad Hamsters and Rusty Hyenas team. Would you like to introduce what the Bad Hamster Management have brought to the field?
Yeah, that is, if I'm seeing this correctly, that's the red team with Hyperion in the front, 2 Aug Navies, Drekavac, Vedmak, Draugr in mid, and Rodiva in the back line for Logi. Looks actually quite familiar to something that my team has flown.
Yeah, and on the blue side, we've got double Varga Osprey as logistics, saving that T2 logistics and bringing T1 because they have such a heavy cost in the high end with Stork, Moa, Manticore, and Merlin. We're seeing the
Yeah,
match
pretty
start.
interesting shield comp here up against Armor Core.
Yeah, we're seeing the match start and the double Vargas bin straight in, drop drones, and just start applying damage to the Hyperion. They're hoping to just burn through that top end really quickly.
Yeah,
And
I
that
think
Hyperion,
they've got the DPS to break it if they go full blast here before the Rodiva can ramp. Meanwhile, the whole midline of the Armor Core is rushing around in behind.
yeah, they're hoping to shut down that Osprey, maybe get the Manticore down. But I think
Yeah.
it's going to be a little bit too slow because that Hyperion is already leaking structure.
Yeah, if those Vargars are right on top and heating, I think they can punch through the Hyperion. Meanwhile, the Manticore did not pull back and is right in the middle of all the cruisers, probably getting tracked by the Drekavac and Vedmak quite easily.
Yeah, so the Vargas have managed to kill the Hyperion, but it's just what do they go for next? They're quite far away from anything else. We do know the Merlin does have scram on that Drekovic, so that's what they're going to be going for next. As everything just slowly starts to burn towards it. But
Yeah, they're charging in.
They've traded a Hyperion for a Manticore. I don't really think that's appropriate.
Pretty big loss to lose that hype so quickly, and now the Vargar pair has a little Moa as its long arm to reach out and take over tackle for whatever the Merlin grabs, and it looks like that Drek is going to be the next target, and there's nothing it can do to get away. Those Vargars are going to crush it.
Yeah, it's locked down with Newt on it. Its damage is starting to just apply really well as it slowly slows down speed. As the Dracovic gets lower, you'll start to see the damage just apply higher and higher as we're seeing it just slowly start to break now. But in a counterpoint, they're slowly chewing through the Moa. I think they're hoping if they break all of the small stuff, there's going to be no tackle left and they can just kite the rest of the match. But how are you going to break two Vargas?
It's a pretty big task. And meanwhile, I should mention that the two Og Navies have been chasing the Osprey around in a circle, like orbiting around the main brawl in the center. And it did just take down the Drek.
Oh.
So the Vargars are free to move on to the next target.
Osprey's slowing
it looks
down
like the
slightly here.
The Rodiva is way too close.
Oh, wow, we've just got Alfred. Yeah.
Somehow the Rodiva was right beside, the Rodiva's got great range, and there is room in behind him in the arena there. Somehow got way too close, and the Vargars just nuked him.
Can fit extra reps other than that singular rep in the high, so maybe he went like that and got close enough to try and get those extra reps on the Dracovic, but didn't pull out in time.
It's quite the risk to be getting that close to Vargars.
Yeah, that's usually used for defending your smaller ships that pull close to you. But we're seeing the Osprey, all the drones from the Augurs have finally got on top of it. We're seeing damage be applied, but the Draugr is almost dead, and the Augurs are starting to take damage as all the ships just burn straight for them.
That Osprey has been dragging those cruisers around this whole match in a circle, and they've just been unable to take it down.
Yeah, the Draugr knew this match is over and just drove in a straight line out the edge of the arena, and that was a boundary, not a kill.
Yeah, all we got is the 3 cruisers, the 2... Oh, they might take down the Osprey here. It's the last...
It's drones. Yeah.
Yeah, just... That's a little consolation kill there. But I don't think they're going to be able to do much against these 2 Vargars.
Yeah, the reason that Osprey went down, by the way, is because Blue Hamster Management have made the conscious decision to go for full offensive drones instead of shield maintenance bots. So they've just, on all the Vargas, went a full set of drones to just maximize the amount of damage they can do, which means the Osprey has pretty much no options for self-repair if you want to fit it well.
Yeah, I think they just slowly worked it down. I suspect it had some kind of ASB for tank, and once it ran out of charges, which took quite a while, it looked like the Vedmak was also in range, so between the drones and the Vedmak, they took it down.
Yeah, we're seeing the Augur go down now, and it's just a Vedmak versus the world. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this match was decided at the start there with the Vargars and Moa getting on top of the Hyperion. It was pretty clear that it wasn't going to be able to handle that much DPS without the Triglogy being fully ramped on it.
Do you think they would have done better trying to go for a battleship trade?
I think it would have been a tough, two Vargers and a Moa against one hype. I don't think the hype's gonna be able to put out enough damage before it goes down. I think they would have been better off kind of dragging it out as much as they can and getting their faster cruisers around in the backline, because the two Vargers is a lot of points in what is arguably a pretty fast battleship, but the rest of their cruisers could probably circle around.
Yeah, and as the teams all get teleported out the arena, we will transfer it back to the studio where everyone's going to talk about this match.
Hello and welcome back. That was another really, really interesting match. We're seeing these teams bring out like the big guns right away in this tournament. What do you think about that as a kind of a strategy here, Wingnut? Do you feel like these teams are just trying to get into winners bracket early so they don't have to grind out those loser bracket games? Or do you think teams maybe just don't have that many comps to pull from here?
Is that bringing the big guns, or is that bringing the comp they brought twice before and actually managing to win with it this time? But honestly, the other ones are pretty standard, like Drek, Hyperion, Rush comp. So if you lose that, if you manage to win the match, cool, you won. It's not really an amazing comp. I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's a very basic comp. Doesn't require many moving parts. Whereas the Varga one, that's a one-hit wonder anyway. Even if you didn't have the Conquest bands, I don't think you'd bring that again. I mean, they kept doing it, but I don't think you should. It's such a unique comp, so it's just you don't keep bringing it. It's cool, but I don't think it's that good. But it was a very good match. It was very well flown from both sides. The Vargas rushing in to tackle a Hyperion is a sight I never thought I'd see.
Yeah, I've got to say though that that Rusty Hyenas comp looked very, very familiar to those of us who were watching only Need 2 comps run through the through the AG, with the double Organ Navy and the Rodiva backing up a heavy DPS top end. What do you think about the strategy though of trying to ramp up on the Varga to start the match in that game?
It's really one of their only plays, unless they can hold down something and start peeling off the support, which is going to be hard to do when you need to get your entire Triglavian team right on top of and in range of for the entire time. You can't just dip out of range. If you pull out of range, that's a kill that's lost right there. So the Vargas are really their main target, and it's hard. It's hard to do. The Vargas got its own XLASB. It's got the reps from the Osprey. It's already got a good tank as it is. And while you're trying to do this, the Vargas are just given the Hyperion as well. And
the hard part about it as well is that even if you did want to go for the Vargas, you want to go for something else. Great, the Vargas are shooting you the entire time, so it's not like you have the time to move. You have to go now, and that means pretty much you have to tackle a Varga. You're going to lose. It's a really hard thing to actually play against. So bloody caddies.
Yeah, we did see another interesting ship choice though there from the Bad Hamsters team, because they brought something we haven't seen in very many matches at all, which is a stealth bomber with the Manticore, and that's 4 points in this tournament, which isn't a huge amount, and it can put out a lot of DPS. But with the prevalence of these Triglavian weapon systems, they just prove to be really, really ineffective. As you saw in that match, they just go down so quickly the second anything with a medium disintegrator gets on top of them. But as these start to get banned out throughout the Conquest bans, I think we might start to see some more of them. Are there any other ships that you feel like are countered by the current meta that might make more of an appearance later on in the tournament because of that, Wingnut?
Absolutely. The drug is gone. Suddenly that changes everything, because again, that's the one-stop shop for everything. Do you bring command ships back? Do you bring Sleipnirs again? Do you go, just bring up Magus, it's fine? Like, what do you change? And because again, the drug is that one ship. Other things as well could be interesting. Better different tackle ships. We've seen people bring Maulers and what's the name? Organ Navy issues. If those are gone, what are you picking next? So there's a few interesting ideas, but I don't see any off-the-wall choices. I mean, maybe you guys think of something different, but I can't think of anything really weird and out there.
Well, I mean, we could see something that I've brought to a tournament several times. We could see a Macarial get to the arena faster.
Oh yeah, I like that.
All right, well, with
Fastest
that
warp in the
said, let's move on to the next match as we see the teams starting to filter into local here. We have Turbo Feed or Glory going up against Ramrod Reloaded. And this is going to be a really interesting, again, another grudge match. These guys faced off in their first match in the Anger Games 5 as well, with Ramrod Reloaded winning and knocking Turbo Feed and or Glory down into the losers bracket.
Damn right.
But then them both ending up with the exact same record, exiting the tournament at 1 win and 2 losses. Do you think that these are, what is it like trying to fight a team that you've lost to before, Ashi?
It's a hard one. You don't know whether they're going to try and counter in the way that they beat you before. You don't know if it's going to be something completely different. So it really just throws a spanner in the mix there. So you have to try and do something a bit different yourself, just in case you get flattened in the same way again.
Yeah, now interestingly, these two teams have a very different level of variations, with Turbo Feudal Glory running 3 different drone kite setups, all based around the same sort of idea, but with different ships, running triple healer and a and an armor drone kite in their matches. Whereas Ramrod Reloaded showed 3 completely different comps, running 3 healer, a Lashak Armageddon control, and a 3 battlecruiser mid-range. But both of these teams' wins came with a drone kite setup. So it will be curious to see if we end up with a bit of a drone mirror match here, or if one of them tries to go outside of that and bring something that would potentially counter what the other really succeeded with in the past tournament.
Yeah, we had a big thing about the Gila, and obviously since tournaments ended, I can now say things Radikos, but we all saw the Gila just being this ridiculously strong ship, and it was just like, how do you have to be prepared for this one ship all the time. I don't think at least I did not see the Draugr rush coming in where every team brought Draugrs. Like, oh, suddenly this is not a problem anymore. But both sides bringing drone kite, I really feel it's because everyone saw that Gila being just ridiculous, because it is a ridiculous ship. It is something absurd, like 50k EHP, 800, 700 EPS, and goes at a reasonable speed and kills you at any range. It sounds like a god ship, but we've seen that it can be broken. So I don't know. It was interesting to see the meta shift at the start from Gilas everywhere to, yeah, Gilas are kind of crap.
Yeah, what do you think about the potential for a drone war here, with both sides deciding to sit down and shoot each other's drones? Do you think that's something we might end up seeing?
No, you don't shoot Gila drones unless you want to die of old age.
That is true. Those things do have, especially if they're Caldari Navy Vespers, about 20,000 EHP. They are effectively a T1 cruiser in drone form.
Yeah, a lot of EHP. I think, was it like a T1 destroyer per drone, or is it more than that?
It's a little more than that. It's about 20,000 EHP. So, a very, very tanky T1 destroyer if it was a T1 destroyer. Maybe the Korax could get up to that.
A random side note, you remember the days when Orthros could clip 20k? So what you're saying is an Orthros could only clip 1 Gila drone back in its heyday. And we thought the Orthros was overpowered? What world were we living in?
The main thing that makes those Gila drones so powerful, though, is their incredible tracking. They can basically just apply fully to even tenement and afterburning destroyers and all sorts of random, weird, and wonderful, ships that you think they shouldn't be able to. You combine that with the rapid lights, and they can just shred tackle.
Yeah, that was the problem we saw a lot of, is that the low end of any comp would just get ripped to shreds in seconds. There's nothing you can do about it. It would just die. Even if you try to outrun the Gila drones, all it takes is one wrecking shot, and your hyena just goes pop. So it's like, what do we do? So we tried to adapt.
Absolutely. What ended up being one of the big differences between how these two teams brought in their healer comps previously is that one team ran a Sleipnir and the other ran a Claymore. What is the difference between those ships from a tournament perspective, Ashley? Obviously, one has missiles and one has guns, but how do they operate differently?
So with the Sleipnir, you tend to be able to be a bit more aggressive and get hail directly on people's faces, and it does do quite a bit more damage than the Claymore, which is a nice thing to have. And the Claymore you may want to choose because either the Sleipnir has been banned out, you've got better sources of damage in your team, or you specifically want the damage selection. If you see yourself coming up against a T2 Amar comp, for example, you do not want to be shooting hail from a Sleipnir into a T2 Amar ship.
Anyway, we start to see the teams lining up here on grid, so it's time for predictions. Wingnut, who do you think's taking home the win in this match?
Ramrod. There's no question. It's Ramrod, baby. Let's go. I don't want to see another win. Let's do it.
0%
History
bias
repeats.
detected.
And I think I'm going to have to rep my fellow wormholer in Mark Resurrectus and his boys in Turbo Feed.
Yeah, Mark very famously running under the character Mark for CSM17 during his last appearance in the Anger Games. And it seemed to have worked out for him as he was successfully elected. Anyway, it looks like we have the teams on grid, so let's hand over to the commentators in the booth, Dirk Stateel and Damasius Kadesh, to take us through this match.
Thank you very much, Jintan. Yes, we are here watching Ramrod Reloaded versus Turbo Feed or Glory. Ramrod bringing a Nighthawk Scimitar, triple Gila core with a Hyena and a Worm. Damasis, what have we got on the Turbo Feed side?
I mean, we got almost a mirror match, but the top end is different with a Barghest instead of the Nighthawk Scimitar, and they're down to double Gilas because of the points they've invested in the Barghest. Stork, Bifrost, Vigil, Fleet Issue. So they do have different way of applying their links with the Command Destroyers here.
Yeah, so
It should be noted as well, everyone warped at 50. Literally every single ship on the grid.
that we're going to see a lot of kitey drone shenanigans, I would expect. But that Barghest, I'm just trying to see what it's fit with, but I would expect to see that as a rapid heavy missile ship. That could could tip the difference. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. They can definitely throw out quite a bit of DPS at range with those rapid heavies, whereas the Gila drones from the triple Gila setup need to cross the arena, and if they don't get applied early, they're going to be spending a lot of time waiting for that damage to land. And the Scimitar... Yeah, go ahead.
We are seeing that rapid heavy damage. It's heading straight for the Scimitar, like you were just about to point out. Do we think the Scimitar will die before it clips?
I think it might have gotten out of range here. The Barghest pulled back and the Scimitar pulled back, so the Barghest almost got itself out of range. The Elno's Simi went to the MJD, but it looks like decided that wasn't needed and is now burning sort of at a tangent to where the Barghest is. So I don't know if the Barghest is on reload now or what's up.
Yeah, these guys chasing around. We've got the drones hitting a number of ships at this point. Sindrak and Gorian in the healer taking a lot of damage in shield.
Yeah, no,
almost through
Sindrak
shield.
is doing the right thing. Once damage was landing heavily, has pulled back to the Simi to get as much rep as possible and also drag the opposing drones around. And it looks like he's maybe stabilized. It's a bit sketchy for him.
That Scimitar on the Turbo Feed side still under pressure. It was hovering around 33% shield remaining for a second there. It's recovering with its XLASB. I assume it's an XLASB, but yeah, this is a game of jockeying and maneuvering for position as we hit the 2-minute mark here. Nothing down, but that Hyena just getting massively.
Yeah,
chunked.
those drones. The drones are on Chris's Hyena there. Yeah, he was slowed down, it looked like, by the Vigil fleet of Jezza, and that allowed the Gila drones to land and just nuke him. Meanwhile, that Jezza's Vigil fleet is right on top of Elno's Scimitar.
And we are seeing just the power of healer drones here. Grigory almost in armor now in the healer for Turbo Feed or Glory. If they lose a Gila for a Hyena, that's a great trade. That's a great trade for the Ramrod team.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if the DPS is going to start landing on Elno, and it is now. It looks like we got Cade, Jezzy, Worm is counter-screening Jezza's Vigil to try to free Elno, but there's only two drones on Elno right now, but it's starting to do work, and if they can, whoever loses the Simi first is going to be
If he runs out of charges,
in a bad
he's
place.
Pretty much done. So yeah, we're maybe going to see. Okay, so we've
Elno's
lost
free,
the Fleet
but
Vigil.
he's in structure. He's down. Yep.
The Fleet Vigil is gone. Grigory is about to go, and they're trading this for the Scimitar. of the Ramrod team. Just back and forward, one punch, two punch here.
Yeah, I think, with a Barghest and a Simi still alive, and having recovered Aquila and structure, they're sitting in a good position. Although their Tiro's Simi is getting nuked, I can't see by what yet.
Yeah, he's gonna go down, and they're gonna trade that for the worm. There he goes.
That all happened very quick. Yeah.
We're like I say, it's this back and forward of this match. This is a really fun one to watch, even if we're not quite sure where the damage is coming from and who's making the kills.
The positioning is quite spaghetti because, most of the ships don't really need to be in a particular spot to apply their damage. So we're not other than when the Vigil fleet was on top of the Simi, we're not seeing any particular position. It's just a swarm of drones, whether it lands on a target that's not ready to soak up that damage, like Gregory there.
But we are in a DPS race to the bottom now with all the Logi off the field. Both sides still have links. Crucially, I think possibly 3 Gilas versus a Barghest and a Gila. I think the triple healer might have it.
Yeah, DPS wise, they're sitting with a lot more on the field right now. It just depends how much they can leverage the Barghest, which is kind of just sitting in the middle of a bit of a brawl here instead of kind of burning around the field.
Yeah, we're not seeing as much of a kite game as I would have necessarily expected, but Syndrakian and Jatsia are running about a bit more than the Barghest. Maybe they're using that Barghest as tackle with its scram bonuses, now that they are running a little bit short on their application bonuses, but yeah.
The Barghest wasn't even propping for a good minute there, and his prop is off again. I'm not really sure what he's just sitting there. It looks like the drones are coming for him now.
I'm not sure if that's a good play.
MJD'd? I'm not sure. Kaneko is
looked
in
like he
armor.
jumped.
And,
Yeah, he's definitely way off position from where he was a couple seconds ago.
That bought them a lot of time because he was about to go down, and they kept the drones activated on him. So those drones are now like running across the field to try to catch up with Kaneko that after he completed the MJD. Meanwhile,
that's Syndraken, yeah. He there he
that's
goes.
Probably from the Barghest clip.
This is really one of the really tricky things about these kitey drone comps is just the drone travel time. If you're not using sentries with a drone comp, you always have to account for the travel time. It's worse than missiles, and we're seeing that. I thought that the triple healers of Ramrod were in a very commanding position up against a healer and a Barghest, but they've been torn apart in this DPS race.
Yeah, I think they may have tunnel visioned a bit too hard here, just being hell-bent on getting Kaneko down, because that took a lot of time, and they lost, I think they lost 2 ships in the time that it took them to finish that off. So now we've only got 1 Barg versus Gila Nighthawk in terms of DPS, but the Barg's got a lot of links supporting him.
Yeah, and those 2 command destroyers can play tackle if they choose to. I'm going to assume that they've got them fit with a scram or a web.
Yeah, I haven't been looking to see the effects, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. To be honest, they could just be buzzing around, and it would be smart for Dan Stork to just try to survive as long as possible here and drag those drones around while the Barghest does as much work as possible.
Yeah, this is interesting. This could go either way still.
This is the time to overheat the MWD, Dan. Both Bifrost and Stork now are, close to the Barghest to make sure they apply the links and have the Barghest buffed up as much as possible, because it's really the only, combat ship left.
Yeah, this is key. If they lose that Barghest, then they're done. But we're gonna see Dan go down in a second here. We're also gonna see Jatsia go down in a second.
And we're
Race to the
on
bottom,
points
guys.
Here. Yeah, I think we've got about 2 minutes left.
When it comes to points, Turbo Feed are ahead because of that Barghest.
Yeah, now we've got a pretty clear situation.
I'm not sure.
Not gonna be able to break the Barghest.
Yeah. I think this one is gonna be a race to time, but we're pretty much done. is there anything that Ramrod could have done differently here with these comps to really shift the dynamic a lot?
I think either right after the semis, it's hard to tell. Like going all in on the Barg much earlier, because as you can see late in the match, when you've got a Barg, and there's a variety of different battleships that have this this attribute that if they survive late enough in the match, they become way too hard to kill, and they can still project and do work by themselves. So having killed the Barghest earlier, even if it meant trading and not getting some other key kills, it would have at least avoided getting into this scenario, which is kind of a no-win scenario. But now, as I say that, this Barghest has taken a surprising amount of damage.
A lot of damage, yeah.
At range, too. How close is this Nighthawk? I don't know if it's in ham range or not.
They're kind of not brawling, but they're not kiting it out either. They're something like 30 kilometers away from each other.
I would have assumed the Nighthawk has heavy missiles. I didn't check to complement, you know, the range of the Gila comp.
They do look like heavy missile launchers on that Nighthawk, which has a wonderful skin as well. We should, you know, just comment on the skins, the skin game here. Nighthawk,
I'm
playing it well.
Surprised. The amount of damage it's putting out is pretty significant. And is the Barghest going to be able to get it in this load? The Barghest is tanking fine. It looked a little dicey for him for a sec, but
he's finally remembered that he has a shield booster, and
yeah, maybe just running it conservatively.
And that Nighthawk.
The time is
that
up.
is the end of the match. We timed out here with the match. But yeah, that's a win for Turbo Feed or Glory. They finally made Glory, and yeah, I guess we'll pass that back to the desk to break that down a bit further.
And vengeance there for the US time zone Furry Corporation, Turbo Feed or Glory. They successfully defeat Irenas. Ramrod Reloaded in that match with a really tight fight. In the Healer Mirror, those MJD plays are really what makes and break things. Can you just go into a little bit about how they were able to MJD, given that none of the ships actually fit them, and what makes it so effective in that match, Wingnut?
Yeah, so at the very start, when the Ramrod went after their scimitar, the scimitar, of course, pulled back. But he didn't just pull back anywhere. He pulled back to an MJD beacon. And he sat there for long enough, and then once the drones got onto him, he MJD'd away. And it wasn't quite seen, but that moment there flipped everything immediately, because Ramrod were already showing they were kind of, I wouldn't say the driver's seat, but they were going for the push. And it immediately got kneecapped. Because again, as you all know, drones take a little while to get to their target. So jumping away is a brutal counter. In fact, not last AT, but last year's Anger Games, wrong one, AG. That was actually the prevailing strategy of MJDing around with your drone boats and letting sentries, I believe it was, actually target things, while the enemy's heavy drones, because everyone was driving drone comps, was just chasing you blindly. So it was, drone control was such a brutal thing there. And it's still like the MJDs, we saw an MJD from one Ramrod ship who died trying to do it. And then we saw 2 MGD plays from Turbo Feed, and that carried them. Honestly, like that alone bought them the time and the DPS they need. And that Barghest is a great addition, by the way. Love it.
Yeah, actually, can you go into a little bit about the Barghest and why it was so powerful versus those shield cruisers from the opposing side?
So the Barghest here has got rapid heavy missile launchers, which are a faster version of a cruiser weapon system. So what they're able to do is just spit out a stupid amount of damage onto anything, and in this case, they're going to apply almost perfectly to those Gilas, especially given the painting and webbing support. So we saw, I believe it was Turbofeed bring a Vigil Fleet issue, and Ramrod bring a Hyena. Both ships designed purely to help the rest of their comp apply. And in the case of that Barghest, it's going to put out absolutely oppressive damage before it crucially needs to reload for about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, and up next, though, we're going to have to transition to this very quickly as the teams are landing on grid. We have a Brave Mulligoon going up against Fancy Pants. So, just quickly, who do you guys think is going to win? Winner? Who do you think is going to take this match?
See, I've been anti-goon for my entire life, so I can't stop now. So I'm sorry, but the other team, Fancy Pants, you got to win it for me, boys. The anti-goon can't take it.
And I don't think I know enough about these teams myself, so I'm just going to go the opposite of Wingnut and go for Mulligan.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Fancy Pants. I hope they continue with their time-tested strategy of sitting on the MGD beacons and waiting for the other team to approach. So let's hand it over to Dirk Satil and Damasius Kadesh in the arena.
Okay, we are back with you once again. Very quick turnaround on this match. We've got Brave Mulligoon up against Fancy Pants here. My Alliance Tournament co-captain, Azure and Argent here, on grid, along with the rest of the Brave Mulligoon team. We've got Apocalypse, Abaddon, Zarmaz, Heretic, Hyena, Magus, and Augurer Navy Issue on the Brave Mulligoon side. What have Fancy Pants brought?
We've got a Vexor Navy up front, 2 Dommies, Omen Navy, Pontifex in the mid, and then a Rodiva Blackbird in the back line. So a little bit of E-War to support a drone-heavy comp with an Omen Navy. It's a bit of a weird mix. And I was also going to comment that the Brave team, the double battleship, they put a lot of points in the battleship and don't have a particularly big midline to work with here. They are applying to the Blackbird, which is running away right now.
Yeah, we're seeing the Fancy Pants team kind of try and rush in a little bit, while the Brave Mulligoon team heights about just a little. That backline really flying around with that Zarmazd.
And they were already able to take down the Hyena on their way in, and now we've got 2 Dommies, an Apocalypse, Abaddon, all kind of crossing each other. The APOC is actually just sitting pretty much still. Not something that I think you want to be doing when you got 2 Dommies on top of you.
Yeah, we're looking at a little bit of a brawl here in the center of the arena while the Zarmazd runs away from this Vexor Navy issue that's chasing it in the back line. That Zarmazd taking a little bit of damage in armor, but the Rediva of the Fancy Pants team taking a lot of damage, now at half armor.
Yeah, it looks like almost
We could see
entirely
a
that
Geology
Abaddon
trade,
projecting
maybe.
to it. The Abaddon was untackled, uncontested, basically, just pushing, making sure he stays in scorch range, pushing X-Ray's Rodiva. But meanwhile, like you mentioned, Simsuch's Vexor Navy is trying to grab Reaver's Zarm, but he's getting support from, can't quite see, the Magus is counter-tackling, but I think he's been tackled. Just a matter of if Reaver can slip.
I mean, Reva, a very experienced Logi pilot. It would not surprise me if she slips. But meanwhile, Sid Matthews and the Heretic chunking
With all
really
the drones,
low. The
all the
Blackbird
drones are about
taking
to
damage.
land.
The Vexor Navy taking damage. We are seeing split damage across the board, and nothing
Reaver is
really
still
breaking.
Reaver's still held down, is not able to slip because everything is scrammed all in a little ball there, and all the drones landed at once, and he's gonna go down here. This is way too much damage. Not enough time to get away. So this is a big kill.
Yeah, the Brave Mulligan losing another 2 ships there. They lost the Hyena. Oh, sorry, the Heretic and the Zarmazd very quickly. I don't know if there's anything else they can do here.
Dommies don't strike me as the strongest option, but this combination is pretty good. Like that, having that Blackbird to cause an annoyance and then be able to tackle things and get 2 flights of heavy drones on it is very powerful. And now I think they're just in cleanup mode. They're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I mean that Magus died pretty quickly. The Vexor Navy issue was chunking low for a second, but he seems to be recovering. And the Abaddon is just bleeding armor. This seems pretty done already.
Yeah, Rodiva was able to stay in range of Sim there. Like Sim was probably out of range for time in the back, committing to being aggressive against the opposing Logi, but has now got the ramp from X-Ray and is repped up to full. Meanwhile, the other team, Brave, has no Logi, nothing to come back with, and is just getting picked apart.
Yeah, worthwhile comment here that the Dominixes are not running guns. They are full control with those drone DPS. It's formidable when you have a pair of them on grid, and we're seeing that right now. Drones are still a very powerful force. They might trade an Abaddon for the Blackbird, but I doubt it at this point. If that
Yeah, it
Apocalypse
looks like
gets a lucky shut off, maybe.
The Jiren's APOC was untackled, just pushing, but again, X-Ray's Rodiva has come around, circled back around to get in range of the Blackbird and is ramping, so. And then Simsuch is, it's bouncing between trying to save the two if they can get a clean sweep here. Making the Logi work for the clean sweep victory.
Yeah, but the Logi's working and it's working well.
Yeah. Dommies are on top of the APOC now, so he's going to go down fairly shortly.
Yep,
We're
watching that Augur Navy dip into Hull now. He's going to go very quickly.
It looked like the Abaddon APOC combo that's got a lot of projection and pretty good tracking, and pushed. Believe it pushed X-Ray's Rodiva away initially. They were going for the Blackbird, but they just got strung out and weren't able to sustain the DPS. Meanwhile, all the Dommies needed was a target to be tackled, and then they could confidently send their drones, even if it was going to take 30 seconds for them to arrive. Once they did, we saw that they just absolutely crushed the target.
Yeah,
in this case was the Logi.
The dismantling of that Brave Mulligan low end to help them get on the Logi was very well called.
Yeah,
and like you say, cleanup mode now.
We saw Simsuch's Vexor pretty early making that rush for the backline, and I think the reaction to screen him was a bit delayed, because that was the play that really guaranteed them that Logi kill, and then put the whole rest of the match into cleanup mode.
Yeah, and there the Apocalypse goes down. This match 100-0 for Fancy Pants, and we will hand that back over to the desk for some further breakdown.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the desk. It was a really interesting match. There were some ships that we very, very rarely see. The T1 Dommy, I think, was only flown 2 or 3 times during the Angry Games 5. What are the major differences between that and the more traditional gun battleships like the Abaddon and Tempest fleet that we saw in the Angry Games Wingnut Cross?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that because I wasn't expecting to be on the desk.
Oh, sorry, BT. My bad.
It's meant to be BTT, but they can still see me because I am sexy as hell.
No worries, no worries. Anyway, in the meantime, Ashi, the Rodiva, it reps about the same as the Zarmaz, but it's so much more of a squishy platform. How did that Rodiva survive?
Yeah, so we were just talking about this during the match, and it was quite confusing how that Rodiva survived. It looked like perhaps the Dommies here with their newts, it seemed like they have a full high rack of newts. They kept the 2 battleship core there of the Brave Mulligans team just disabled. So that could have been a factor there.
Anyway, bringing things back to BTT, T1 Dommies, can you explain just a little bit about them and what they ended up doing in that match?
The T1 Dommies were, as a platform, just locking stuff down. You could see, because they were armor fit, all their mids for free, so they were able to lock stuff down, web stuff down, get bonus speed on their drones, and just latch onto the 2 battleships at the start and shut them down. With the high rack of newts, none of the Amarian battleships on the opposing side could fire. And I think, going back to your previous point, that might be the reason why everything kind of survived. Because with that level of jams on these battleships, none of those heavy weapons could fire. If they'd have tested that Rodiva at the very, very start with the first 2 volleys before they ran out of cap, they probably could have broke it, but they decided to go first of all for the for the Blackbird, which is ultimately, in my opinion, what might have caused their loss.
Yeah, and there were a lot of it was interesting to see what the tackle decision was. It seemed like they switched from trying to keep the Dominixers away and potentially burn their own Abaddons out before eventually swinging and missing on that Rodiva, just not being able to make the crucial tackle that they would have needed to swing the match in our direction. You know, the projection of those Amar battleships, it should be enough to just reach out and touch them, but just wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, that the huge range that was there is why I think they should have tried with the Rodiva immediately instead of the Blackbird, because once those jams finally shut everything down, those 2 battleships are not going to be doing much outside of their reloads. They're going to cap inject, fire once or twice, and then have to wait.
Well, something we could have seen there is that perhaps the jams got off straight away, and we could have been looking at a forced choice there with the jamming, with the way that jamming works these days.
While true, against armored battleships, I think they might have had something in the mids to be able to shoot that far and lock that far.
You would hope so, but we could only tell if in the eyes of the pilots there. But just going back to keeping those dummies away, it's going to be impossible to hold down any of those dummies. If you're a small tackle frigate that wants to scram and screen this dummy off that's coming for your Logi or coming for your battleships, how are you going to do that when you've got no cap yourself?
Exactly. Anyway, let's bring things forward though and talk about the next match we've got upcoming, which is the first elimination match the tournament has to offer, with Vault C going up against Rusty Hyenas. Now, both of these teams have everything available to them. They haven't won a match, so the Conquest bans haven't kicked in yet. But man, you know, it's going to be a tough one here, especially for Rusty Hyenas. Vault C is a very, very well-established tournament, and they were able to swing their run through the losers brackets almost entirely based on one composition, the Rook Leshak control comp. Can you tell us a little bit about how the Leshak works in a small scale setting, Ashi?
So the Leshak in a small comp, it's going to spool up on a target and effectively force reps as long as that ship stays in range of the Leshak, and that damage the Leshak goes up to in occult range, if it can reach, is going to be past 2k. Even out to 70-80 kilometers with a tracking computer, you can get a Leshak to do over 1,000 DPS with really, really good tracking, especially for a battleship. And in a small scale comp, that amount of damage for just one ship is really something that's you need to deal with fast.
That said, Rusty Hyenas have their own spicy option, with 2 of their wins coming from a Hyperion Navy Mega aggro comp. Can you tell me a little bit about how that might operate, Brett Thomas, and how that would potentially fare up against something that's so control focused?
Well, that match essentially comes down to whether you can catch a lot of things. With both the Hype and the Mega, it does a huge amount of damage, but it has the problem where if it's against teams that do very well separating themselves, so let's say one ship rushes in and they catch the other one halfway through the rush, if you separate the damage like that, you don't really manage to break stuff in these type of comps. You have a Navy Mega shooting one thing and say your Hype shooting something else, and it makes it so that all the damage is split. It's kind of mitigating, whereas if you manage to split them up, you break down the thing closest to you and then slowly work your way up the team.
Yeah, so Ashi, is there anything you can think of that would make a really good counter comp to Leshak, Rook, and then a bunch of tanky armor support, which was what we saw Volta use extensively in the format?
Well, if you can have your own counter jams to both shut down the Leshak in particular and the Rook, then that's really going to help you out there. Likewise, Newts will hurt the Leshak as well, similar to how we've seen the various Amar battleships this tournament so far get shut down by newts. So something like the Dommy that we saw, you've got plenty of room for Seabos in the mids. You could just have it sit right on top of that Leshak and drain it dry. And once it's dry, it's not going to do much else for the rest of the match.
Yeah, obviously the key mechanic there for the Triglavian guns is that you have to keep them firing. Any sort of a red cycle, even if it's just from not timing your injector correctly, can be enough to pull off, 2-3 minutes of hard work ramping up and trying to break a logistics or an armor battleship under reps.
Likewise, if you bring tracking disruptors as well, tracking disruptors are something of a risk in a tournament setting with having to choose between missile and tracking disruption. If you do bring tracking disruption versus a Triglavian comp, you can just shut down their guns immediately. If you drop their optimal range out, like Chin said, it's just going to turn those guns off straight away. They don't have any fall off.
Yeah, a very interesting strategy to do in this is to flick that on and off and have it on when it's tracking, flick it off so they get swapped to the wrong stuff, and then flick it back on at the wrong time when stuff's getting down. You can alternate that and reduce the damage, and if it drops below their maximum range, they lose all that spool up and have to go through everything again.
Yeah, in a sense, that's almost like mind games, I would say. When you're going to make them think that they're going to get on their targets, you're going to make them think they're doing damage, and then you just shut it off, and you're the ones in control.
Okay, sorry, I'm just struggling to find the bands here. I'll figure that out in our next match, hopefully. But we are looking forward to seeing this match in position. So, who do you guys think is going to win? First of all, Ashi, who do you think is going to take this match?
Well, I want to see Voltzy take this if possible. My choice was wrong before, but I've never fought well against Rusty and Wormholes, so I want to see Volta beat them. Voltzy beat them.
To bring up your point, since both teams have lost, there's no bans for this match. There's no Conquest because neither of them have won.
Ah, okay, that's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised then if we actually see healers get brought, given that they are naturally unbanned in this format. It would be very interesting to see how, especially given that Volta banned them for the majority of their matches.
Yeah, I'd be really interesting to see later in the tournament what matches people bring. This type of Conquest bans on this longer format means later on, people have to really start bringing out non-optimal comps to fit everything together. Well, not non-optimal comps, but not optimal ships. Just bringing a random cruiser to fill in your cruiser slot where you had a mower before.
Yeah, and something else something else that's going to become really, really apparent as we get later on into the winners bracket is the impact that this has on logistics. We have seen a fair few of them brought so far. We've seen the Zarmazd, the Aneros, and the Rediva, and we've also, I expect we'll see the Guardian at some point, as that is relatively similar. But, you only have effectively 2 of the T2 shield options, and whilst the Osprey is relatively effective, it is incredibly squishy and vulnerable to any sort of all-in composition. Do you think we might even see some logistics frigates get used here at some point, Brett Thomas?
I think logistics frigates are definitely viable in certain comps. Like we saw a dual paladin comp come up. That is such a lot of points in the top end that logistic frigates might have to be used in the low to be able to balance it out.
Yeah, with this format, we're starting to see less of the logistics frigates because you've got so fewer pilots. It's with 7 people per team, you've got only 5 of the rest of your team for DPS ships and support ships. So you do lose a lot by having logistics frigates instead of a cruiser.
A interesting thing that's being brought up is we've seen in a couple of comps people bring, even though they are 1 point more for the multiples, bringing say a triple Gila to minimize the amount of conquest bans they take, and just because the Gila's a great ship, makes it so later on they'll have less bans than other people.
Yeah, we also saw the double Augur and Navy issue, and I can't help but think that might have been a similarly advantaged decision. Although, obviously, Rusty Hyenas did not win with that. Anyway, so are there any other ships that you guys are hoping to see as we move further on in the tournament and all of these ships get taken out? Potentially, a favorite ship of yourselves in the tournament setting?
I know it's not optimal, but I love to see a Stratios in some of these armor comps as that kind of cruiser-sized armor comp that brings newts to kind of a replacement for a Vexor Navy.
And I'm a big fan of the Cerberus in a tournament setting, either with rapid lights or even a surprise heavy assault missile variant. It can do a lot of work, especially when it comes to killing frigates.
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible that we will see some of these kitey ranged missile comps in later on in the tournament, since a lot of those ships won't be flown normally, but as ships start to get banned, it may be very optimal to bring that type of comp later on.
And someone in the chat there has suggested my own favorite ship. I would love to see the Drone Blaster Proteus, but given the points value is effectively skewed by how powerful the Ham Loki is, we probably won't get to see that wonderful, wonderful piece of equipment get brought to the field. Anyway, we now have the characters in local, so we're about to start winding up for this match. Let's make the predictions. Who do you think's going to win, Brett Thomas?
Well, I have put my channel points on Vault C. I thought they brought a really interesting comp, but just got outpicked in the first match, and hopefully they'll do well for the against Rusty Hyenas.
Yeah, I think Vault C here as well. I do want to see it work. I don't know if they're going to bring another Octodad, but I want to see it, and I want to see it work well.
Yeah, I guess I will be the counterpoint to all of that, though, and say that I think that Rusty Hyenas is probably going to win this one. You know, they have the Russian space magic, they've got a very different take on the meta, and potentially they might bring something that Vault C weren't expecting. That feels like the only way they're going to win this one, though. Anyway, we're just waiting for the teams to warp to the arena here. There's plenty to get on with. I'm so looking forward to this match. How have you guys been enjoying it so far? Have you any matches in particular stood out to you as being of interest and something that you are hoping other matches live up to?
Yeah, go ahead, Ashi.
Oh, okay. That turbo match in particular, that was one of the finest matches I've seen in quite a while. Right down to the wire at the end, and we saw that Bargeth versus Nighthawk, but it was the plays, the MJD plays, scramming them off, and ships going down one after the other on both sides. I love a match like that.
I would also like to see that match again, where pilots start to realize that, oh yeah, against drone cops, MJDs are really good. I'd like to see dual drone their drones where the pilots are a little bit more aware of how powerfully they can mitigate all this drone damage, instead of just the slugfest it was.
Do you think perhaps with the micro jump plays, we may see an EOS in more drone comps rather than the Skila comp?
I think you may probably see it after all bans have gone through. When there's not much else to choose, the EOS is a powerful combination of links and drones.
Now we do see an interesting comment here in local from Scorched Celeste of the Rusty Hyenas team, who has said that he forgot to bring link charges, much as he did in the first match. Now we'll have to keep an eye on his effects to see if that is in fact true. But just one of those things that can trip you up if you play in a tournament. You know, you've got the shakes. You're trying to make sure you've got the right ship for the right comp, and then you end up forgetting to bring the right ammo or the right charges in this case. Do you have any stories you want to share of things like that, Brett Thomas? I know you are a long-time tournament veteran.
In one of the earlier eventy minor leagues, we had people, the moment they got teleported to arena, disconnect completely. So the moment it's past the point of no return, we had people disconnect.
Oh no!
Which is terrifying.
Yeah, I had a disconnect about 10 minutes before my Anger Games 5 match, and I was just dreading that I was going to disconnect throughout the entire match. I didn't, but I ended up losing anyway. Anyway, we do have the teams on the grid here, so let's hand it over to Damasius and our good friend Wingnut to take us through the action.
Hey there, mates. Welcome to the match of Volt C versus Hyenas. I am joined by a legend, and no, it's not Jason today. It is Damas. Damas's mate, tell us what these guys have brought.
Yeah, it looks like Rusty Hyenas brought, this is the same thing they brought before. It's a very familiar looking comp to me with a hype in the front, pretty strong midline with double Og Navy, Vedmak, Drekovac, and then a Rodiva in the back. And do you want to tell us what Volt has brought?
Yeah, no worries. Volt has brought an interesting Gila and Drake Navy setup. They brought Osprey as well, and double Jackdaw for that light missile damage at range, as well as some good utilities. Interesting they brought Drake
Yeah,
Navies. They're very good ships. I'm very happy to see that. I think those are heavy missiles. I don't believe those are rapids.
This
Yep,
is
those are
going to be quite the chase for Rusty Hyenas to get kills. It's not impossible, but it's going to take some work for them to catch things, especially the two Jackdaws are going to be very slippery for them to get on top of. Meanwhile, Volt is able to apply consistently, and it's just going to be a matter of how aggressive Rusty Hyenas is and how careful they are not to feed into Volt's kitey comp here.
So they are already charging in, trying to get him for damage. And the good thing about bringing these Drake Navies is you don't require the usual Hyena in this comp, so they can actually apply reasonably well on their own. I see now at the moment they are charging in. Looks like a Drekovac is taking damage, as well as a Drug. And look at the Jackdaw, bang, straight into half the shields immediately.
Yeah, Volt did not pull back nearly as hard as I was expecting. That Drek is like right beside the Jackdaw. Meanwhile, the Drog that took a few hits pulled back and is way in the back line, so it's having no problems at all. But yeah, Volt has kind of taken its time to turn and get their speed up, and they lost a Jackdaw for it.
Yep, but if they can take this Drekovac in return, that will be a massive win on their part. The Drek is holding at about 30% armor, but I don't know. That Rodiva is going to be spooling as hard as he can.
The Drek is really might have been too aggressive here. I mean, getting both Jackdaws is not nothing, but Drek is definitely a bit more valuable. And
Rodiva's home of your life. Come on, buddy. The Jackdaw is going to go down.
Honestly, that amount of DPS, Jackdaw does more DPS than you think. And as the Rodiva is ramping, this Drek might survive. It's so close. I think it's going to die, though.
Oh my god, it's so close. He's got to die, surely. There he goes. They managed to get him down before the Rodiva could fully spool.
Rusty managed to kill two of the slipperiest ships, and now they're not going to have nearly as much trouble chasing these other ships down. Like, we got both Og Navies look like they're real close to Control Freak, and Thuron has made a hard turn and is heading like into the middle of the arena. If they can get on top of something soon here, or even just project to that Osprey, they just need to be careful not to overextend and mess up their ramp from the Rodiva, which might be happening now with the Draugr taking some damage, as well as split damage to their Og Navy.
Yeah, at this point, this is Volta's game to lose. They're in the commanding position here where Rusties have to chase them. And honestly, they're kind of struggling at the moment because they've got very heavy ships. Even the Og Navies, while they're faster than everything else, they're not particularly known for their agility. So this is going to be a hell of a chase. And if they can pull this off, it'll be a beautiful win for Volta.
And there's been a big shift in positioning here. Like I mentioned, Thuron had turned in towards the arena into the center, and it looks like the entire Rusty team turned around and chased him, leaving lots of room for the remaining Volt ships. And now Milton in the Rodiva is really close to, he's completely out on his own and really close to the rest of the Volt team. But they are ignoring him because they're trying to take down Laoshad's Augur, which is hidden structure right now. But they are going to trade Thuron for that. Thuron basically pulled the whole team out of position, and they're making a trade for it.
Yep. A quick little random note as well is that the Hyperion of Nasat, he did not go in and start bumping the Drake Navy. He came into within range and then control space and stopped. That's when you know we've got a pretty good pilot. It seems simple, but no one thinks about that when you're fighting, especially in a Hyperion. Control space at a little bit of range, shoot safely, get your tracking sooner rather than later. But look at the Rodiva
Okay,
now. The
looks-
Rodiva's now been primaried. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Rodiva's being primaried, and I can tell that he's pre-ramped on the Drog, and the Drog is getting hyper aggressive. So now that the Volt is committed on killing the Rodiva, the Drog can just ram in, kind of fearlessly and get on top of something. I think he
Boom.
might be trying to get on the Osprey. They definitely want to do Logi trade if they can. And they still got their
And that
work.
there is-
Hyena's got their work cut out for them chasing down these more kitey ships.
And that there is why the Rodiva is, like, his armor's so good. His armor's really tanky and can last those moments that you need, whereas the Rodiva is just not quite as tanky and has the same drawbacks the Zarm gets in terms of reps. As
I do think there's a major positioning issue, though, because that Rodiva was in between the two clusters of DPS ships of the two teams, where it could have, during that time that the another target was primaried, it could have been circling around and getting as much range as possible from the remaining Volt ships.
MJD on the Hyperion, look, he's going for the jump. Where's he going? Absolutely nowhere. Okay.
He made a play for, it looked like Charco, but now he's out on his own. I don't think he's, well, maybe he can go down to Control Freak.
Yeah, it looks like he tried to go for the Gills, and the Gills literally like split like a banana and just went as far away from as possible. I think Org Navy, is he tackling someone?
Yeah, Carl is
Yeah.
on the Osprey. I think they'll be able to kill the Osprey before the Og Navy goes down, maybe.
Very tanky ship. He's gonna
And-
try his best. If he can do that, that actually could be. Well, I don't think it'll be the winning chance at the moment. But
Well,
it's definitely gonna give him
also-
a chance.
Pavel's Vedmak is on top of Control Freak Drake Navy, and the hype is going to get on there too. So if they can kill the Osprey and the Drake Navy, it's still hard to claw back. And I think
Oh
they're
my
not
God,
going to
yeah.
get that Osprey. They're not going to get the
The good news
Osprey.
is the Org Navy is actually neuting the Osprey, so he might be able to stop a few rep cycles before he dies. Might
If
buy
I
them
think
time to kill the
Pavel
Drake Navy
needed to
fast.
push, yeah, Pavel is now pushing for the Osprey to take over from what the Og Navy was doing as he hands off tackle to their hype for Control Freak Drake Navy. But I don't think they can claw this back at this point. Oh, actually,
It's gonna be a hard one. There's a high
Yeah,
period.
he's gonna-
do a lot of damage.
the Vedmak's projecting Osprey. Osprey's definitely going to die. The hype will definitely be able to kill the Drake Navy, but the Vedmak's going to go down. So you're going to have hype versus two Gilas is never going to catch them. How is the points on that, though? We might actually...
Oh no, the Vedmak went down before
Oh,
the
no.
Osprey did. No, no.
No, Osprey survived. Man, I called that too soon. They really
worst
turbo
thing is-
focused on that Vedmak to keep the Osprey alive. One more volley, I think, would have finished the Osprey. Now, if the hype can get drones onto the Osprey, it could finish him before it gets a reload.
Well,
But
he did, but you know what
this is
drones he
taking
had on
way
him?
too long.
You know what drones he had on him? Vespa ECs.
Oh, I see them.
He
Yeah.
had the drones
oh, no, he
on him,
launched.
and it was the Vespas. He's got new
He's
ones
got
on
Praetors
now.
out now. Yep. Praetors
Yeah, but
are heading
he
out.
had on before with Vespas. If
I
he had
think
DPS,
the
it
Osprey's
might
going
have
to
been
get a
enough.
reload here.
Maybe, yeah.
And can the hype even tank 2 Gilas? I think, especially, it's taking the hype's taking a lot of damage while the Drake Navy's still up.
So it's not the most reasonable thing to do, but since he has nothing else to shoot once he kills this ship, he could use the grapple and his gun to try and dunk down Gila drones to try and buy time. I don't know if he will do that, but it is actually a weird option here, as he's definitely going to start chasing the Osprey Navy. There's no other target to go for.
Yeah, how many points is a Gila? I'm actually not 100% on where we stand with points. If he's able to take down the Osprey,
Hey, if he can kill the Osprey, the Hyperion will be up on points. So that is the
Wow,
race now. If the
okay.
Osprey dies, they
how
win.
much time do we have here? This is definitely possible. Oh, I can see the Gila drones are trying to kill the Hype's drones.
Your
Hype
drones, yeah.
should be scooping as many drones as possible here. Like there's
He
a
can't,
wreck
he has
that
to charge. He has to chase the Osprey. If he stays for drones, he will not get him in time.
he should have scooped a bunch from some of the where he was killing the Drake Navy. There's a swarm of
Away.
drones. He could have scooped a bunch before moving, but I think he's gonna lose all of his
Oh,
drones.
sorry.
A lot of drone bay was
correction, sorry.
allocated to Praetors.
Gilas are actually 13 points each, not 12. So, yep, he has to kill a Gila as
Oh,
well.
okay, so there's
That is
yeah,
not going to happen.
no.
Apologies, I forgot about the double up rule, guys. My apologies. So, yeah.
Man, I
he's
really
gonna-
think there was a
Oh.
moment where it could have gotten closer if their
hold
Vedmak
on.
had pushed the Osprey sooner.
He has got a grapple and a newt on that Gila. If that Gila loses his prop for even a second, he's caught. What's his
Oh,
speed
there
at?
is-
118.
there is enough time.
Nah, he's too slow. Damn it. I was
Outlawed
hoping for a
is-
second there.
Yeah,
I was
Outlawed is
so hopeful.
faster. But Outlawed did shut off. Might be hurting for Cap.
Exactly. Is that those weird little moments, like one newt cycle, even at max range, just breaks the mic warp drive and that's it. So I was hoping,
And
but
I
I don't think he's
cannot
going to do
believe
it.
that Osprey survived.
I know, right? One overheated cycle from the Vedmak, or maybe even just
Yeah.
DPS drones from the Hyperion, and that would have been it.
Yes. Yeah, drones or the Vedmak going sooner. Like the Vedmak was committed to hold down that Drake Navy and hand it off to the hype, which made total sense. But in hindsight, like just even a few seconds of any assistance to punching through the remaining tank on that Osprey could have put them a little
Why is the
bit.
Osprey barely moving? I guess he's just doing it for fun or something, because he's barely like, now he's building up speed. There we go. He was just like doing like 300 ms within newt range of the Hyperion. I was kind of confused.
Yeah. there's the Vespas again.
There's
Looks like
30
the
seconds
hype
left, so.
ran out of their heavy drones and reconnected to the ECs. But
Unfortunately, there's 30 seconds left, so that's going to be the end soon. So the Hyperion tried his best, but once you're getting kited with a Logi ship, there's nothing you can do, buddy. 5 seconds left. Oh, they made it so close.
This is kind
Well
of
done
the
to Rusty, but
opposite scenario to the Barghest. Like there's a hype left, and it can tank and it can do work, but only if it can get into range. And if it gets kited out, there's nothing it can do compared to the Barghest that can project and sort of hold its own against a variety of smaller ships.
Yep. Well, with that, boys, we will send you back to the studio for Jin to tell us what we got wrong.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the studio. That was a really interesting match there. It came kind of close to the wire with just a few little decisions, possibly, with a few different decisions. Rusty Hyenas could have made that happen. Obviously, Volta had the speed advantage, but then they had to make a turn. Actually, when you come into a tournament play and you're trying to kite away, what do you have to pay attention to in terms of the boundary, and how does that actually affect your overall speed?
Well, the key thing here is that the boundary, obviously, you cross that line at 125 kilometers, I believe. You are dead, as I believe ProGod Legend will know. And as you come to the boundary, you need to make that turn left, right, up, down, whichever way you're going to want to go. It's going to drop your speed, and whoever's chasing you is either going to force you out of the boundary, which you can't do, or you're going to have to try and just pull some range sideways away from them. Now, this can sometimes quite work as a trap in a kind, if you pull backwards and have people come straight into you when you've realistically got hams or something close there. But in this situation, we had was it the which team was it? This sorry.
The Rusty Hyenas was the armor team, and Voltsy was.
Yes, go on.
An interesting thing we saw there is, even though they all pulled back, they didn't pick a direction. Like, you see a lot of these comps with in the Alliance tournament, they'll pull back and then as a team follow, say, right, or follow, say, left, or hook underneath. And they'll follow together so that they can pick off smaller stuff. And then as the game goes on later, they will then balloon outwards as stuff gets closer. So the moment you lock down one thing, you have to burn really far away to get the next thing, which is what we saw when one of the Drake navies got caught. The moment he got separated, instead of trying to pull back to his own team and trying to pull back and keep kiting, he committed hard, faced the opposite way from the rest of his team was going, and just bent almost all the way to the boundary. So I think he died about 80 kilometers away. So he made sure that after they finally killed him, they had to burn all the way back to try and catch the rest of his comp, who were in long range and could apply damage, which is why the Jackdaws at the start had a really great opportunity later on where they could shoot out to 100, and it doesn't matter if they're at the opposite end of the arena, they can still apply damage in sharpshooter mode.
Yeah, I have to say, Rusty Hyenas played it really well to spread their attack vectors as they were pushing Vault C towards the edge of the arena, as some of their cruisers were able to grab and hold on to those jackdaws, which is why we saw them go down so quickly. But not a great trade when you're also losing your Drekvac off the back of it. Just a lot of DPS there from Vault C, and unfortunately we won't be seeing Rusty Hyenas again, as they are now officially eliminated from the tournament. But thank you to them for showing up and giving us such an interesting match to talk about. Anyway, moving on to the next game, we're about to see Ramrod Reloaded and Brave Mulligoon play off in the next elimination match. A lot of it is, as has been commented on, Brave Mulligoon is actually a mixed team between the Brave team that got eliminated and some Goon pilots as well. And Ramrod Reloaded is a mixed team of some old Pandemic Legion pilots and some Boundary Expert pilots, and a whole mishmash of kind of tournament and nullsec PvP veterans. So, as we see the both teams start to enter local here, who do you think is going to win, Ashi?
I want to see Ramrod take this, though I don't know if they're going to try for another Gila strategy, given that Brave Mulligan will have seen it, but it was almost very effective against Turbo.
Yourself, BTZ?
I'm gonna go for Brave. I have scrimmed a lot with the Brave team a long time ago, and I have a lot of respect for Brave, as they were the first corp that I joined, and I really want to see them do well in this tournament, so I'm gonna go for Brave.
Yeah, they've really been showing their mettle on Tranquility as well lately in their war with Fraternity. I wish them the best of luck with all of that, fighting against the odds with Volta backing them up. Sorry, Volta IRL backing them up. And I gotta say, my bets though, I'm gonna go with Ramrod Reloaded here. They are also a very, very good team. They've brought incredibly good comps, and more importantly, a great variety of comps. I expect that they're going to have something a little unique to throw out here, and maybe put Brave off of their game. In fact, let's take a look quickly at what they brought previously. So they've brought a healer comp, a Lashak Armageddon control comp, and a 3 battlecruiser mid-range. Whereas Brave Mulligoon didn't actually bring any comps to the tournament, as they were knocked out during the feeders. Actually, the team that Arrival and Snuffed Out won against in the feeders groups to take their place in the tournament. So it's not like they lost to particularly bad competition there, facing up against some real tough teams on their route to the tournament.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to get to this situation where at times you can lose 1 or 2 matches and have to pull back. It's not to say any of the teams that get here are bad. Every single team that's got here has had to put in a lot of work to do well enough to actually fight on this field.
Yeah, and for me though, it's just the experience. Brave, they have a great team. They almost always bring a good team to the tournament, but they tend to have their best pilots poached every single year by other teams who end up grabbing them and pulling them in. You know, it's worth noting though just how incestuous the AT sort of scene ends up being with people playing for various different teams, especially in tournaments like this where things aren't limited by your actual Tranquility affiliation. So, Brett, can you talk a little bit about what it's like seeing, tournament pilots that you've played with go on to go and do bigger and better things in the game's history?
It's always great. You see, because playing on a team with people is very it's a lot of work. You will find stuff like, not necessarily for the Anger games because I haven't experienced that much, but for stuff like the Alliance tournament, people scrim like 4-5 hours 3 times a week for something like 12 weeks. By the time you finally get to the Alliance tournament, these people are really close friends. So regardless of what happens when they go on, you still have fond memories of flying with these people. And regardless of where they end up, you're always proud to see them do well.
And Ashley, as someone who has also captained an AT team, what's going through your mind at this point when you're setting up for a tournament game that is an elimination match?
Oh, it goes a bit something like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh no, oh Jesus. And yeah, general complete panic on my side, but you can't let the members know that.
Yeah, you've always got to sit there and pretend like you're calm, confident, and know exactly what's going to happen, even when you, for a matter of fact, absolutely do not.
I've often found The moment you arrive in system, you're panicking. The moment you get on grid, everything goes calm. It is that just moment where you just take a breath for the 3, 2, 1, and the moment it hits go, you're calm because you've done this and you've practiced. And then as the match goes on and things start happening, your heartbeat just starts to race. I believe in a previous tournament, somebody had a heartbeat tracker on for the entire of their match, and you could see he had 2 spikes, where his heartbeat pushed something like 110. The countdown to it starting and the 5 seconds before he died. Then after those 2 moments, he just like baselined for his heartbeat.
All right, well, we have both teams in the arena, and we've got some really, really fun ships being brought here. So let's hand it over to Doug, Satil, and Demacius to break the comps down and take us through the action.
Welcome back to the arena. We've got this elimination match between Brave and Ramrod. We've got Brave bringing a Hyperion at 0 with an Armageddon close behind, Mauler, Pontifex in the midline, Kruer, Rodiva for Logi, and a Rook in the backline. What has Ramrod brought?
Yeah, so Ramrod are running a Leshak Armageddon top-heavy core with Logi frigates, potentially the first time we've seen Logi frigates today, and they are away to the races. The Ramrod team supported by an Augur Navy issue, a Draugr, and a Vengeance. We're seeing those small ships kind of hold back a little bit. They're not diving in as fast as I would expect to see them, but we are potentially going to see... Radikos and the Vengeance diving in for that Rook. They really want to get those jams away.
We've got Del's Navy, Chris Draugr, and Radikos Vengeance all pushing straight through to the back line. Radikos just went right past Rodiva for the Rook. Meanwhile, the Geddon's kind of sitting back a touch. Looks like applying newts to the Leshak, and the Hype is getting on top of the Geddon here.
Yeah, that Leshak really pushing that Hyperion quite hard. Already hovering around 50% armor on that Hyperion. Damage all over the place once again. The Rook taking armor damage 2, and the Pontifex as well. Just craziness.
Yeah, everything's strung out quite a bit. They both kind of pushed each other with opposite ships. Like we've got the support ships kind of ramming into the back. We've got a brawl and a support war as we often do. Between the Geddon and the Rook on the Brave side, they do have what appear to be excellent tools to handle both the Logi frigs and the Leshak. But it just depends if they're in range. You know, the Rook is pretty far away, so I don't know how much ECM it's able to apply to those key ships right now.
We saw that Brave Pontifex touch hull for a second. Is that a Zarmazd or a Rodiva? That is a Rodiva flown by Riva Geist, touching armor at the minute. But the Armageddon's still slowly heading downwards. 10% armor remaining roughly, and still going. We may
the
see
Geddon...
the trade and the Rook. We may see an Armageddon Rook trade here now.
The Brave Hype has just been pounding on this Geddon the whole time, keeping the Frig Logis occupied, trying to keep it alive, but it's not stabilized. It's going to eventually go down.
Yeah, and that Rook about to touch hull here. There it goes, just annihilated through hull. First blood to the Ramrod team.
Yeah.
But that Armageddon's still chunking.
That Rook went down. I believe it looks like it was mostly the Draugr and just the Vengeance, possibly some beams from the Aug Navy. There wasn't a ton to pressure it, but it was more than enough.
Once the Draugr gets ramped, it's a very dangerous beast, the Draugr. Once it ramps up
true.
With that Triglavian laser. The Armageddon's slightly recovering in armor, but still very, very tenuous.
Yeah, the Geddon started pulling back, but it's dropping back down again now.
I'm wondering
surprised.
if they tunnel visioned a little bit on the Armageddon, but now they're committed, they have to kill it.
Yeah. I'm not really sure how that Rook died so easily with the Rodiva right there to rep it. The Rodiva itself is getting pressured again from the Og Navy and the Draugr. So the Ramrod team has got more power in the back line, and I think they'll be able to kill this Rodiva if the Brave is unable to do enough work in the front line. Having cleared that Geddon, the Hype and Mauler are now pulling back and probably going to start working on the Leshak.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of damage touch the Deacon and the Thalia, but it looks like they've managed to stabilize again. I'm really not sure what's being primaried here. The Leshak is taking a little bit of damage, but primarily we are looking at the Rodiva of Reavergeist on the Brave Mulligan team, who is about to touch hull, and there it goes. They're going to be heading down to the graveyard just right now.
Yeah, that, like I said, they had enough power to deal with that between the Draugr and the Og Navy. And meanwhile, the Hype did close range, as well as the Mauler, that they were on top of the Geddon. Now they've joined their Geddon on top of the Leshak. So they've got Mauler, Geddon, Hype all on top of the Leshak, and they're doing a lot of damage to it right now. Meanwhile, I think the Friglogis are in range now. They did kind of go back, I think, to save the Vengeance that was getting low. But now it's a matter of whether or not they have the DPS to punch through the Leshak.
That was a little bit of damage there on the Thalia of Elno Wildclaw, but Sid Matthews taking a huge chunk of damage. We could see the entire support wing of the Brave Mulligan team down and end up with a 2 battleship brawl, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think Brave has the tools to get rid. Well, as I say that, there is damage landing on the Thalia, but with the big
Leshak as well,
guns,
chunking a little bit.
Yeah, I think this might be a bad situation. I mean, it's already a bad situation for Brave, but it looked like they punched pretty far into the Leshak, decided that it wasn't going to go, and then tried to switch to the Thalia, and they don't have a lot of DPS to begin with. I mean, if they have a fair amount, but a lot of it is large scale and is not going to apply well to small stuff.
We say that Leshak's still under pressure, now hovering somewhere around 25% armor remaining. The Armageddon of the Brave team hovering about 50%.
I'm very curious to see the
jockeying position here. They're all brawling in right at that center point.
Yeah, right after I said that they can't split DPS, they seem to be doing it surprisingly well. Like, the Thalia is under pressure, and the Leshak is still losing
recovering a
HP.
little bit, but it's there. It's not recovering well. 10% armor remaining on the Leshak. The Thalia still bouncing around about that 2/3 armor mark.
This Hype is doing absolute work. It looks like the Mauler is autocannon fit, from what I can tell. I wonder, you can see if it's shooting the Thalia.
That's a
the Leshak is not holding.
The autocannons on the Mauler would be a pretty standard Brave Mulligan fit, while we also see that Leshak, a 3rd structure remaining. Like you say, this Hyperion, which is their primary DPS, doing absolute work.
Yeah, it's definitely enough.
About 2.5 minutes left on the match. I'm not sure it's enough, but they are going down fighting.
Yeah, it's a full flight of Acolytes, which is a good damage type choice on the Thalia, which is obviously drawing some of the reps from the Deacon onto their Thalia and drawing them off the Leshak, which was enough.
There the Leshak goes. That Thalia touching structure now. I'm going to need a points check.
They're going to switch to the Thalia.
I think the Brave Mulligan team might have this on points.
Yeah. And I think they're going to lose the Geddon, but Ram is down a Logi, and Brave's still got their Hype.
They're splitting DPS across both the Draugr and the Deacon, trying to push as hard as they can in the last couple minutes of this match.
Yeah, just trying to clear as much as possible. I think that
they're playing for the points. If they kill that Draugr, I don't think Ramrod have the DPS to push through the rest of the Armageddon structure. As I say that, the Draugr is slightly recovering and the Deacon is still going down. This is
Beacon would be smart to pull off, but I think he's tackled by the Mauler. Got way too close during that main brawl. I mean, really, right now everything could get locked down, and Brave has got a
Draugr
huge
taking
advantage.
damage. I don't think there's a way that Ramrod can pull this back at this point.
I'm really surprised how that played out. It seemed like Brave's tools were getting picked apart, and they didn't have Logi for so long, and then they managed to push through the Leshak. I think the Geddon had the Leshak neuted out, which is why they weren't getting a return fire in that brawl.
The Leshak was the flip point where things went from not quite certain to Brave have it probably in the bag unless they do something really bad. And we've seen that play out here.
Mm-hmm.
We are just watching the Brave Mulligan team clear up. They're going to kill this Navy Augurer, and then honestly, Vengeance, buddy, you should just keep going on your line and head straight to that boundary. Radicos is flying the Vengeance. Of course he's going for the boundary. Yeah. Radicos, you can do it.
Yeah, I've got to admit I wasn't checking the fancy UI for the nude effects, but it must have been a committed, based on how long the match lasted. There was time for the Brave Geddon to completely nude out the Leshak and keep it from getting a ramp going.
Radicos isn't even going to hit the boundary as the match ends. He's failed to boundary in this match. I feel bad for Radicos, but a really, really interesting match. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what the analyst desk has to say about it.
Welcome back to the studio, and that was an absolutely nail-biting match there. It looked like, Brave Mulligoons had really lost control of the match with that Armageddon, not the Armageddon, with some of their ships going down early on, especially their logistics, but they were able to claw things back despite not having the sustain. Brett Thomas, can you tell us a little bit about how they were able to do that, and why Ramrod eventually lost control of the match?
Well, the big thing is they had no damage. The Armageddon, having no guns, just having a full rack of heavy newts, could sit on the Leshak and just constantly newt it down, so that the Leshak could never fire its gun or could never spool up. It could inject and fire its gun a couple of times. That's why we saw some of the small ships like the Rediva and the Jambo, was it Rooker or Blackbird, go down really quickly because the Leshak managed to inject load long range ammo, fire a couple of rounds at it when it finally got locked down, and then it was at a cap again. And then it would wait, and then do it again. Which is why you saw the problem with that type of fighting is you run out of cap boosters so quickly. About 4.5 minutes into the fight, when they were going to break the Geddon, and the Geddon was really was hitting structure, it completely ran out of cap boosters. You saw both the Negi Augurer and the Draugr burn in and drop off their remaining cap boosters to try and keep the Leshak with enough cap, and it's in the fight. Unfortunately, they got smart bombed by the Geddon. The Geddon noticed that, held the Leshak down, and smart bombed the containers before he managed to fully loot both of them. He got one, but not the other.
Yeah, and we've actually got this the Armageddon fit in front of us. One of the benefits of this format is we can actually take a look at some of these fits and potentially break them down. And Ashley, I know you had some questions whilst the match was going on, but what do you think now that you can see the fit in its total?
So the Armageddon play, being a neuting ship, to have a smart bomb on there and a drone link augmenter as well, you're giving up potentially 2 slots of newts there for just some general utility. And the smart bomb play, that was incredible, to try and smart bomb off cargo containers there. At the same time as being able to hold down the Leshak with that grapple and newt out anything else it wanted on grid there. A lot of that match was decided by the good usage of the Armageddon by the Brave team there, being able to newt out that Leshak, but then also just newt out the Thalia and the Deacon as well, and just stop them from being able to apply their reps. Gone.
That was an interesting point. I watched the match. The Leshak never the Leshak, the Geddon committed to neuting the Leshak. It never swapped its newts onto the Deacon and the Thalia, even when they were close enough, throughout the entire match until the Leshak died.
That might actually be because all of the newts that this Armageddon has are heavy newts. And that means they have a 24-second cycle time, as opposed to the 10-second cycle time of a medium neutralizer, which makes them so much less effective at actually neuting out those frigate-sized ships with their relatively quick cap regen. And also the fast cycle time of small capacitor boosters, which they were probably fit with. A lot of really interesting decisions there being made on it. And it ended up working for Brave, despite the fact that they weren't able to hold in the early stages of the match. They were able to come back at the very end of it. Something I also want to talk about is just the positioning there and how the lack of the ability to position with logistics frigates really cost Ramrod Reloaded. We saw Radikosh in the Vengeance sprint out into the back line, get tackle, but he was actually eventually forced off and had to slink back towards his logistics frigates as they sat on the Leshak trying to keep it alive, rather than getting to hold something off at range, which could have potentially stopped enough DPS from landing on them and turning the tide of the match even further. Why do you have to be so careful with positioning when you're working with logistics frigates, Brett Thomas?
Well, because unlike logistics ships, logistics frigates only have 40. Well, they rep really well within 20, and they rep about okay out to 40. So if you spread your team out along 80 kilometers, if you sit the Logifrigs in the middle, they can only rep the stuff in the center. They either choose to rep fully one side or the other. So they had to, if, let's say, an Armageddon's getting focused on one side and you've got all your support ships on the other, they have to choose. They rep one or they rep the other. Of course, you can split the logistics frigates up, but that runs the risk of one of them getting picked off where the other can't heal it.
Yeah, and additionally, logistics frigates can be quite dangerous, especially against anti-tackle. If one of the logistics frigates gets held down, then the other logi frigate is effectively either going to have to abandon his friend, or he's going to have to keep him alive and be stuck there too, despite not actually being tackled.
Yeah, anyway, let's bring it on to the next match, as we do have the characters starting to enter local here, which is our first winners bracket match, with Paper Numbers going up against Bad Hamster Management. And now both of these teams are not going to be able to bring the comps that they brought to the last game. So we aren't going to see that double Varga comp from Bad Hamster, and we aren't going to be seeing the very, very archetypical heavy armor comp that Paper Numbers brought throughout the entirety of Anger Games 5. So both teams are going to have to bring something a little more unusual and probably something they've practiced a little less with to this tournament. What is it like bringing a composition that you've maybe only flown once or twice in practice, Brett Thomas? What does that make you feel like as a captain?
It's terrifying, but it entirely depends on whether you've practiced that type of comp before. If you've done a armor rush and you've really practiced how to fly armor rushing, then swapping to a shield rush isn't that bad. A control comp is a control comp regardless of what type you've got. The only difference is stuff like your response time for reps and stuff like that. But something you haven't practiced at all is terrifying.
Now, it is worth noting that this is a winners bracket match, so both of these teams will still effectively have a life to play with, even if they lose here. Does that make you want to bring something a little more crazy, a little bit more unorthodox, Ashy, just so that you can, get some ships off the board that you don't have a plan of using in a more serious match? Or are you going to be trying even harder to keep that second life for later on in the tournament?
See, if it were me, I would be trying to keep that second life going. You don't want to go down to that elimination bracket because every match becomes a chance to be cheesed, and you don't want to get cheesed. You don't want to run into that one counter when you've only got one life. So you need to preserve it for as long as possible.
Yeah, I believe this situation is definitely, if I was in this situation, I would kind of do the opposite. If I had a pocket comp that I knew wasn't going to be great later on, I think this point is the situation to bring it, because if you lose, you're never going to bring it. You're going to save the good comps for when it matters. So this is the only time you can ever bring your a little bit out there compositions.
All right, well, we have the teams landing on grid here, so let's quickly make our predictions. Brett Thomas, who do you think's going to win?
I think paper numbers. Bad Hamsters have only really brought that Varga comp and done well. Well, they've lost with it, but they've only brought that. Paper numbers we've seen bring a couple of other things, and I think they may have a larger roster of comps.
And for me, it's going to have to be Bad Hamsters. I'm just a huge fan of their Varga comp before, so I'm rooting for them.
Yeah, I unfortunately can see the comps on grid, so I'm not going to say anything, and instead just hand it over to Dirkster Teal and Wingnut for this match.
G'day, mates. Welcome to this next match, and we've got a lot of Amarian bricks in the center of the arena. I'm, of course, Wingnut, joined by Dirk. And Dirk, mate, get us started. What have these teams brought?
Yeah, so we've got this this Bad Hamster management team running a Mauler with the Abaddon, Harbinger, Crusader. They're really only bringing out with the Scythe Fleet issue and that Executor. Otherwise, they are on the Amarian train, lasers in the face all the time. What have Paper Numbers brought?
They brought a Pancake, Orthrus, Scimitar, Double Osprey Navy, Stork, and Flycatcher. And yeah, pretty good missile comp, but they're going up against the they're gonna rock it out with the bricks at 0. Like, these Abaddons warped in at 0. They didn't even warp it at range. They decided that they don't care at all.
They are playing the bold run, and we can see everyone from that Bad Hamsters team just diving straight in, even the Executor.
They call the double Abaddon at 0 the 2 pricks with a brick, because this is just gonna be brutal.
Sorry, that's an Executor Navy issue. This is a no Logicomp from Bad Hamster Management. I missed that.
Yep. And the Crusader shows exactly why that you don't tend to do that, because immediately their tackle ship dead.
And yeah, but they are still diving in. They're going for the brawl. They want it.
Yeah, and they're gonna get the Scythe Fleet issue. Oh no, Scythe Fleet issue is dying. They're going for the Scimitar rather. That's going to be a hard sell, even with Abaddons at long range with lasers. That is going to be a really hard ship to try and kill, and also
that Scythe Fleet just eats it. The Executor Navy is going to be the next, and is also just eating it. They couldn't get the Logi off. The Barghest there with its rapid heavy missiles. I have to assume that the Orthrus Osprey Navies are all rapid lights. I don't see how they claw this back. This is going to be a very quick match here, as we are only a minute and like 15 seconds in or something.
Yeah, it's a GG moment. The fun thing I thought here while this is happening, that Pancake's flat to them. Do they get an application bonus because they got the flat side of the Pancake? And then if the Pancake turns, does that make a sharp angle and they can't hit it anymore? But honestly, I mean, it doesn't particularly matter. This match was over the moment it started.
Theoretically, that would work, but I mean, this is CCP mechanics, so who knows?
It would be so fun though, man. Could you imagine a Pancake charging at you and you can't hit it because it's too small?
It's charging at you sideways, and so it's yeah, you just can't hit it. It's not the broadside of a barn for once. But here we see the Harbinger Navy slowly chunking now. Not quite as paper as the Scythe Fleet and the Executor. The Orthrus of the CEO's CEO hitting armor. This may not be a clean sweep, but
yeah, he's too far away from his Logi at the moment. He's in an awkward spot.
He's running that XLASB though. He's got that local XLASB. You can see it from the reps.
Where's the MJDs? Come on, Abaddons. You can't just sit there. Chase them. Yeah, they're actually hitting Orthrus pretty well. Respect to that. Respect to that. They're definitely putting some damage down.
None of them have quite the MJD prowess that Raiffeisen in the Barghest has. Raiffeisen also, having not hit an MJD just yet, he's just letting his missiles do the work from way back where.
This is the first match in all the Enger games where he did not use an MJD. I feel like it might be, but it probably isn't.
Yeah, he used one in his last match today. After the match was done, he tried to boundary and failed because the match was over. This Orthrus just fighting to survive, living to win with a clean sweep. They might get it.
Volley can do. Yeah, but the good volleys here and there. It's surprising.
These Abaddons are just trailing behind as well.
a second.
They can't go anywhere. They can't do anything. Joel Hanna is about to go. His structure is heading to... He has negative 1% armor remaining, according to my overview. Very well done, sir. We've seen them decide that the CEO is not going to die, and they're switching to Maddox and the Osprey Navy. Can they get a kill before the match is over? It's
No.
just Bacardi Desire. We're living to do something. Anything.
I'm just imagining them switching targets from CEO to Maddox, but they're just shouting, "Surprise!" and just not really doing anything. Hold on a second. That Abaddon is dropping armor remarkably quickly for an Abaddon. I don't think that's polarized, but that must be very untanked.
He's running at like 10% every couple seconds here. It's very impressive. Do you have a rep, sir? Please?
I didn't think they had reps because Abaddons rely on resist, but that went down remarkably quick. He's gone.
He's gone.
What is that?
Yeah, that was like a 25-second Abaddon kill. That is impressive. And I guess with that, we're done here. We're 4.5 minutes for the match, and Paper Numbers taking a clean sweep in this winners bracket round. Is there anything to say apart from handing it back to the desk, Wingnut?
The guy in local from the opposing team said they're polarized. I'm not sure if that's true, but please let me know, Ryerson, if they're polarized. Okay, back to the studio. Bye!
Wow, that was an absolutely insane match there. And Ashy, something you've got to note about that comp from Bad Hamster Management is that it was incredibly front-loaded with 3 rapid light ships and a rapid heavy missile ship. And, those cruisers, those Navy cruisers, they have a lot of base CHP, but they disappeared. Like they had almost no tank fit at all. Why was that? And what's the downside to bringing a composition like that?
So that could have been polarized. I don't want to say it is. I don't want to say that anyone's going to bring a polarized size fleet issue, but it died instantly. And that could have been, like you said, just the front-loaded damage from the rapid lights and the rapid heavies. And I'm being asked to show the cat. Here we go. His name is Grahatia. He is a cat. Doesn't want to be held. But back to the match. So, yeah, those rapid lights. So that front-loaded damage is fantastic. They were polarized. Okay, they were being told that they were polarized ships. That is a very, very ballsy play in I was going to say the Alliance tournament, in any tournament indeed. You're effectively trying to bully out your opponent with a silly amount of damage, and they tried to do that to the Simi at first, but it just decided, no, I'm not going to have that. I'm going to fly away and their Crusader, their play with the Crusader, perhaps that was the linchpin there. It just didn't work out for them. The Crusader melted, the Simi got away, and that was it right from the start.
An interesting thing I noticed at the very start with the Crusader and the Scythe and the Exec Navy down, if they'd have traded that for the Scimitar, they would have been ahead on points. So I think with a little better matching transversal and a little bit better fit to apply tracking, they might have been able to kill that Simi super quickly and possibly win that match. I definitely feel like that could have been winnable in the way it was flowing if they'd have done a little bit better with applying damage, because they just seemed like they didn't apply any damage to anything.
Yeah, this was actually a composition, the No Logic All-In that we saw, Esports Petopia, and a few other ships teams bring in. Oh my lord, it wasn't just the Scythe Fleet issue and Executor Navy that were polarized fit, so were the Abaddons. Now that is something you do not see very often. Wow, that is unbelievable. So you're just relying almost entirely on that plate EHP bonus to keep your ships alive as you just dump things out into dump things across the grid. We saw that Scimitar hit half shields pretty much instantly, but they just weren't able to hold him down and apply to him properly. God, it just shows that there are so many things that you can do in EVE Online, and so many weird and wonderful strategies that you can bring out to the field. Brett Thomas, are there any particularly weird strategies that you've ever seen come to fruition in a tournament like this?
One of my favorite compositions was the no logistics full drone comp, where the match started and everybody split to all 8 micro jump beacons, and then just set their drones on one thing. And the moment you got close, they jump away, and then the moment you got close to the next one, they jump away. This was during the time when everyone was running kind of closer range damage stuff, so they could apply all their damage from range in drones, and the moment anybody got any close to stuff, they just fled to the other side of the arena. And it was very, when flown well against a team that didn't know how to fight it, it was hilarious to watch everybody spend 8 minutes running after stuff they never killed.
Yeah, and what about yourself, Ashy? Is there any particular highlights, strategies that you've seen play out?
Well, I'm a big fan of polarized chips in particular, but you need to hide them in your comp. The moment you go for a full polarized comp from what we've seen just there, any target that gets shot is going to melt. If you could instead have your polarized chips hidden and have them just spitting out DPS without being shot themselves. But yeah, no, other than that, I'm a huge fan of rare ships. As I've already mentioned today, the Macarial. I still think the Macarial, fantastic tournament ship. You cannot tell me otherwise.
Anyway, our next match is Turbo Feed or Glory, Wormhole Organization, going up against Fancy Pants. This is going to be another interesting match here. We're seeing Fancy Pants, who were eliminated 0-2 from the tournament, go up against a 1-2 elimination team in Turbo Feed or Glory, but both of them in the winner's bracket here, just showing that, it doesn't matter how things went in the actual Anger Games. This is a fresh start and a chance to bring something completely new. Who do you, Ashy, who do you think's going to win this matchup?
I mean, you know what I have to say. It has to be Turbo again here. They're Wormholers, they're Mark's team, Kaneko's team. Good people. They can't bring that Gila setup again. And they I believe they had the Barghest last time, was it? Yeah, so they can't bring the Barghest again this time either, which is notoriously powerful with those rapid heavies. So they're going to have to think up something different to beat Fancy.
Meanwhile, Fancy Pants, the ships that they have banned out are relatively unused. You've got the Dominix, the Rediva, Vexen Navy issue, Omen Navy issue, and then the Blackbird Pontifex. They're going to have the Draugr and a couple of really powerful armor control options available to themselves still here, though, as well. Brett Thomas, do you have any thoughts on what they might end up bringing?
Yeah, since they brought a very effective drone comp, they still have the shield version of that drone comp, bringing those Gilas with a lot of different things. They can maybe go carry with the Drake Navy. They have that option of really good shield ships, whereas Turbofeed have got rid of the main shield logi, which is a Simi and the powerful Gilas.
Yeah, I'm told there's going to be 3 minutes just to let the teams just prepare and get everything sorted before we go into the match. So a little bit ahead of schedule there on the predictions. Hopefully they will be unlocked for yourselves in the chat soon enough. I've got to say, how is your predictions game going today, Brett Thomas? Have you been winning points or losing them?
I'm up so far, but I've only bet on 2 other matches. I've been much more focused on having ideas for the next. But thank you for Wingnut. I've tripled what I started with.
Fantastic. Hopefully you'll be able to use them at some point in the future. Anyway, I'm just really excited. I'm really interested to see how a healer comp will face in a non-mirror match. Obviously, in the Anger Games 5, almost every match we saw where a healer team was flown was against another healer team because the bans there were mirrored across both teams. Whereas now in a Conquest setup, Turbofeed, as we mentioned, they can't bring a healer setup, but Fancy Pants can. So, that's that, and that gives them some potential. Turbofeed a potential information advantage if they can be sure that Fancy Pants is going to bring healers to fight them. But are they? There's a big gamble, a lot of mind games going on here between the captains. Do you have any examples of mind games that have been played in the AT that you're particularly happy with, Ashy, or find particularly interesting?
I think against us when we flew in the 8 Alliance tournament last year, we had our match against. I can't remember who it was against, but we ended up having to bring our same armor beam laser comp several times, just in an attempt to try and get people to think that we were going to bring something different and counter for that instead. But it just didn't end up working. Sometimes bringing the same comp twice in a row can work, but sometimes it just leaves you with egg on your face.
And it does look like we're going to get to see what I was just talking about. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We're going to have to see if Turbo Feed or Glory can really counter things. But finally, Brett Thomas, I don't think I gave you a chance to make your prediction. Who do you think's going to win?
I'm gonna go with Turbo Feed or Glory. That's who I've bet on.
All right, well, let's hand it over to the studio with Dirks to Tile and Demasius Kadesh.
Thank you very much, Jintan. Yes, we are back once again. This power pairing of myself and Demasis. Demasis really bringing the power here. But we've got a really interesting match between Turbo Feed or Glory and Fancy Pants. We've got, is that Fancy Pants in the blue? Bringing the EOS, first time we've seen an EOS today, with the healers, with an Orthrus and Scimitar and Kitsune Bifrost for support. Demasis, what have Turbo Feed or Glory brought us?
Yeah, Turbo has everyone's warped in at 50, and Turbo's got a Scorpion, Harb Navy, Brutix Navy, Rodiva, Draugr, Vengeance, Heretic. It's kind of interesting that they warped in so far. It seems like a relatively aggressive comp, although I guess they're going to be projecting with the Navy battlecruisers. On Fancy Pants side, I'm surprised to see that EOS. It's obviously a shield EOS, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah, the EOS is a particularly curious thing because it obviously has those bonuses to the armor links, but running it as a shield drone bow isn't necessarily terrible. It's just a bit out of the box. I wouldn't have expected to see it either, but we have the match underway. That Turbo Feed or Glory team drawing back primarily to that MJD beacon while Fancy Pants are starbursting a little bit and just jockeying for position.
Fancy Pants, yeah, they're both kind of took a little run at each other and then turned around. Jez's Vengeance was out front, drew some drones, and is now turning back, hoping not to turbo feed.
Simsuch and the Orthrus pulling in without much support from the rest of his team as well. And now he turns around, predictably.
Yeah, turbo feed kind of just balling up and taking quite a bit of damage now that the drones have arrived. I think they need to start getting aggressive here and make a push. Sim took quite a bit of damage and is pulling back. It looks like they're gonna get that Draugr.
Yeah, Teleguy. I'm waiting for the final blow, and while Teleguy is just hovering in that low armor, we're also seeing Jezza take some more damage again. He's hovering in armor. And Simsuch still taking damage.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Teleguy is getting. I don't see him getting small reps. I'm surprised. Oh, drones are about to land on him here. I'm really surprised they're letting him die here. I think the Rodiva would have been better off trying to save the Draugr than the Vengeance. Now they're going to lose them both.
Vengeance goes down, and the Draugr is at 19% structure. He's going to go down in a second.
Yeah, Fancy Pants making good use of the drone, like the whole drone swarm. They can split that up and then cause a lot of trouble for the Rodiva to rep things, especially smaller stuff.
Yeah, the Heretic now taking a lot of damage as well, and the Rodiva itself is in armor slowly. Not much damage coming in on the Rodiva yet, but there's a lot of pressure being applied across the board.
Yeah, Turbo Feed's under a lot of pressure, and they've only been able to return pressure to Simsuch Orthrus, who can just fly away and rep back up. I'm not really sure if they're relying too heavily on the Scorpion. They definitely have quite a few points invested in it, and I don't think it's doing them much good right now, especially against drones, as their Heretic goes down.
Checking the fancy UI, we can see some jam attempts coming out to the Scimitar, to the Kitsune, from the Fancy Pants side, but I don't think that Scorpion has the jam strength to contend with the Kitsune, and we're seeing it as the low end of Turbo Feed's comp is demolished, and the Rodiva is starting to take further damage.
Yeah, there's not a much. It's only a matter of time before the Rediva goes down, and it looked like he just. Yeah, he did MJD.
Seen an MJD, yeah.
But they got the time. Fancy Pants has got the time to just throw the drones wherever they want. Now that the Rediva's out of range, they could go for another target. Looks like they're working through the Brutix Navy.
That Kitsune now hitting 100 kilometers and burning for the edge. Are they gonna like give them? Are we gonna see a consolation prize for the?
I'm not sure. He's getting real close.
120.
He maybe is not paying attention.
He's turning, but is it going to be soon enough? Looks like it was
really,
just soon enough. 2
really
kilometers to the boundary. He's a bold player.
They managed to take down that Brutix in the meantime. Yeah, I think just like the Kitsune is probably getting enough jam cycles on the Scorpion to really, there's only a pretty small number of points invested in the Kitsune, and it's going to be giving a real hard time to at least the Scorpion, which is a lot of points. So the value that's being exchanged between the ECM ships massively favors Fancy Pants here, and we can see as they're just picking apart Turbo Feed, who haven't really been able to achieve anything here.
That Rediva goes down. We've got the Harbinger Navy chunking very quickly. After that, it's going to be the Scorpion. But I don't see there being anything else that Turbo Feed could do to claw anything back from this at this point.
Yeah, this is a pretty good example of a really one-sided matchup. Just the ship choices. You've got all the drones, and in faster shield ships, you've got your own ECM, and you're up against a team that's slower than you. You don't really care about their Scorpion. That's got a bunch of, like I said, a lot of the points are invested in it, which weakens the midline. So they really, other than Sim Such, they're getting a little bit too close to the sun at one point. They were never really threatened by the set of tools that Turbo Feed had to offer here.
All the maneuverability, a bunch of remote damage in the form of the drones. They've got that Rapid Light Orthrus to help them pick off anything that pressures them on the low end, as we saw. The Fancy Pants demolished them from the low end up. And here we are, just watching the eventual conclusion, I guess.
I think if Turbo had been more aggressive.
What just happened there? That Kitsune flew too close to the sun.
Oh, finally got
hit the edge. Sorry, my friend, but that is what happens.
Just threw the clean sweep there.
Consolation prize for that Turbo Feeder Glory team. Is this an elimination match? I don't remember, but we are dead there with the Scorpion. An incredible showing from Turbo Feeder Glory, apart from that Kitsune.
Yeah, very much in their favor, that matchup.
Yeah, I do believe that we are going to be heading to a break. I'm not sure if we're going to hit the disc before we do that, but very well flown Turbo Feed. Not an elimination match, so Fancy Pants will get a chance. Turbo Feed will get a chance to play again and recover themselves, and back to the desk or to the break, depending upon what our stream producer decides.
You just go to the studio, we'll just say the results, and then we'll head to break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the studio, and it seems Turbo Feed or Glory chose to go for the first part of their name in that match, not quite pulling out a win, whilst Fancy Pants now has the inverse score to what they ended up leaving the Anger Games with, going from a 0-2 elimination to now 2-0 and being in the winners finals, I believe. Will be very interesting to see what they do going up against paper numbers in the next match. But anyway, with that said, do either of you two have any quick observations about that match before we go to the break?
Yeah, so it seemed like Turbo Feed just sat back at the MJD beacon. Perhaps their play was to maybe MJD the whole team across and distract from, get away from the drones, but it just didn't happen. They just sort of sat there.
Yeah, they got a little bit unfortunate bringing jams against the drone comp, since we all know drones don't care about jams.
All right, well, with all that said, we will head to a break, and I look forward to seeing you guys in 15 minutes to talk about Bad Hamsters going up against Brave Mulligoon.
Introducing Grath Telkin, your personal assistant from Pandemic Legion.
Hey Grath, I'm 15 jumps out. Can I still get in on the fleet?
How the f are you 15 jumps away? Why would you be 15 jumps away from where the f we are?
"15 seconds to make a cool AT-ad. It's got to have dank content. Overused MLG mans. And MLG Daniel wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-ad without saying fun?"
One little griffin is going to hand them the match on a silver platter if this goes down. He can't do anything. This wildcard Atana jammed by a single griffin. This is the Brave story right here, right now.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. We've made a great effort so far. Let's just keep it up.
That's right! We can't have anyone freak out there, okay? We've got to keep our composure. We've come too far. There's too much to lose. We've got to just keep our composure.
Hi. Clearly I'm not the real Brisker Ball. But sometimes it's not so easy to know what's real and what's fake. When on Reddit, check your facts. Drink quaff.
This message was paid for and sponsored by Quaff. Now introducing Quaff Glow, the incandescent beverage.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my god. Okay, listen, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this one time. Okay. They're only doing 1000 DPS from the. You're winning this game. Provided this stays alive. If this guy doesn't stay alive, then suddenly you lose that race. But it's not a lemon. I'm just like him.
It's an 800 DPS lemon.
It's not
Is that the one you were shooting friendlies, or?
No, that's not the one I was shooting friendlies.
The one who was shooting friendlies was the game we won.
Should I save this? I think I should just save it.
Yeah, I think you should save it. Entitled Lemon.
I think we're gonna save it.
Lemon Theory.
Point! Guys, get the Nidhogger! Let's get him! Point, let's get him! Let's fucking get him, guys! Fucking cut and find, boys! Let's get him! Yes! Yes! Go, boys! Fly like you stole it!
Introducing Grath Telkin, your personal assistant from Pandemic Legion.
Hey Grath, I'm 15 jumps out. Can I still get in on the fleet?
How the f are you 15 jumps away? Why would you be 15 jumps away from where the f we are?
"15 seconds to make a cool AT-AD. It's got to have dank content. Overused MLG mans. And MLG Daniel wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-AD without saying fuck?"
One little griffin is going to hand them the match on a silver platter if this goes down. He can't do anything. This wildcard Atana jammed by a single griffin. This is the Brave story right here, right now.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. We've made a great effort so far. Let's just keep it up.
That's right! We can't have anyone freak out there, okay? We've got to keep our composure. We've come too far. There's too much to lose. We've got to keep our composure.
Hi. Clearly, I'm not the real Brisker Ball. But sometimes it's not so easy to know what's real and what's fake. Went on Reddit? Check your facts. Drink quaff.
This message was paid for and sponsored by Quaff. Now introducing Quaff Glow, the incandescent beverage.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my god. Okay, listen, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this one time. Okay. They're only doing 1000 DPS from the. You're winning this game, provided this stays alive. If this guy doesn't stay alive, then suddenly you lose that race. But it's not a lemon. I'm just like him.
It's an 800 DPS lemon.
It's not.
Is that the one you were shooting friendlies, or?
No, that's not the one I was shooting friendlies.
The one who was shooting friendlies is the game we won.
Should I save this? I think I should just save it.
Yeah, I think you should save it. Entitled Lemon.
I think we're gonna save it.
Lemon Theory.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Endgame Games 5 Aftermath. I'm Yin Tan, your host for this evening, and I am joined by two new members on the analyst desk, Zura.
Hello.
And Alec.
Hi everybody.
So can you just quickly tell us a little bit about you guys' tournament experience, let the chat know exactly how and why you know what you're talking about.
Well, A is the beginning of the alphabet, so Alec will go first.
Fair enough. So I'm Alexei Card, the CEO of Noir. We've been in the tournament a couple times with the Alliance tournament under our Alliance Noir Mercenary Group, and in the Anger Games under the Network, and in the Alliance tournament under the Network. We went pretty far last time around. It's by far our best showing. In general, we're not very good at the Alliance tournament, but we love it to death and try to participate every year that we possibly can. I'm the host of the Declarations of War podcast. Been FCing in EVE for over a decade, I think, at this point.
And Zura?
I'm with Laserhawks, one of the Wormhole Corps. One of your classic people that just AFGs from EVE until the AT starts surfacing again normally. So Laserhawks came in strong in their first AT a while ago, placing third in our initial placement. Since then, it's been kind of mediocre, I would say. Myself, being a captain lately for the team, I normally specialize in logistics for my team and all the theory crafting stuff. So my expertise normally comes from just being a bit of a backseat captain and the logistics side of things. But otherwise, mostly Wormhole experience on my side.
And of course, the owner of two wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cats. Anyway, so what have you guys thought about the matches so far this evening? Any in particular that stood out, and you think we might see, play out similarly in future matches today?
I don't think we're gonna see something similar, since the match that I'm kind of referring to, well, it's where Bad Hamsters brought the double Varger setup, where they just absolutely shredded Hyperion. That was fun to see. Obviously, with the Conquest bans, not going to be able to bring those Vargers again. But maybe someone is going to get their idea, seeing the ridiculous DPS that the Shields Varg is going to bring out, especially once Options gets them to the team. It might seem some more like high DPS, brawly Marauder setups versus the typical Paladin long range. I want to see some Marauders get up in there again.
Yeah, and obviously, so this match is going to be Bad Hamsters Management versus Brave Mulligan, and this is, just from a TQ perspective, this is a really interesting matchup, because a rival, which is the alliance that Brave Hamsters Management represents, often spend a lot of time kind of hunting in nullsec, doing small gang shenanigans, hanging around staging systems, and trying to kill players from alliances like Goon Swarm and Brave Collective. So this is really their preferred targets, but it's also going to be finally a chance for Brave and Goons to get their own back in against this team in a way where they can't run away once the matchup gets a little more even. So I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Well, now it's going to be a bit more of an even playing field as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the challenge is, of course, for Brave and Goons to prove that they are going to be pound for pound, member for member, better than a rival.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Bad Hamster Management, they can't bring the Varga, Osprey, Stork, Moa, Manticore, or Merlin to this, which does interestingly mean that they still can bring a couple of shield comps. They can still bring that Scimitar triple healer comp that we've seen quite a lot of, and they can still bring absolutely anything armor fit. And whereas Brave Mulligan, they have had the Armageddon, Hyperion, Rook, Rediva, Pontifex, Mala, and Cruor taken off of their table. So it'll be interesting to see if they switch into a shield comp, or if they try and go for something with a armor comp that has a T2 logistics instead.
The nice thing I think to note here about the Brave Mulligan setup is they can almost pull off the exact same comp there with a bit of substitutions. I think the biggest thing they lose there is the Armageddon. There's no real replacement for that. The only thing maybe getting close is a Belgorn, but then that's an upgrading point. But the Hyperion can be an Abaddon. The Rook can be a Falcon or even a Blackbird. The Rediva, I mean, you can maybe try something. Even like an Ogre would be fine. Pontifex, you can get another Command Desi Malor. You can try... So there's a lot of substitutes that can happen to still kind of do that play style if they feel like that's something they can do. But, obviously they can still, swing quite a different ways, going full shield, and the drones are still open as well.
Yeah, and I have to think the choice of bringing a Pontifex in that first game instead of a Draugr is is probably something that they made in mind of future games in the tournament. You know, being able to do that. That said, both of these teams are 1-1. You know, they've won one game, lost the other. So this is an elimination match as well, and whoever loses here is not going to be going forwards in the tournament. So a lot of pressure really coming down. You know, what does that pressure feel like when you're in an elimination game, Alec?
You ask me because we have tons of experience there.
Hey, I went 0-2, so I know it the same.
No, it can be overwhelming, but it can also put your team in kind of a zen mode. You know, it's do or die. You know, you need to bring your best comp. It's really going to speak to the mentality of that team. Are they going to crack under that pressure, or does it kind of free them in a way, gets them in the zone, has them focus down, and pull out all the stops? I think the interesting element to this tournament with the way the Conquest bans are working, your best comp may not be the thing you can bring, depending on how these bans have affected your planning. So I think the stakes and the mental pressure in this format are much higher than you might see in the early stages of the Alliance tournament, for instance.
I think something noticeable, I think that might be coming in here with the Conquest rules, is it's kind of almost like a double factor of backing someone into a corner where, you're in the losers brackets, you have only one match, until you're eliminated, and options are slowly getting taken away from you. It almost starts adding a bit more of like randomness and unpredictability to what teams start bringing, and it's something I think we're going to be seeing as we go later throughout the tournament today, is more just off meta comps, and slowly us as the commentators, we're not going to be able to predict anything these teams I think are going to be pulling up on the field now.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, as Sothrazil has just mentioned in Twitch chat, that there are no resets, even when you come to the final best of 3 match, which will be played, which means if everything goes to the if it goes to the final match in the best of 3, you can end up with 5 whole comps banned out. That's a maximum of 30 ships that you can't use. That's just an unbelievable kind of burden to theorycraft around.
D1 Drakes, here we come.
Oh yeah, I think we might see something really unusual end up getting brought in the finals, because quite frankly, you don't have any other choice. Anyway,
just want to see like a fleet of bursts.
Speaking of weird ships, we actually we lost quite a few things last night on a roam to a massive fleet of Silent Company Imicuses, just going to show that absolutely anything can be viable. Anyway, so let's do predictions for this match. Alec, who do you think is going to come out on top of this between Brave Mulligan and Arrival?
Well, after their last performance, I have to go with Brave Mulligan. I think these guys have... I mean, I can't speak to their theory crafting around this. Maybe that's an area where they're going to struggle. But in terms of their heart and their decision-making mid-match, I think they've shown a lot of good stuff this tournament. So I'm going to go with my heart on that one.
For me, it's like my heart wants to go with Bad Hamster because I want to see some more kind of face-melting comps from them. But just seeing how Brave Mulligan played, especially where they're applying their newts, their tactical, their jams, their DPS, I think there seems to be a lot more of a tactical mind behind what Brave Mulligan is doing. So I'm going to be going with them right now.
Oh, and we are seeing the teams land on grid, and just in honor of Ashi, I know who I'm going to have to pick, and that is Bad Hamster Management. Anyway. Let me just tab to the right tab. Let's hand it over to Brett Thomas and Damasius in the booth to take us through this engagement.
Hello everyone, my name is Brett Thomas. I'm here with Damasius Kadesh doing Bad Hamster Management vs Brave Mulligan. Damasius, why don't you introduce us to what Bad Hamster Management has brought to the field that's got Jin so excited?
Yeah, we're seeing something a little different. We got a Macarial up front, double Vedmak, double Draugr, and then a Neros for Logi with a Griffin Navy issue to support it. How about Brave?
Yeah, Brave have brought double Bargrist Bifrost with a Scalpel, Kirin, Skybreaker, Vigil, so they've gone much more for long-range kind of missile comp. I believe they are rapid heavy, so we will be seeing them clip really quickly, do a lot of damage, and then wait for that reload. What do you think they shoot first?
I think they could. They could either go for Logi if they think they can keep up with the Aneros, or they could try to dunk some of the smaller stuff, like both Draugrs get the links off the field. I kind of like both of these comps in that they're a little weird. The double Barghest and the Tech 2 Frigg Logi that's like all the points are invested there. There's not really much else other than that's going to be doing a whole lot. And as we say this,
Yeah, it looks like
the shield comp is getting rammed.
Yeah, with the Mercurial being close range, the first thing they were going to do is try and ram forward. It looks like they've dropped damage onto the Vigil. They've all dropped armor drones and are trying to keep that Draugr alive, while the Mercurial, the Vedmak, and the 2 Draugrs, all that huge amount of ramping damage, tries to get right on top of everything.
Yeah, the Barghests are not dunking anything here, which is not looking good for them if they can't get a kill on the first
They've
clip.
got a Azure and Argent in the Kirin is just being chunked. It looks like there's a single Draugr right on top of it that's just ramming it off the edge of the arena and doing a lot of damage.
That was more than enough.
Yeah, it seems
and it looks
like
the Scalpel is next. It's an obvious option with no Logi to support it, as the Frigg Logis work in pairs, obviously.
Yeah, by the looks of it, the 2 Vedmaks are now staying back and shooting all the drones, trying to make sure that all of the drones from Brave Mulligan aren't doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Brave did not do a good job of getting away. The Hamsters have managed to ram them up against not quite the edge of the arena, but out at a wide orbit, and clearing out both those Logis early. Without the Barghest being able to get a single kill has put Brave way behind here.
Yeah, they've managed to clear most of those Logi drones and have them all be EC drones and have them all be pulled back, so now the Oniris can stay and keep everything up. But the Barghest of Duke Uni has been he's been webbed and he's doing all of the material damage right on top of him.
Yeah, as fast as Barghest is, if you've got anything sort of mid-size or smaller, it's going to eventually be able to catch Barghest, and Barghest does not want to get piled on top of it. That being said, they did manage to dunk a Draugr after a reload, but it's going to be a tall order to claw this back at this point.
Yeah, it just looks like they're managing to, now that they're close enough, and they can actually get the points from the Vigil on top of it, they could just heat their guns and rapid fire on the Draugrs.
Yeah, you can see Celine in the Draugr is pulling back, trying to get max reps from Uneros. The Skybreaker tackled it. They're really committing a lot onto it, but in the meantime, Brave is... they did get the kill on the Draugr, but they've almost lost the first Barghest, which is pretty much half of really the effectiveness of the comp that they have remaining on the Brave side.
Yeah, and breaking those 2 Draugrs isn't really going to do much. Yes, it's going to shut down links, but with the 2 Vedmaks being able to stay alive and apply damage, this team still has enough damage to break through everything. They are going for the
Oneros. Yeah, it's pretty late to be going for it here. I think it's going to take more than one clip, and that's just way too much time for this Bifrost to be committing.
Not to mention... was
yeah,
completely alphaed. I've just double checked and that wasn't a boundary. So that Skybreaker went from all of its health to nothing in less than a couple of seconds.
It's probably both Vedmaks. I didn't see what was on top of it, but probably both Vedmaks. I am kind of surprised as Barghest Lord Jackson sort of just looped around the entire arena uncontested, while the rest of the Hamster team was focused on the first Barghest.
As you can see, there are newts on the Aneros, so he's pulled far enough back that he's trying to get newts on the Aneros and shoot something else, hoping that he manages to just catch enough new pressure so that the stuff he's shooting isn't surviving.
But now that the Hamster team is no longer, distracted with anything else, they're just focused on that Barghest. Both Vedmaks are just ramming it, pushing it away. The Aneros is circled back around and behind. And the Hamsters are back into like a pretty good formation where they're not really in danger of losing anything by positional mistake.
Yeah, unfortunately, whenever any of the Vedmaks gets close enough to do damage, it's neutered and then scrammed, so it can't That's the reason why the Barghest hasn't got caught yet. But it looks like it's not enough. That Mercurial is still close enough to just slowly keep applying pressure, regardless of what it does. And Jackson needs to reload. So if he doesn't break the Vedmak now, he will be stuck in a long reload.
Yeah, it's pretty much just clean up for hamsters at this point. The Mercurial was doing a pretty good job of cutting off the Barghest, as it's pretty far out from the center of the arena. And the Vedmax, even though they didn't get right on top of the Barghest, they were able to project and ramp in a lower DPS ammo type like the whole time they were chasing it. And between those two Vedmax and the Mercurial keeping up enough with that Barghest, they just slowly chipped it away. Obviously, with both Logis being killed like right at the start of the match, it's just a matter of time. As long as any DPS can be applied, probably going to be able to work through that Barghest, as we saw sort of unfold there. Pretty convincing win for hamsters here. Going to be interesting to see what they bring next. I think we're going to start seeing some pretty strange hull types emerging.
Yeah.
As the Conquest bands pile up.
Yeah, I think they did really well at going double Draugr, double Vedmak to make this comp still work, so that they can not lose too many ships, because realistically, they only lose 5 ships here to Conquest bans.
Yeah, that's thinking ahead.
As the final ship goes down, we're going to pass it back to the studio.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the studio. That was a really cool match there. We saw a couple of ships that we don't often see in the tournament there. Not just that Macario, also the Griffin Navy issue. For those of you who aren't aware, the Griffin Navy issue has had a few changes and it's now got a bonus to ECM drones. Did you happen to spot what he did with those, Zurak?
I don't think it has a bonus to ECM drones. It has a reduced to damage. It has bonus to jam duration now. Is what it is.
Oh, okay.
It's ECM drone jam duration specifically.
Is it the drone? Okay, so
yeah,
just misreading it. It's a combination.
For those of you who aren't familiar with ECM drone mechanics and how they differ from the regular stuff, ECM, you jam someone, they can only lock you for a period of cat. For the duration of that ECM module's cycle, and then once that cycle is done, it'll have another round to try and jam you. ECM drones function much the same way, except instead of, say, a 20 or 30 second cycle, their cycle is usually, I think, like 2.5 seconds or something like that. It's very quick, so the idea is it's breaking your locks, and then you can try to relock stuff. The downside, of course, is the jam strength is very low. Now, the ECM drones on the Griffin Navy, they function much the same way, except when you get jammed by them, you get jammed for what feels like forever.
Yeah, and we saw them get used to great effect. They just threw those drones out onto tackle really early in the match, and to be fair to them, Brave Mulligan did do what you need to do. They killed off those ECM drones, and they weren't able to then really come from that. We actually have the captain, I believe, of Brave Mulligan here in the chat. So, Azure, do you want to give a little bit of your perspective on that? You know, what do you think was the big play there from Bad Hamsters management, which enabled them to take the W here?
Well, first of all, I'm just the co-captain. Dujak, who just got in here, is the real captain. So all the credit for the loss goes to him.
Already.
I mean, fundamentally, they had a really good comp for killing small things. The between the Draugrs and the Vedmax, like that's a lot of really good tracking. The Mercurial's really fast, and we had what was fundamentally a kiting comp, and they had a lot of fast ships, so we couldn't just pull away like we would have wanted. They got a Draugr in the back line and just murdered our Logi really early, and there was just nothing we could do. I was getting reps and I just died, even though I was well within the range of Reaver to rep me. So it was just too much damage too quickly that got onto us.
Yeah, and Dujak, what was the plan of that whole composition? Obviously, you're trying to utilize those first couple of RHML clips from the Barghests, but what was your plan once you saw the composition that Bad Hamster management had brought to the field?
First of all, it wasn't really what we were hoping to face. I know that sounds like a bad excuse, but also there wasn't really I felt like there was less control over what we could face and more control over what we're definitely not going to face with the Conquest bans. Personally, I would almost have liked to see it like paired with conventional bans as well. Because the idea of making a whole bunch of comps and ticking them off the list as this we can't fly again because we've used it up, great for a tournament. Having almost no idea. Like, basically, we're at the stage of we know they're not going to bring this one particular comp or this one small particular set of ships. Going up against all small armor, it kind of hurts. I said before the match I was hoping that I would get to load Fury missiles. The Kaldari, Mjolnir missiles, I mean.
Yeah,
And
well,
that was
thank
not
you
the
so
case.
much for your participation, though. We really enjoyed some of your matches earlier today, and we look forward to having you on the desk for the rest of the evening. Keep an eye on the schedule. You'll be slotted in there pretty shortly.
I will.
Anyway, so the next match that we have coming up is going to be Turbo Feudal Glory going up against Vault C. And as with the previous match, this is an elimination match. Whoever loses here is out of the tournament and will be going home with nothing. Nothing. And oh yeah, apparently as the Conquest bans were your idea, so thank you for creating such an interesting format here.
Look, I have a lot of ideas, and most of them are bad, and I'm not sure this was one of the good ones.
This is the reason why we filter all of Azur's ideas through Soth and myself.
Yeah, but now we see Turbo Feed, they have the potential to run into something they just faced here as well. Vault C have not brought a healer comp yet, whereas Turbo Feed have. So it's entirely possible that they could run up and lose 2 times to healer compositions.
Are we
it's gonna be
sure
very interesting
about that? Because I'm seeing on Voltzi's ban list here the Drake, Navy, Osprey, Gila, and Jackdaw right now.
Sorry, I'm bad and can't read.
All right.
My apologies.
So both teams
okay.
have already fielded the Gila, with the other team being Fancy Pants as well. I think those are the only 3 teams which have fielded Gilas successfully thus far.
Mm-hmm. Now, Turbo Feeder Glory, they have flown a completely different drone kite composition, one I'm sure Dirk Satil is very familiar with, which beat the Del Victrix team in an incredibly close match where an Ishtar went into structure just as a Typhoon Fleet issue died, sealing the match for them. But whether or not they're going to be able to bring that out versus such an experienced team as Vault C is a great question, as they have their classic Rook Lashak control comp still up their sleeve for this match if they want to virtually secure a victory, potentially. Do you have any thoughts about what they might be bringing here, Alec?
Well, if they still have that comp available, I think there's going to be a temptation to use it here because it is the elimination match. It is a very, very strong comp that, as an experienced team, they're going to be able to wield it really effectively as well. That said, solely relying on ECM or primarily relying on ECM in your elimination match is always a bit dicey because you're playing that RNG game. That said, I think Vault C will probably have the edge going into this match just because they have a wider range of comps to bring. They're a little bit harder to predict for.
Yeah, and Zurak, do you have any thoughts on what Turbo Feudal Glory might bring, given they've got to protect for both, got to protect against that Lashak Rook combo, and also some of the other interesting things that they brought with their Vindicator Curse and other sort of weird control setups that we've seen them show?
The curse is something I definitely want to see showing. I think also the curse suddenly gets a lot more interesting in a Conquest setup where, when they're looking at Vault C and they see something like Drake Navies, Osprey, Gila, Jackdaw, a lot of missile things, because that's the one problem with something like a curse, which can have the tracking disruptors or guiding disruptors, and the fact that it can't have scripts. So, you can't water down that EWAR too much on the curse already, but when teams start getting, you look at a team, you look at Vault C and there's a bunch of missile ships that they can't bring. Well, that's when the curse can suddenly go a bit more in favor of tracking disruptors. So I think something like a curse is definitely going to be a strong pick later in the tournament. We'll see if they are confident bringing it out early, but I do think, as we saw right now with Bad Hamster, bringing it across. I think these armor control comps are definitely a bit of a safer play, because even if you go against a wildly unpredictable team, the fact that it's a control setup format or composition gives you a lot more ground to at least, try and think what to do, try and poke at a weak point, and try and claw your way back. Whereas if you go all in on some weird, polarized comp, it's, you're playing rock, paper, scissors and taking a gamble from landing on grid.
Yeah, so we have the team starting to enter into local here. So let's get our opinions from all of the analysts. Alec, you said that VoltC has the advantage, but do you really think they're going to win?
Yeah, I've got to go with them here. Turbo Feeder Glory, they've already fed once. They could go with Glory this time around, but I just don't see it.
Zuak, who do you think is going to take it?
Oh, it is hard to say. It's a lot more unpredictability. I do want to say I think VoltC's got this. The fact as well that they only have a full Hell's Band versus I think the 6 of Turbo Feed, it means they're being a lot more conscious and what's being played on. So they're playing a lot more of a long game here. So I definitely think I'm going for VoltC here.
I guess I'll be the odd man out, and I will vote for Turbo Feed or Glory. I think it's a long shot, but you never know. VoltC have shown kind of a tendency to underestimate teams and potentially bring some comps that are a little less than optimal because they think they can out-execute. All it would take is one little hockey decision like that, and VoltC could find themselves eliminated with only a 1-2 record, something they are very, very unused to.
I think that's a fair point, Yin. I mean, VoltC could be looking past Turbo Feed here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of the advantages of a small tournament like this. Every match feels like it matters so much, and I've been really enjoying watching it. What have your thoughts been so far on the tournament so far, Zurak? Have you been enjoying it?
I've been enjoying it. I think there's a lot more mind games that come into this. The blind ban system that was implemented after the last 3 years, I think, that already shook up it quite a bit. Where we used to have that back and forth of the bans, where it's kind of like draft banning. I'd say, I ban this, and then you see, okay, well, I ban this, I ban this. Now it's just, it was a straight up blind bans. Now with the Conquest coming, it's a whole different mind game shift here. A lot more unpredictability once again. And with that Conquest bans, I think it's exactly like Alec was saying. VoltC might be underestimating Turbo Feed actually here, taking maybe a subpar comp in order to conserve their stronger picks for later, and they might be punished by it.
Absolutely. There's so many ships still available to both teams, only one set of Conquest bans on each of them, but just the limitations of not being able to bring the healer, that's going to play in so much, as you effectively don't have to worry about such a powerful composition here. Anyway, teams are warping to the grid now. I'm really excited to see this match, so... Anyway, make sure you get your predictions in chat. Obviously, the channel points are not worth anything yet, but you never know. In a year or two, they potentially might be, as we saw with the CCP channel points eventually being used to exchange for skins and other prizes. Oh, and I do see our favoritist friend. We have Jason Orzan on grid here. Let's see if he can redeem himself after losing his 100% win rate. Anyway, let's hand it over to our commentators for this match, Damasius and Dirk Statiel.
Welcome back to the arena with Damasus and myself once again. This pairing apparently being a very popular thing today. We've got two teams warping in at a very acute angle. The Turbo Feed or Glory team bringing Leshak, Aneros, Harbinger, Magus, Blackbird, Vexor, Purifier, trying for that Leshak top-heavy comp. Damasus, what have VoltC brought for us today?
Yeah, VoltC looks like a fly killer. I don't know if you can confirm the Canes are already, they warped in at range. There's two Fleet Canes, Simi, Loki, Hyena, Flycatcher, Merlin. I mean, it really looks like that,
they
especially with the
look
long
like
webs
artillery hurricanes to me.
between Loki and Hyena, they've got a lot, and the Flycatcher actually with the Wubble. They've got a lot of tools to keep a rush at bay and just pick things apart. The Leshak does have pretty good range, so I think it's going to be able to return fire unless they also are paired with tracking disruption. I think if Volta is able to execute this, they'll be able to pick them apart, but if they have issues and lose anything early, it's going to be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it does look like that Loki is artillery as well, so I do think you are absolutely on the money there with this fly killer artillery comp, and
they just kill the fly.
We can see that with that purifier death right there, absolutely.
Yeah, this nuked it. It did not get up to speed. Also, Teleguy, I think, is too slow to react. He might go down in the next volley.
Yeah, he's slightly recovering under those Aneros reps, but potentially not long for this world. Meanwhile, Siggy Makaka, Stiggy in the Vigil is in the Hyena, sorry. Took some damage, he seems to be recovering.
Yeah, weirdly, the Leshak, like, obviously the fly killing setup doesn't want to shoot a Leshak early. The Leshak is really, he's slow boating, like, he's not even pushing it. I think it would be wise to have the heavier ships push in from turbo feed and disrupt Volt's formation. Meanwhile, that Simi, I don't know what is hitting that Simi so hard. The Leshak is tracking him, but that Simi is getting really low.
That
looks like the Leshak.
Potentially ramp up from the Leshak, exactly. Meanwhile, the Volt C team are just trying to find their next crack in the armor. They're trying to figure out what they can kill. They failed on the Magus. It looks like they failed on the Vexor now too. They got off to an early good start, but if they get, if they lose their Logi,
it looked like they knew how to execute, getting the Purifier and then almost getting the Magus, but somehow this Scimitar is not able to break the ramp. I think it just broke the ramp now, and they're spinning it right back around by getting that Magus. But they were very close. If they can resume pressure on the Simi soon, before it gets an ASB reload, they might be able to push things forward here.
Yeah, that reload probably happening as we speak. We are seeing damage go onto the Aneros now, while the Hurricane fleet of Control Freak taking some damage. The Blackbird as well.
Yeah, that Control Freak is pretty close to the Leshak, pretty close to the Harb, was a little bit far from the Simi, and he's trying to get back towards the Simi to get reps. This is also going to draw the Simi back into range for Koniko's Leshak to shoot at it instead, if they want to, but they might be able to get this Kane down.
That Blackbird hovering around that 50% armor point. The Hurricane fleet hit into armor but is now recovering, and the Scimitar taking a little bit of damage as well. They are just trying to find any crack possible.
I wasn't watching that Merlin. Something
he got
nuked.
alphaed.
Yeah. It looks like Theron's Loki
down again.
Theron's Loki rammed the Blackbird. It looked like he was gonna hand it off to the Hyena, but they're really splitting. They can't seem to decide. I mean, it's probably because of the jams are landing inconsistently as well between the Aneros and the Blackbird. Meanwhile, the Simi is taking damage again.
Hitting hard and recovering with that XLASB. The Aneros just hovering around that 50% armor mark.
Yeah, there was plenty of time for a reload for the on the Simi. I like you said, it probably reloaded during that time, so you have to chew all the way through that ASB unless it gets alpha right through.
The Aneros still up, hovering around that 50% armor mark. The Blackbird being kept up by the Aneros. We may be seeing Turbo Feed or Glory start to stabilize this match and come back.
Yeah, Turbo Feed. I mean, they're the Blackbird and the Aneros. I think with the Blackbird down,
nuked, but the
Aneros
Hurricane
is gonna
fleet is in trouble.
The Aneros is going to take some damage here. They still have Kane and Loki for damage. It's not a ton, though. They've got a lot to chew through here. I think Turbo Feed's in a pretty commanding position right now.
Especially with those Leshak points. The Leshak, being a Triglavian ship, it has a higher points value than I think any other ship in the tournament.
Yeah, that's another factor.
33 points.
Yeah, the Leshak has
lot.
a deceivingly long range, and I wasn't looking at the effects, but if there was no tracking disruption, it's hitting out pretty far.
No tracking disruption at all, according to the fancy UI of the stream. The Aneros gonna go down here, but too little, too late, perhaps. That Hurricane fleet of outlawed porno is really just... He's chunking fast now through that shield.
Yeah, it's all just positioning now. You can see the Aneros is in behind the Leshak, so outlawed in order to return fire. Well, they did kill the Aneros, but in order to keep on that target, he has to stay well within range of the Leshak, and now there's definitely no escape. Even if he burned away, he's going to get killed by the Harbinger and Leshak. And
a Hurricane
the
fleet and a Loki versus a Leshak and a Harbinger, it's a lot to
chew through.
Drive.
And the projection, again, from the Leshak and somewhat from the Harb, and even the Vexor drones, it's hard to do your own damage with our artillery without receiving at least some in return. So they don't have that positional advantage anymore of just being able to kite around and keep the opponent.
The Hurricane goes. The Vexor probably going to stabilize on its own now. Stiggy Makaka also taking huge amounts of damage, and there he goes down as well. The next target, probably this Loki, and that's all she wrote. What was the major issue here with the Turbo Feed, not the Turbo Feed, the Volt C team? Where did they really stumble in executing this Fly Killer comp that could have done really well against the low end of the Turbo Feed or Glory team?
It's hard to... I think they probably got broken up with their DPS by the Blackbird. So it was affecting their ability to alpha things. I wonder, actually, maybe that Magus that survived, if a jam had an effect on that. But, I mean, I think Turbo Feed could have even won it sooner if their Leshak had pushed a bit more aggressively. We just saw how much pressure it was able to put on the Simi, and then all those arty ships just couldn't stay away from the Leshak and do their own work.
Yeah, I think you've probably got it on point there, but we have seen all of Vault C's ships be killed here. They are out of this tournament. This was a losers bracket match, as I understand it. So, yeah, we'll throw this back to the analyst desk and see what else they have to say about it.
That was an incredibly interesting match there, and a major upset as we see Turbo Feed All Glory successfully knock Volt C out of the tournament. Zurak, what do you think was the major mistake there that led to Volt C's downfall?
I think it could be what we were speaking about before, maybe with a bit of underestimation. So Turbo Feed, the Shack on Neros, and with ECM, very strong control combination. The artillery is a nice way to catch people off guard because a lot of people get used to the missiles, they get used to the drones, they get used to the brawling stuff, and they don't. It kind of catches them off guard that suddenly you're not watching your transversal and you just get blapped. So that surprise element definitely gave Volt C that head start, but unfortunately, I think the stronger ships win out. So the question is going to be is if Turbo Feed, I think, is really going to be able to, carry that momentum, or if they're going to pay the price for fielding those strong ships now as well.
Yeah, it's worth noting.
From my point of view, it's a bit of lack of commitment, though. The Fleet Hurricanes, I like their concept. Pick off the low end of the Turbo Feed comp, and they really have the damage to do it. But the thing with artillery and that strategy is either you have the damage to do it or you don't. I think they over-indexed on that Flycatcher, the Hyena, the Loki, maybe to an extent, where they're putting in additional tackle and webbing in a scenario where they really didn't need it because they had the tracking for those Fleet Canes. What they needed was a little more damage to make sure that those first couple shots got the targets that they needed down, and maybe a little extra follow-up damage for stuff that they couldn't break through because or at least you have to suspect, that most of the comps that Turbo Feed is going to bring include a battleship or several tanky battle cruisers. And your artillery comp is not going to do well against that if it's just the artillery and that's all.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if you bring a fly killer setup and there are no flies to kill, you've kind of, you're kind of at the on the back foot from the start of the match. But then again, Turbo Feudal Glory, they brought a really, really powerful setup here, working around, some of the bands. Sorry, not working around some of the bands, but leaving a couple of things open as well for potential future compositions. They didn't use the Draugr that we've seen so much of, and they didn't bring the Mala, instead bringing the Vexor. Do you think that was a conscious decision, Alec, or is this more something that they think is the optimal version of the comp?
Well, I like that they did bring the Vexor. Going into what we said with Volt C, like, you need some follow-up damage. The Mauler is good. The Vexor, with their damage, it's a little bit better. And if you're worried about, say, your Leshak getting neutralized or getting jammed or otherwise being rendered unable to do its role here, it helps to have a little bit of extra DPS. Particularly when that DPS is drone-based, very effective against smaller targets the Leshak may not be able to defend itself against.
Yeah, typically we would actually see, a double Sleipnir or something else similar as well, which would give those Fleet Hurricanes a lot more survivability than what they ended up happening. Than what they ended up having. I think the real interesting thing there as well was the Merlin. Why do we see the Merlin have so much less survivability than the Punisher, which is, obviously Zurak, that is so powerful that we actually have to give it 4 points instead of 2, as for a normal T1 frigate. What's the difference between those two ships?
Well, I think the basic difference is always, armor and shield, and that's basically what you do in the specific slots. Armor is in the low slots, shields in the mid slots, but the unfortunate thing when it comes to PvP is mid slots is where it's at as well. With your propulsion modules, your tackle modules, your E-war modules, mid slots fill up fast in PvP. So if a Merlin wants to do the same job as a Punisher's tackle, it's going to have to sacrifice mid slots for that, and if sacrificing mid slots, it's sacrificing tank. So a Punisher can do both. Obviously, the Punisher has less mid slots, being an armor ship, but it means it can devote its entire low slot, whereas a Merlin can, put damage mods, can put ECCM mods, can put speed mods in its lows. They're kind of just sitting there.
Yeah, the Merlin's a bit better at like being, again, going into their fly killer-ish type thing. It's actually pretty good at dueling other frigates if it can get on top of them. Puts out a lot of damage, blasters. It can really pin down another small target and actually do some serious damage to it. But it's not as good at the pinning down part as other options.
Well, we are now entering the very final stage of the tournament where teams have got to play a lot of matches in very, very quick succession. Previously, you've had about an hour or so to prepare new comps, think about what your opponents might bring, think about what you want to bring. But now, only 10 or so, about 15 minutes, Turbo Fleet of Glory are going to have to play another match against Bad Hamsters, who are coming into this match really well rested. Zurak, can you tell me a little bit about what that's like? How difficult is it to go into a match right after having played one?
Oh, there's panic. At least the fun thing about Thunderdome is if you have your fit saved, if you've done your bit of prep, which a lot of these teams have already done a lot of the groundwork already, coming from the Anger Games Rebirth. So, coming here into Anger Games 5, re-angering, or I forget what we're calling this one. But they have a lot of their fit saved. There hasn't been a major patch overhaul. They have the theory craft already. So the fun thing about Thunderdome is if you have the fit importance saved, you can just say create missing items. It spawns the items magically for you. You multi-fit ships just like that. So luckily they don't have to deal with the same panic you would have on TQ, where it's like, okay, do we actually have these ships? Oh no, we have to buy it off Jita. Oh no, someone's bought all the mind links for X amount of price, and now we have to pay 1 bill for a mind link or something. Unfortunately, we experienced this in Laserhawks with our first AT, where we came third, and it was just match after match after match with the best of threes. And if you don't have that experience to back up, the panic is real as everyone's being spaghetti trying to get into the right ships, and then mistakes start happening when someone fits hams instead of heavies. So this is when experience starts showing for teams and how they're managed.
Absolutely, but these two teams aren't actually that. They don't have that much experience in tournament setting, both of them. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they do as they take things into the actual Alliance tournament, which was recently announced. And I have to say, I'm sure I speak for everyone in both the chat and the analyst desk when I say I'm so excited for it. Alec, can you tell us just a little bit about what's going on there and how things are going to differ, especially with regards to the point?
Yeah, so the points are going to be different. This Alliance tournament is sponsored by the Minmatar Republic, which, if it follows CCP's meta as far as who the tournament sponsor is, we're going to see some kind of points reduction for Minmatar ships, which will be really interesting when you consider how many Minmatar ships make up key elements of a lot of tournament comps. I think the other biggest difference to this format is more players. Each is going to be a 10 versus 10 match, which opens up just a whole new range of level of complexity you can do for your comps, the amount of damage being pumped out. With Anger Games, you can protect your logistics a little bit better in the longer term. Alliance tournament becomes much more challenging. There's a lot more tacklers to keep track of, a lot more damage incoming. Really puts the strain on your pilots, making sure that they're able to multitask the activities of all these other players and coordinate within your own team, which is larger.
Yeah, and that is only, we're going to start to see that in only 2 months, with the first weekend taking place on the 1st and 2nd of October for the feeder rounds, although they've been renamed as the trials rounds this year. So you'll get to see a bunch of new teams similar in sort of experience level to Arrival and Turbo Feed or Glory playing against one another for the chance to even make it to the Alliance tournament. And of course, you'll be playing there for some amazing prizes, with the Frecker and the Mimi being re-released for that competition. Probably some of the lesser kind of known of the Alliance.
Well, I think it's worth noting, we don't have the full details, but the AT ships are normally released as is and generally never have another pass in it. They're done. But I believe they're going to be touching up the Fricky and Memur a bit to, in a sense, bring them up to what an assault frigate and a hack is these days. So they will be like the Mark II version of the Fricky and Memur.
I'm sure much appreciated from the people who are going to be lucky enough to fly them. And of course, the best part about that is now that you can get into you can get these ships without finishing top 4, as Laserhawks ended up doing. You can do it even if you're just a top 16 team. So even sort of the mid-tier of the Alliance tournament teams have a chance of walking away with billions and billions of ISK of prizes. Whereas in this tournament, we're playing for relatively low stakes. I can't remember how much Plex it was actually to buy in. Was it 500? Was it 1,000?
It should be in the rules here. I think it was 1,000 buying. Yeah, it's 1,000 Plex per team.
So the total prize pool here is only 8,000 Plex, which doesn't even scratch the surface of a single Alliance tournament ship. This is a real chance for teams to test their mettle and get prepared in a tournament environment for things. Anyway, so let's talk about these teams in the upcoming match. As I said before, it's Arrival and Turbo Feed or Glory. Now, we've seen what Turbo Feed or Glory have brought to the field earlier with a healer comp and now a very, very interesting Aneros and Lashak control comp. Bad Hamster Management, on the other hand, they've been really running through things with basically just autocannons. They won their first match with a double Varga setup. They won their second match with a Macarial setup. They're running out of autocannon ships. Do you think we might even see a Tempest Fleet issue here?
Well, I think Bad Hamster made a really nice call there. The Macarial is a good ship. I don't think anyone really disputes that. The reason people just don't take it is, unfortunately, it's priced like a pirate faction battleship, and there are some wasted bonuses. You generally don't like seeing dead weight on a ship, with the warp speed bonuses of the Angels. But you can't deny that it has the hit points that come with a pirate battleship, along with ridiculous damage and so. But it's kind of felt like they just put the Macarial there because it was good enough, and then that their Triglavian core of the Vidmag Draugr carry them through. So it's like they're conserving that battleship role for something big coming up. So I think from Bad Hamster, we're going to be really seeing how they're using that battleship role, especially with the Vargas we saw before, now on the Macarial. So I feel like Bad Hamster is really focusing around what's happening there at the battleship at the top.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are so many good battleships in the game these days, especially with the Marauder rebalance. There's a wide variety of them to choose from, and it's no longer basically Balgorn or bust as far as it's concerned. Anyway, Alec, is there anything that you are hoping to see potentially here from the Turbo Feed or Glory side? Obviously, they've only got a little bit of time now to prepare and get things ready for the match, but what of the options that they have left on the table, what do you think is the most just powerful on a raw ship-to-ship basis?
Oh, that is a tough call. But I think one thing they're going to have to think about is diversifying the top end of their setups. If they bring another like expensive battleship, expensive battle cruiser, and then a mix of low-end ships, it's going to be a lot easier for them to get controlled on. And I think the deeper you go into a tournament like this, the higher the skill level of your opponents, the more likely it is that you're going to be able to, that you're going to be running into really competent control comps that can shut you down.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting actually that we've seen both of these teams bring compositions which are actually from each other's space, basically. Bad Hamsters Management, they're a very, very focused on nullsec roaming, sort of small gang fighting style of gameplay, and yet they've brought what is effectively amounted to a Macario-based heavy armor setup and a double Varga setup, which you'd have thought that Turbo Feudal Glory, being a Wormhole alliance, would be much, much more familiar with. And on the other hand, Turbo Feudal Glory, they brought a Barghest healer kiting setup and a Lashak sort of heavy armor setup, which is something that you'd much more expect from the NaNoRoamers. How do you guys think? Sorry, Alec, how do you think that people's general tranquility style of play ends up impacting them in the tournament?
I think it impacts a little bit less than you'd think. So Noir, for instance, very heavy into kiting warfare. All of our kite comps when we were scrimming for the last Alliance tournament and Angry Games, frankly, just sucked. You just didn't have the range constraints of the arena, and the point constraints made it very difficult for us to translate those skills directly into a tournament setting. Ironically, we had most success with like heavy battleship comps, which we almost never use on TQ.
Yeah, and Zurak, can you tell us a little bit about how, playing in a wormhole and being a member of Wormhole Alliance, how playing in that sort of gameplay style prepares you for the Alliance tournament, if at all?
Well, I think the first thing we have to clarify is, where you live doesn't put you in the same category. Not all nullsec is the same. Not all people live in wormholes and they go on daily null roams using the wormholes there to get random nullsecs the whole time. People do low class limiting, to make sure they never involved in capital battles at all. But I think the one thing overall, at least for the more C5 or so wormhole corps, is generally small amount of people focused on a lot of dedicated roles. And the biggest thing that generally comes through in that, especially when there's less amount of people, is you're more prone to start talking with the people around you. Everyone's generally active in what they're saying, what they're listening to. You're normally not just a line member in a 200 plus fleet. And this gives you a lot more involvement in what's happening with you, makes you a bit more spatial aware generally, more, you make your own decisions a lot of the time because you have to. And that generally translates into coming into Alliance tournament, where once you're on grid, cool, you listen to your captain, but you have to make a lot of individual decisions constantly. You can't always wait for them to tell you what to do.
Right, well, it looks like all the teams are in system and we're about to start warping. So let's get our predictions on paper here. Alec, who do you think is going to win versus Bad Hamsters Management and Turbo Feudal Glory?
That's a really tough call. I feel bad for going against Turbofeed in the last match, considering how they performed, so I'm going to go with them here, but honestly, it's a coin flip for me.
Iraq, who's your preferred victor in this one? Or the one you'd be putting your channel points?
Preferred victor, I mean, I'm not going to read into too much of my predictions, mean that people lost, but I'm going with Bad Hamster right now, just like, that's who I think I'm for right now. So I'm supporting Bad Hamster Management right now.
I've got to say, I'm putting all my chips on the table for a rival here. Sorry, Bad Hamsters. They've just shown such interesting comps, and they look like they're flying almost completely outside of the meta. And when they're doing it, it's just working for them. I can't help but think that Turbo Feudal Glory and even the other teams that they fought haven't scrimmed anything like what they're bringing, and that is giving them such a huge advantage because people don't know how to execute against them. I really, really hope that we continue to see this sort of spicy take on the meta as things go forwards. That said, both of these teams do have one loss on their record, so this is another elimination game. Only one of these teams will be going forwards into the losers finals for a shot at hitting losers finals. A shot at hitting the actual finals when they play the loser of the winner bracket. God, I hate trying to talk through double elimination. It's so awkward.
Yeah, it'll be so the winner here goes into the finals for the losers brackets.
Yep, and then they'll play the losers of the winners finals, and then whoever wins that, then the match after that will go on to the grand finals, which, as we've mentioned before, is a best of 3 with the Conquest rules still in effect, which is going to make things absolutely crazy.
And for anyone confused, challenge is in Twitch chat.
Anyway, we will hand over now to our illustrious commentators, Damasius Kadesh and Brett Thomas.
Hello and welcome back to the arena for this elimination match between Bad Hamsters management and Turbo Feud Our Glory, the winner of which I believe is going to place at least third. I'm joined by Brett Thomas. Why don't you introduce us to the comp from Turbo Feed?
Hello. Turbo Feed have brought a armor-heavy drone comp. Like I said earlier, they brought a Stratios in the low. They brought EOS as their links in the high end, 2 Ishtars, Rediva for reps, Stratios, Pontifex, Maulus. What have Bad Hamster Management brought?
We're looking at Nighthawk, Loki, Scythe, Tech 1 Logi, 2 Gilas, Bifrost, Flycatcher. So they did still have the Gila open, and we got interesting drone versus drone non-mirror match situation here.
Yeah, which is going to be interesting to see how they do it, especially since the Gila drones do a lot of damage, but they also have that Loki to lock stuff down, whereas Turbo Feed have gone with a Maulus for a little bit more control.
Yeah, and we see a lot of drones crossing the field right now. Let's see what they go for. The Rodiva,
the Scythe
of on Turbo Feed is taking a bunch of damage already.
Yeah, all the drones are screaming towards the Scythe. You're going to start to see the damage applying to it now. Whereas all the Nighthawk and the Gila missiles are applying onto the Rediva, and the drones are trying to get onto the Rediva as well.
Yeah, that Scythe has got an absolute swarm. It's going to be a matter of how much the Scythe can drag those drones around. And if you make it waste as much time as possible.
If you look at it, it's going about 3.4, so it's healing its micro warp drive, and the drones just about can't catch up with it to apply damage. There's a huge stream of it just following. So the moment it runs out of heat is the moment this drone damage is going to apply.
Also noteworthy is that as the Scythe is focusing so much on keeping the speed up, it is kind of circling around towards the opposing team.
Yeah, so
might
maybe
get itself caught.
Yeah, maybe if something like a Stratios or one of the Ishtars gets tackled on it, it might be all over. But we are seeing Jezza McWaffle in the Stratios start to go down. They've slowly burnt through it completely, and the Nighthawk missiles are starting to break it now as well.
Yeah, surprising how much damage landed on that Stratios, and the reps from the Rodiva. Just I wasn't really watching how much they were landing.
There goes the Scythe. It's now no longer heated. It's only going about 2.3, so it's gonna start taking more damage.
Yeah, he used up all the heat. Pretty good heat management, at least not to have burned the MWD, but get as much out of it as possible. And it's doing work because all the time that's being committed on killing this Scythe is allowing for kills to be made here. The Rodiva just goes down, so we've got Hamsters in a pretty solid position here. They're getting a lot of value out of the trade for the Scythe, which is still hasn't even hit. It's just about to hit armor.
Yeah, it's doing a really good job at keeping its speed up, not turning too harsh, making a big loop so that its speed stays high and it doesn't slow down. But now that it has slowed down, you're seeing it drop really low and it's just getting chunked and it's gone.
Yeah, that was a good example of the tunnel visioning. Like, you know, a Tech 1 Scythe isn't going to rep a ton, so getting kills that are receiving Scythe reps is definitely viable. But to have just committed sort of the sunken cost fallacy of just wanting to stay on it until it dies, really put a lot of time, put them a lot behind here.
Yeah, it was a real problem of not having drone nav comps on those Gilas. A little bit of faster speed would have been able to just keep it. Sorry, drone nav comps on those Ishtars to just keep those drones fast enough to constantly apply damage.
There's still a fair bit to chew through here, but you know, hamsters with everything except for their Logi, with Gilas that can apply their drones from range and pull away. Like, let's see, Selene here does still have a pretty big swarm of drones, but is doing the same thing that Scythe did and just getting as much speed as possible and dragging out the amount of time it takes to go down from those drones.
Yeah, it's interesting to see we're not seeing everybody sit on any micro jump drives at the moment. It'd be nice to see them sit there and jump away when these drones finally arrive, but they're doing a great job regardless of mitigating all the damage because they have no application.
Yeah, as you said that, I
No
see
control.
Kaniko's Ishtar looked like he was going for an MJD, but I believe is tackled by Turak. Yeah, so it looks like the Gilas have some tackle mods, which is very smart, or it is valuable in this matchup because of the ability to use the MJDs. They can completely shut that down. And at this point, you know, we're way past the point of no return here. Pretty
they're now just
convincing victory from hamsters.
Yeah, they're now just chunking through the EOS, breaking through that last of that damage, and then they'll follow on to the Morlock. The EOS is sitting on that MJD beacon, so you might see it micro jump away, or as it points out towards the outside of the arena, it might jump out the arena as the Morlus just boundaried. But nope, it's not.
Yeah, I was wondering, Turak. Oh, I see it now. The scram effect. I was wondering if Turak was going to get scram. Maybe he was leaving it, just noticing the alignment from the EOS, hoping that he would just jump out.
Definitely trying to go for the record for this tournament. But as it drops into armor, do you think there's anything they could have done differently here, Turbo Feed?
Yeah, well, like I said, just overcommitting on that Scythe. I think if they put all their DPS on something else, maybe push the Scythe away and then focused on something else with the Scythe's limited range and limited rep power, they could have gotten other kills, but what they traded for that kill was just astronomical.
Yeah, they have the amount of damage to break through stuff. They could have went for the Bifrost, the Flycatcher, maybe the Loki to reduce tackle. But with that final death now, that is the end of the match. So we'll let the guys in the studio break everything else down now.
Hello everyone and welcome back. That was another great match there, and unfortunately Toa Glory might have been able to upset Vault C, but they weren't quite able to do things versus Bad Hamster Management finally falling here. And yeah, I mean, what was Zurak? What was your highlight for? Sorry, not Zurak. Actually, yes, Zurak. What was your highlight for that match? You know, what do you think really turned things in favor of Bad Hamster Management?
Well, I think Bad Hamster did quite an interesting thing with their Gila as well. As the commentators point out, that they had some tackle modules, which, you know, helps because the Gila does have a resistance bonus. You know, it can obviously be a kitey ship. It is maybe a bit squishy, but it does have resistances. So, you know, if logistics applies to whatever, you know, it can get close. But they were also using heavy missile launchers. The classic setup for the Gilas is to use rapid lights, which have a fantastic front loader damage, burst potential. But I think that in this case, the heavy missile launch is also, combined with that constant DPS pressure of the drones. And I think something that also worked in their favor was Turbo's choice of using a Molus as their E-War frigate. Molus focusing on damps, which unfortunately don't do that well when scripts aren't allowed.
Yeah, the Maulus was a very, very interesting choice, especially given that you could have used something like the Griffin Navy issue to potentially counter off some opponents' drones. Alec, what did you think about the fact that Bad Hamster Management had to use a Scythe there instead of an Osprey because of the Conquest bans? We saw that thing go down very, very early on in the match, and whilst it wasn't enough to turn things in Turbo Feudal Glory's favor, what do you think about how that impacts the comp?
I mean, it could have gone very differently, but in this case, it kind of worked out into their favor. The extra speed from the Scythe allowed it to string out the drones for a lot longer than I think a Osprey would have. I think an Osprey would have struggled a lot harder in that exact matchup. I mean, they kind of made this point during the match, the commentary team, but man, if they had not tunneled onto that Scythe, it doesn't kick out a lot of reps. In particular, it has a very rough time with its capacitor. And the Gilas had fit tackle mods in their mids, so their tank is not going to be as strong as it might otherwise be. I think they had a realistic chance of punching through those Gilas, and they never really tried.
Yeah, anyway, so let's move on to the next match, as we do have people in local, so we should be able to start this relatively soon. We have Paper Numbers, the team that came second in the Anger Games, and the team that's shown some incredible play so far, knocking Vault C down into losers, amongst other things, going up against Fancy Pants, which has been a real surprise. These are two teams that are both 2-0 now, so they do have another life left in the tournament, even if they lose here. But given that Fancy Pants went 0-2 in the actual tournament, it just goes to show how much matchups can really end up mattering in the tournament. Sometimes you bring a comp that you think is good against everything but one comp, and then it turns out you just get hard countered and you lose. Can you talk about the importance of matchups and how they can decide things more so than piloting expertise, Alec?
Yeah, there's a rock, paper, scissors element to Eve, both on Tranquility and I think even more so in the tournament, where there really isn't a comp, or if there is, it's easily banned out, like the Gila, that really works well against literally everything. Some comps have more versatility than others, where they're more generalist, they can handle more things, have fewer counter matchups, but those comps are not invincible, and they're not large in number. Most comps you're going to bring have counters. If you go heavy on Tech 1 shield ships or faction shield ships, you might run into laser boats and just get absolutely demolished. You might have a really heavy brawly battleship comp and you get run up against the kiting team, or even if it's not literally a kiting team, maybe they have some hard tacklers which pin your heavy ships down and the team maneuvers around you. Maybe you're a control comp that runs into a rush setup that's really professionally trained, and they just barrel right through you and overwhelm your control. All of these things can happen, and there's really no way to predict it, especially when you have limited control over bans. You can make some educated guesses. You can plan your comp to be relatively versatile to handle a lot of the potential matchups coming its way, but sometimes you're going to just look across the arena from you and just go, oh, shit.
All right, well, we do have the teams on grid now, so let's start making our predictions. Zuark, who do you think is going to win this match?
Well, I have the privilege of seeing what's on grid already, but I have been liking Paper Numbers. I've especially been liking the comps that they've been winning with and looking at the options they still have going forth. So right now, I am in favor of Paper Numbers.
Oh, I can also see the comps on grid, and I gotta say, I think that Fancy Pants, they might have a bit of an edge here with what they brought, but we won't spoil things for the broadcast. Alec, who do you think is going to win this match?
I've been a Paper Numbers guy for a while. I can also see the comps since we're cheating, and Ooh, it's gonna be a spicy one. I gotta stick with my original pick though.
All right, well, let's hand things over to yourself, Alec, and Dujek in the commentary booth.
Hello and welcome to the arena. We have paper numbers up against the enemies of Fancy Pants. Paper numbers having brought an Astarte, a Harbinger Navy, a Rodiva, an Oracle, 2 Omen Navies, and a Heretic.
Meanwhile, Fancy Pants packing a Scorpion, a Zarmazet, which is the Tech 2 Rediva, 2 Oracles, an Augur Navy, a Magus, and a Mauler.
This is going to be very quick and dirty, I think. We have a lot of DPS on both sides, and quite a few ships that aren't considered to be extremely tanky either.
Yeah, and I don't know how well this will play out, but Fancy Pants, they've come in sort of a string, whereas paper numbers are all bunched up, and now they're attempting to kite away.
Yeah, we're seeing damage going on to the Magus of Ish really quickly, and that might be a quick and easy way to get their links off the battlefield, whereas paper numbers do have considerably tankier link ships and are being shot in the Lodgy.
Yeah, and their Rediva is taking a fair bit of damage, although I'll say he's doing fairly well as far as kiting it. He has pulled a considerable amount of range from much of the Fancy Pants team, who is now attempting to catch up with the rest of their comp. But to do so, they are flying right into the path of the Oracle and Harbinger on the paper number side. So they're taking a considerable amount of fire, but both teams seem to be able to handle each other's damage for right now. As I say that, the Scorpion of Katarina is beginning to dip into armor.
The Fancy Pants team have opted to use their Scorpion primarily to gem out the DPS of the paper numbers team, and they're hoping that the spool of the Sarmast on the Scorpion will prevent it from dying, although they're switching over to Simsuch and the Og Navy now for the reps, and doing their own damage to Jalthian, the Omen Navy.
Yeah, damage spread out pretty significantly in this fight. Both teams probing each other's comp for a weak point, and it seems like they may have found it in Simsuch. Ironically, the Augur Navy, one of the tankier cruisers in the game, but they may have elected to put damage mods on him instead of extra tank, because he is slowly but surely dropping, and faster than the less tanky Omen Navy issue.
Yeah, they just have to hope to stabilize with a bunch of good jam hits on the enemy team. And of course, they are all spreading a little bit of damage around, because the Rodivas and the Sarmasts are not good at splitting rips. In fact, they cannot do so. So if you can do a little bit of damage in multiple ships, you might be able to catch people off guard in order to bring one down before the reps spool up on that target again.
Yeah, much like the Triglavian damage mods, their rep also spools over time. Now, they can fit multiple reppers, but only one of the Triglavian reppers, and that's the only thing that's bonused. So, in fact, they could fit some small reps. They're not going to get a lot of range, not a lot of power. It might be enough to touch up some ships. So they can split their reps a little bit, but it's extremely difficult for them, and they have to really be on top of their team, which puts them at an increased risk.
Yeah, I'm almost guessing that Scorpion might not even have a prop mod. It's boating around at between 50 and 30 kilometers an hour, almost incredibly still here. It has a massive range bonus and not a huge strength bonus, so it is pretty happy to sit there and keep jams spread out at range, and they're trying both to kill the Heretic and the Omen Navy and shooting at the Oracle all at the same time, more or less.
Yeah, the split damage, we're seeing it because of these Triglavian ships. The Oracle is... Oh, he's dipping. I think he just caught Trig reps. That will spool up on him. Meanwhile, the CEO, the other Oracle in the field, now taking significant amounts of damage, down to half.
Yeah, this is a lot less fast and furious than I thought it would be, given the amount of Oracles on field, known for doing insanely high damage while not having a lot of tank, but the CEO is definitely going to go down here, I think.
Oh, he's not receiving Triglavian reps, and he's down. That is a big chunk of damage off the field now for Paper Numbers, and they're already struggling to break Fancy Pants.
Yeah, this is definitely not going to help them, and they have less control to begin with. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them, especially since they always occasionally have to swap over and shoot the Scorpion.
I mean, you gotta wonder if they're not at this point better off fully committing to that Scorpion, because as long as it's jamming their comp, they don't have the DPS to break through those Rediva reps. Excuse me, these arm reps.
Yeah, nothing is really tackled on either side at the moment, so it's going to be interesting to see where the next kill is going to come. Whereas Paper Numbers do have a bunch of tracking disruptors that they are putting on the oracles of Fancy Pants to limit their outgoing damage somewhat.
Oh, the Heretic for Paper Numbers, perilously low in armor. He is beginning to regenerate shield, so he has kited away from the fighting. He's managed to clear himself out. But, man, it's not going to take much to blow him over, so I gotta wonder if they are looking for an opportunity to switch reps to him real quick just to touch up his armor, but they may not get the chance as Captain Shinken's Omen Navy issue starts taking fire now.
Yeah,
Dipping into about 2/3 armor very quickly.
There's a lot of projection in these comps, so like tackling something isn't necessarily the only way of getting something down, but everything is doing a little bit less damage, trying to hit rather fast-moving armor targets.
We have
range.
a play here. The Astarte of Rivesen has circled around the back and is getting on top of rear entry Zarmazed. He is putting significant amount of damage on top of him, and
He's got a web on
has
him,
been
too.
applied. That is a big deal.
I mean, leave it to Rifleson to get into enemy backlines and web them down. We've seen him MJD Balgorn's onto Logi to kill them before, and Captain just popped here, which is going to make this even harder for Paper Numbers, but they do have the Sarmazd, and that's going to be their way out of this if they manage to kill him.
Yep, and Jalthi's Omen has also caught up, also swarming on top of the Mauler. Now they're trying to counter by bringing a Mauler Magus over to screen the Astarte and Omen Navy, and they've done so successfully. The Zarm is now pulling out of range. Combination of jams and counter tackling by Fancy Pants. Excellent piloting. That Zarm is in deep trouble, but now he's pulled away such that he's probably going to last the rest of this match.
Yeah, I think that he's still getting closed in on from both sides somewhat, but we'll see if the amount of damage on the opposing team gets whittled down with Jalthi going into very deep armor and about to hit structure.
Jalthi, ooh, he's not receiving reps, and he's down.
Yeah.
That Rediva likely jammed.
But rear entry is now in half structure, and I can't see him living either. Unless the
he's
jams are
dropping very
on
fast.
point.
It's not clear what he... I believe he's drifted in range of the Harbinger Navy issue, which is pumping out a tremendous amount of damage with high tracking.
Look at the amount of damage Ruffusen and that Astarte is taking here. They're really tanky ships. I was not expecting to see that kind of damage being done.
Well, with the speed of the Astarte at the start of the match, I gotta wonder what his low slot configuration is. He might not be as tanky as you might expect to see on Tranquility.
I'd imagine something like a local repper and an 800 plate, or something along those lines to keep him alive, and his trusty, friendly Raptor on Cloud. Ruffusen here is in... he's dead.
Rear entry has pulled his hit points back.
I'm not sure that a single Harbinger Navy is capable of killing anything in the time that is remaining in this matchup, even if rear entry had been dead.
No, I think the final score of this match is not going to communicate how close it actually was, but a definite win here for Fancy Pants. They've done some tremendous flying and planning with this comp, Paper Numbers held in for the vast majority of the match, did a great job trying to keep up with them, but once the dominoes started falling, the ECM from that Scorpion played a bigger and bigger role.
We had a lot of exciting moments with the Sarmast being caught, and yeah, I feel like it could have gone both ways at multiple points during this match.
Absolutely.
GFs have been called in.
Maddox's Harbinger is down. There's only 30 seconds left. The Heretic is likely to die too. Fancy Pants collecting kill mills here, going for points. I've got to wonder what that Heretic fit was. For most of the match, he spent his time just circling the outside. Now, obviously, he would have been quick to die when he came in, but if there was ever a time to do it, when they tackled that Zarm, he was in relative position to help. I wonder if he just didn't have guns or something like that.
People in local are also wondering how many micro-warp drives were burned out in that match. It would be interesting to know.
Both teams kiting to win, but only Fancy Pants comes away with a victory. And back to the studio.
Welcome back, everyone. That was an amazing match. As we said, you know, that the score really does not represent how close that was. I think it was 3-4 minutes maybe before the first kill finally went down with the CEO Oracle falling. Zurak, do you mind just talking a little bit about how... Oh, sorry, Dirk, actually. Do you mind saying just a little bit about how you defensively position to protect yourself in a match like that, when there's so much DPS and so much projection on the field?
Honestly, the phrase I've used a lot today is jockeying for position. And that's exactly what we saw in this match. You're just trying to find any little bit of advantage. You know that you're facing a competent team. They've made it to this point in the tournament the same way you have. And you're just trying to make sure that you're in range of your Logi, but not too close to your Logi. You don't want to be balled up. You don't want to be too far spread apart. It's a very tricky thing, and I think it was Zurak talking earlier about how individual pilots have to make their own decisions and make sure that these things run. You go into matches with a strategy, and your strategy lasts about the first minute, and then you're just playing catch up and keep away. Especially in a match like the one we just saw, that Oracle did wonders. Oracles are not tanky by any stretch of the imagination. Really great piloting, really good positional management, and Fancy Pants did really well to take first blood and then really capitalize and snowball that into a win.
Yeah, and I have to say, from my perspective, Rear Entry kind of takes the MVP there from Fancy Pants, playing the things absolutely perfectly. Very happy to let his Scorpion sit at 25% armor, and just to protect his spool. Demasius, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how that works and how that communication structure works, especially when you've got ECM on your team, to keep your logistics clear until, you know, it's almost impossible for you to do so. Or even free it, as we saw when that Astarte tackled him.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had some coordination. The Logi would have been screaming for help, noticing that the Astarte was chasing them if they're alone, and they did manage to get it free. I thought it was going to go down, actually, but I wanted to actually point out that it looked to me like Paper Numbers had both their Heretic and their Harb Navy were slow boating for a significant part of the match. I think they burned their MWDs. And if that Harb Navy was in, or even the Heretic for that matter, was in range of the Zarm, they absolutely would have got that kill. Because subsequently it looked like the Zarm burnt their MWD trying to get away. And it was worth burning the mod because they survived. But that was really on the edge for quite a bit of the match. And I think the ECM got Fancy Pants their first kill. The Oracle that went down didn't receive reps in time. And then just a bit of, I guess, module mismanagement reduced their ability to pounce on the Zarm when they had the opportunity. And of course, the whole time they're fighting against the ECM, kind of breaking up their ability to stay together.
Great. Well, with that, guys, we're going to take it to a short break here. Let ourselves catch up with the schedule because we've been flying well ahead of it here. See it. I hope to see you guys back at 8:40. 8:40 Eve time for Paper Numbers versus Bad Hamster Management in the losers finals.
Introducing Grath Telkin, your personal assistant from Pandemic Legion.
Hey Grath, I'm 15 jumps out. Can I still get in on the fleet?
How the f are you 15 jumps away? Why would you be 15 jumps away from where the f we are?
$15 to make a cool AT-AT. It's got to have dank content. Overused MLG Mans. And MLG Daniel Wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-AT without saying fuck?
One little griffin is going to hand them the match on a silver platter if this goes down. He can't do anything. This wildcard Atana jammed by a single griffin. This is the Brave story right here, right now.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. We've made a great effort so far. Let's just keep it up.
That's right! We can't have anyone freak out there, okay? We've got to keep our composure. We've come too far. There's too much to lose. We've got to keep our composure.
I'm not the real Brisker Ball. But sometimes it's not so easy to know what's real and what's fake. When on Reddit, check your facts. Drink quaff.
This message was paid for and sponsored by Quaff. Now introducing Quaff Glow, the incandescent beverage.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my god. Okay, listen, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this one time. Okay. They're only doing 1000 DPS from the. You're winning this game, provided this stays alive. If this guy doesn't stay alive, then suddenly you lose that race. But it's not a lemon. I'm just like him.
It's an 800 DPS lemon.
It's not.
Is that the one you were shooting friendlies, or?
No, that's not the one I was shooting friendlies.
The one who was shooting friendlies is the game we won.
Should I save this? I think I should just save it.
Yeah, I think you should save it. Entitled Lemon.
I think we're gonna save it.
Lemon Theory.
Point! Guys, get the Nidhogger! Let's get him! Point, let's get him! Let's fucking get him, guys! Fucking cut and find, boys! Let's get him! Yes! Yes! Go, boys! Fly like you stole it!
Introducing Grath Telkin, your personal assistant from Pandemic Legion.
Hey Graf, I'm 15 jumps out. Can I still get in on the fleet?
How the f are you 15 jumps away? Why would you be 15 jumps away from where the f we are?
"15 seconds to make a cool AT-AD. It's got to have dank content. Overused MLG mans. And MLG Daniel wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-AD without saying fuck?"
One little griffin is going to hand them the match on a silver platter if this goes down. He can't do anything. This wildcard Atana jammed by a single griffin. This is the Brave story right here, right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now just a few short minutes away from our our losers finals between Paper Numbers and Bad Hamster Management. And I'm joined by Dirk Satil and Damasius Kadesh, two pilots with eons of tournament experience. Dirk Satil, can you just tell the chat a little bit about how many tournaments you've flown in and what your experience is with the Anger Games specifically?
Well, eons might be a little bit of an overstatement, but I've been playing in tournaments for probably like 6 or 7 years. I'm a long-term Goonswarm pilot, and I've been here doing tournament stuff basically since I joined Goonswarm. First flying under Asher as our Alliance tournament captain in AT15, and then I kind of stepped up to help captain things during AT16. We had the break. AT17, I've captained alongside Azure. AT18, we're planning on it. And as for, I've also done stuff with you for like the Streamfleet Invitational, and and there he gets hit in the face with a pillow. But yeah, so with the Anger Games specifically, I've been helping out since we brought the Anger Games back last year for Rebirth, organizing things, doing some streaming stuff on the back end. And today is kind of like my my casting debut, because I've been freed from the streaming producer role for one day only.
Yeah, and of course it's worth thanking the Mac Cloud for stepping in, stepping up, and taking over the broadcast for us this evening. So make sure to say thank you, McLeod, in chat for this wonderful, wonderful content, because it wouldn't be possible without him.
Thanks, Mac.
Anyway, Damasius, hopefully people in chat will know your experience with the Anger Games, considering that you, as the captain of Only Need 2 Comps, came first in the proper 64-man tournament? Oh,
48.
sorry. 48. Anyway, wow, thank you very much, CCP. A pleasure to have you guys here. We are just about to get into this next match. Just breaking down some of the analysts on the desks and waiting for the teams to be ready. We hope to get you some spaceship explosions very shortly here. Anyway, Damasius, can you tell us a little bit about your run through Anger Games 5 and what you think about the format in general, with it being 7-man as opposed to 10?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a great run, just a undefeated run through the winners bracket. I have been in situations where I've lost a match early and had an even longer run through the losers bracket. So that really affects like how much overall experience you have and variety of matches and whatnot. In terms of the format, the 7-man comps require you to sort of balance the points a little more carefully. I've definitely seen instances where people will overcommit points into a sort of a really heavy top end or E-War or something, and then it not work out for them if they get a particular matchup that doesn't suit it very well, which actually we saw earlier today. A pretty good example of that. And, you know, taking Friglogy has a big impact on how many ships you have left over to work with compared to a 10-man format like the Alliance tournament. But overall, I think it's a pretty interesting format and puts a lot more emphasis on each pilot just because there's fewer of them.
All right, wow, we actually have the teams starting to load into local here, so let's just give a quick introduction of them. Now, Paper Numbers, they're the team who you actually ended up fighting against in that grand finals. What was your experience with them? What kind of impression did they give as an opponent?
I mean, it was sort of unexpected. We didn't really know, who we were going to face, and having watched that, I believe, if I remember correctly, they had an epic run through the losers bracket. So they defeated a wide variety of opponents in different styles and strength and experience and history. Like I think both full teams, or at least one of them, they eliminated in the losers bracket. So we were pretty impressed with what they were able to achieve there. But on the other hand, we did have a lot of information to sort of get a sense of what their style was. They had that sort of MJD trickery that we were a bit more aware of going into it, and a certain preference for the type of comps that they wanted to bring. So that was definitely a part of how we approached facing them in the finals.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bad Hamster Management, they competed under a rival and they managed to come 5th as well. So this is a real rematch of the Titans, as it were, coming to play here. Some of the highest placed teams that we have left in the tournament coming to bear. And that said, we've got the teams lying on grid, so let's quickly get some predictions on the board. Dirk Satil, who do you think is going to win?
I'm cheating a little bit because I can see what's on the grid right now. I'm a little bit torn, but I'm gonna give the advantage to Paper Numbers here. I think their comp is gonna clinch it.
All right, and Damacy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go with Paper as well, based on the experience I had directly with them. I think we're going to see something pretty wild here with how many ships are unavailable due to the Conquest bans, but hoping for something interesting here.
All right, well, let's hand it over to Zuark and Brett Thomas in the arena.
Hi, I am Zirach, and welcome here. I'm joined here by Brett Thomas. We're seeing Paper Numbers versus Bad Hamster Management. Paper Numbers coming here with the Leshak Stronghold here, with the Leshak Guardian, the Rook Augur Navy issue, Pontifex Vexer, and a Rifter. Seeing that, Brett, what are we seeing on the Bad Hamster side?
Bad Hamster have went with a carry comp with a Bargast, Cerberus, Orthrus, Magus, Scalpel, Kirin. So it's all long-range missile comps. The Orthrus are going to have clips, and I'm not sure if that Seb is rapid light or heavy missiles. It looks like it's heavy missiles, so it's going to be pumping damage from long range.
No, that looks like a rapid light serve to me. Teams coming quite close to each other here on the warplanes, coming at 50 with the missiles clustered up, but we do have them going off now. Obviously, this missile team from Bad is going to be looking to kite. We can already see them trying to pull range. They'll probably, hopefully, maybe they're going to go for the Guardian headshot, but we're going to see if this Frigg Logi on Bad side is going to be able to keep them up. Actually going for the Rook right now, going to armor right away. Can the Guardian keep it up?
I do not know. The Rook is going to be pulling a little bit backwards, hopefully getting out of range and keeping itself alive. If it can get far enough out of range that nothing can hit it, it can stay alive long enough for those reps to just top it back up.
We see the Rook here, our captain. He's running in opposite direction, pulling some range. Guardian doing a fantastic job keeping up. They are splitting their damage over the Maddox now on the Augur Navy issue. But if this Guardian can do his job just for long enough, all these clips on these ships are gonna run out, and it's gonna give them some time for to close in on Bad Hamster and maybe get a nice kill themselves. But it is still a lot of pressure. Maybe the Guardian's hitting these reps right now. We don't know what's happening, but doing a fantastic job there right now by Park Bank.
Yeah, the Augur Navy of Maddox got a little bit too close, which is why they started shooting it, but because of its huge amount of EHP buffer, it's managed to turn around and bend back in for the Guardian. But I don't know what's going to happen now they're shooting the Vexer. The Vexer is a lot less tanky than an Augur Navy.
Oh, looks like the Augur might just live here as well. I'm not sure if someone got a bit cocky and split their DPS too quickly on that Vexer. The split reps obviously is an issue right now, but the Guardian, being an armored T2 logistics ship, actually has most of the, has the most high slots to put for reps, so it can split its reps up quite effectively right here. Not something like a Zarma or a Diva Wit has to focus, but we do see the Bad Hamster Orpheus there going to structure.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's completely reloaded. As you're seeing, the Bad Hamster Management have 0 attack on their attack bar, which means nobody is firing at the moment. So what it looks like they're doing is they've all hit reload, so they're all going to reload at once and then try again when they finish, which is unfortunate that they didn't manage to finish that Navy Augur off before they hit.
And what we can see here from Bad Hamster's side is they have a plethora of ECM drones flying around. We've got a couple in the Shack, a couple in the Vexer, a couple in the Augur Navy there. So I think they're finally trying to decide where to focus those drones, but they're not really coordinating the ECM efforts there. But we do finally see that ECM core of Paper Numbers going down. This might actually be a bit of a hurdle now to overcome here. We'll see if they can keep their momentum going.
Yeah, now that Rook is down, the Kirin and the Scalpel can finally start repping things. That's why you saw that Orthrus go down, because both of those Logifrigs were jammed and couldn't rep anything. We're seeing the Augur Navy of Maddox just slowly get burnt through with all these rapid missile shots.
Yeah, so now while they were jammed before, they didn't have to worry about, but they do have to watch their ranges now. These free logic have a reduced range. But yeah, Paper Numbers taking another loss there. They still have the Shack being able to hand out a ridiculous amount of damage, but unfortunately, we're going to see a classic matchup here of Armor versus Shield, Kaidi versus Barol, and it looks like the longer this goes on with Bad being able to kite around, it might probably just keep going in their favor.
We have a problem. The Leshaks managed to get close enough to the Barghest to start applying a lot of damage, so that Barghest really needs to get up to speed. It needs to heat its prop and get out of there, because if that Leshak stays long enough, it might be able to get those heavy newts on the Barghest and just slow it down a little bit.
We also see the Shack firing with smart bombs, trying to clear those ECs on it. It's got one wave of horned ECs on it, so just a bit of a nuisance trying to swat some flies. But like you say, bearing down that Barghest got to watch its positioning. It's getting not really close to the edge, but it's having to make some turns just to make sure the edge of the arena isn't really going to be a problem in the future. Just trying to apply some foresight to where he's going to be ending up. No one really making plays for MJDs, just relying on micro warp drives to maneuver around this arena right now.
The Barghest is no longer propping. I do not know why, but it's managed to slow down. I don't know whether it's ran out of cap or
no, it's keeping up speed. It's getting up speed again, but now it's finally being webbed. I think a grapple's been applied to it now. It just maybe, I don't know what it did. Maybe it ran out of cap, missed the cycle, but it was just long enough now to a grapple to be applied to it here.
Yeah, they are starting to focus the Leshak down now. They're hoping that with their clips, they might be able to burn through it completely.
But I'm surprised to see here, they got a Barghest and, Serb, Orphus. No pressure has been applied to that Guardian right now. So they're just letting this Guardian rep whatever he wants while the Shack is bearing down on them.
A Scalpel has gotten grappled because it was right on top of the Leshak. It's going to go down so quickly. That was a huge misplay by that Scalpel pilot.
See that? I think maybe someone, drones lagging behind, or someone's misappropriating like drones.
Barghest got caught.
It's looking pretty good for Paper right here right now. They still got the logistics, they still got their core DPS, they still got their links. The Vexor's going to be doing some work. It's also going to be what this Rifter can hold down now, but the Rifter obviously helping secure this tackle on this Barghest right now. Let's see if they can follow through and get another secure kill, or they're just going to make sure this Barghest goes down 100% before even focusing on the next target.
Yeah, the Barghest wasn't paying attention to what the Vexor was doing when it was burning straight for him, so it did not defensively scram it away. So it managed to get close enough.
We can see the Rifter there now of our Tignis. He's moving up. It looks like he's trying to secure. So he's pretty much handed off the tackle now to use the Shack. He's trying to see if he can maybe get a follow-up tackle just as a smooth transition for these kills, just to keep them coming right now. But you can see them getting pressure now. Obviously, they know what our Tignis is up to right now, putting that pressure on him, maybe get some split reps. But I don't think he's going to die.
Yeah, they're managing to keep the Barghest up. It doesn't look like a single Leshak has enough damage to break it.
And as I say that, the Rifter does die right now, so I'm not too sure if this Guardian's a bit too far off in fall off optimal. Armor reps having not the same fall off as shield reps, so they get fantastic optimal, but outside of that they start falling off quite quickly. So the Rifter paying the price for the difference between armor and shield reps there.
Yeah, if you see, the Leshak at Paper Numbers has managed to split both of his newts and drop one on the Kirin and one on the Scalpel, which is why you're starting to see that Barghest go down, because neither of them, if they time the cap booster cycles incorrectly, they're going to be cap dry for quite a long time.
Seeing the Pontifex here on Paper Numbers taking a beating, but we see the Barghest tackled by the Pontifex, the Vexor, the Shack. I think the problem is they're trying to put too many things on the same one. That Pontifex should, be tackling something else, not be next to the Barghest, which might be nuding it or applying some tackle. The Barghest is going to structure, but playing a bit of dangerous games, they're getting quite close to a battleship, which can just nuke you.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to start shooting. If they can manage to break that Pontifex and the Vexor on their next reload, they can stay away from this Leshak and just ride out the time.
The problem, though, being the logistics frigates they have been, the logistics frigates, 15 kilometers, pretty much their optimal range for repping. Obviously, the shield has a bit more to play with, so the shield can generally comfortably rep you with 30 kilometers, but it does mean they're going to unfortunately have to be having a bit more of a cluster. They can't just go for the pure starburst, because unfortunately then they'll start being picked off one by one with even drones at that point, from the Vexor and the Shack's Bay.
Yeah, I've just checked the points totals, and for Bad Hamster to win this, they need to kill a Guardian or a Leshak. They can't kill the low end and ride the rest of the match out. A Guardian needs to go down, which is why you're seeing it start to take damage. If they can keep everything else alive for the last 2 minutes and break that Guardian, they have the match in the bag.
It's about 2 minutes remaining. We do see some logistics bots flying around, so the Guardian's going to be having Logibots on it right now. It's got, I think, 2 waves of mediums on it, so I think it's going to be quite comfortable with this. Even Guardian normally having an Axel rep of its own, so not a lot of DPS going to be coming out now from the Servant Orpher. Still quite a threat, but with the rep drones keeping up, he'll also be able to reload his Axel between these rapids reloads, so the Guardian in quite a comfortable position now, I have to say.
Yeah, it looks like they've just hit reload, which is why you saw that attack bar drop down. As they finish reload and start pumping damage, they might be able to break it over long term, but they only have 75 seconds left to do this.
So definitely kiting around here by Bad, doing what they're meant to be doing. Vexer, I think he's going for a move on the Kieran there. Have to see where he's going. But they do, Paper is winning here, but they do actually have to try and hold something down, make sure they secure that victory, because you never know when the boundary is going to happen or someone's going to burn out a prop or any bad mistakes. So, just keep winning, just keep pushing.
Yeah, looks like they're not going to break it with about 45 seconds left. They're still on reload here. They're not firing any shots. They're going to finish their reload and not finish it before the match ends.
It's going to be comfortable. It's also a nice way to get some practice in. With this match not actually applying Conquest bans on the Victor, they'll be able to use this exact same comp if they want later again. So it's a nice way to just, get the bit of practice in, flex a bit on some strong comp. But we have 30 seconds left. Do you think anything can really change right now here to give Bad the win?
A boundary, and I don't think anything else.
I mean, the Shack's sitting at 60 kilometers, 5 seconds left. He's not close to an MJD. It's not going to happen right now. So the victors here, I think, is going towards Paper numbers. Any last thoughts here, Brett? Comments to add in before we head to the desk?
No, it was very well flown by Paper numbers here, and I'm glad to see them for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, fantastic. And we'll head back to the studio now, Jintan.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the studio, and we saw some really fun stuff there from Bad Hamsters, but unfortunately they have now been eliminated from the tournament. We won't be able to see some of those ships again. I have to say my favorite part of that has to be the Shield Magus. They've already used up the Bifrost. They couldn't bring a traditional Shield Command Destroyer, but that didn't stop them from bringing bonus skirmish links. Instead, just slamming a couple of MSEs on a Magus and hoping for the best. And it did work out. They were able to survive with it, but potentially lacking that tackle, lacking the tackle that a Stalker or Bifrost gives. Dirk, one of my favorite parts about that match was how effectively Paper numbers were using their rep drones just to slowly add a little bit of extra survivability to their ships. Can you just go a little bit into detail about how you manage those in a tournament setting and why they're so important?
So the primary function of rep drones is to try and help out your Logi. While they're repping the main target, you've got your Logi drones running to potentially smaller ships, ancillary ships, your kind of screen ships that you don't think are, to put things quite bluntly, as important as the key ship that your Logi is repping, but you still want to keep alive, because the more ships you have on grid, the more points you have, the longer you can kind of play it out. We saw Paper numbers there winning on points because they were just slowly drawing out the sheer amount of damage that needs to come in. Every Logi drone is extra EHP for the ship that it's repping. So yeah, it was a very well run match for Paper numbers in terms of their use of logistics drones, and also it was an interesting match with the way targets were called and damage was being spread. There was one point where the scalpel from Bad Hamsters may have died, but didn't. That really kept Bad Hamsters in the match and kept them going to the end there. And if that scalpel had died at the wrong moment, we potentially would have seen a clean sweep rather than a points win.
Yeah, that kind of there was actually a moment there where I definitely thought that scalpel was going to go down when the Leshak was able to catch it. Damascius, can you go into just a little bit about how much situational awareness that takes when you're managing so many other things to notice that something like a scalpel is just snuck a little bit too close to you and putting your newts in fall off range from it and potentially turning off this MWD tape?
Yeah, there's a lot of not getting. You can easily fall into massive tunnel vision when you've got a particular goal in mind and you want to achieve it. It's easy to forget to sort of do a quick self-check, mental reset, and like zoom out and look around and see what's going on. I don't know so much that that's exactly what was happening in this case. It may have been more of just like we don't care about the Friglogy. Like if you've got a Leshak that's ramping successfully on another battleship and you're not super worried about it getting out of range, you might just say, I'm just going to keep my ramp going and, everyone keep doing what you're doing and don't jump on that opportunity because it's not as important at that moment. I mean, based on how that went, though, it got pretty messy in the middle. I was watching the Leshak and it appeared that it was losing its ramp. It lost its ramp several times. I know that there was a swarm of EC drones on it a little bit earlier. But even in the middle of the match, when it seemed like it had the Barghest absolutely like in its sights, I could see the ramp resetting, and you could tell as the Barghest got its HP back, and so things were really getting clunky in the middle. And I think it may have been to their advantage to actually stop and pounce on those Friglogy at some point, just to give them that much more forward momentum with everything they did after the fact.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the more interesting things I noticed as well, comp-wise, was the solo Guardian. Now, on Tranquility, Guardians are most well known for cap chaining with one another, but we're going to have to take a very, very small break here for some technical reasons. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We hope to see you again soon for the next match, which will be Fancy Pants going up against Paper Numbers. Sorry, not Fancy Pants. Paper Numbers. Fancy Pants versus Paper Numbers.
"15 seconds to make a cool AT-AT. It's got to have dank content. Overused MLG mans. And MLG Daniel wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-AT without saying fuck?"
Point! Guys, get the Nidhogger! Let's get him! Point, 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 let's get him! Let's fucking get him, guys! Fucking cut and find, boys! Let's get him! Yes! Yes! Go, boys! Fly like you stole it!
Hello everyone and welcome back. Sorry about that, we just had to get the overlay updated a little bit there. And as I said, we're about to watch Fancy Pants and Paper Numbers play in the grand fucking finals, ladies and gentlemen. Damascius, you've been here before. You've been in a... Paper Numbers versus Bad Hamster Management. Sorry, this is the game 13. This is to determine... Sorry, what the hell is going on here, guys?
Finals 1.
Okay, it is the finals one. It is finals
You
one.
are on finals one, yes, Jen.
Zurak just said I was telling lies in one of our support channels, so I assumed I'd got the match wrong. My apologies, team. We will be playing. So Fancy Pants versus Paper Numbers. This is an incredible run through the winners bracket for Fancy Pants, especially given their placing in the original tournament. Now here in the grand finals, Damasius, you've been here in this sort of best of format where you get to play a team multiple times. You get to really feel them out, find out what they're good at, and try and counter it. What's going through your head right now as a captain?
Definitely trying to pull together as much information you have about your opponent. And in a one-day format like this, obviously there is history from the actual Anger Games itself, which will give you a sense of what a team prefers. But in addition to this being a shorter format, maybe what people have come up with a couple different comps than they've shown in the real tournament, plus the fact that there's a Conquest bans, if I'm understanding this correctly, like aside from the previous match, like all the other matches are all cumulative. Is that right?
That's
in terms of
right.
what's conquested, yeah. So, we saw, what did we see? The Scythe. I think we saw, the Guardian is can be very strong, and people have chosen that, without any, without being cornered into it. But we're starting to see things that are a little bit different, and I'm pretty sure now Paper Numbers, what they just brought looked familiar to me, if I remember correctly. A Leshak with a Rook, and I even think the Guardian. This is something that I believe they used consistently in the main tournament, and if they saved it till now in the one match where the Conquest bans do not apply, that means they could bring it in this upcoming match. Did I get this right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, very much.
So I think that's something that they're quite confident in. The last match got a little messy. I think it could have gone either way. But it was a product of who the matchup they were in, where they have missile spam that can just nuke their Rook. So it's going to be interesting to see if they bring the same comp, but also with it being a best of 3, they could take a risk and bring something completely different and save that Leshak comp for a subsequent match after that.
And I think there's a good chance of them doing that, because if you look at what Conquest bans there are, Fancy Pants has used a lot of pretty powerful ships. They've used the Gila, they've used Orthrus, they've gone through Rodiva, Zarm, and Scimitar, so they're kind of backed into a corner with an Oneros. Whereas Paper Numbers they've been more aggressive about duplicating their ships. So they have fewer ships that are banned, and they still have obviously the very strong comp we just saw open to them, but they still have a lot of things open. In particular, they still have Gilas. They haven't used them yet this tournament. So they could bring a Gila comp that's very strong, or a triple dad, triple battle cruiser thing is also still open. They have all the parts of that available to them. So I think while Fancy Pants has gone through the winners bracket, Paper Numbers is in a really good place as far as the Conquest bans go. I think they've probably saved a lot of strong ships for this final.
Yeah, it's worth noting that both of these teams have some relative star pilots that have really shown their mettle, not just in this tournament but in previous ones. Fancy Pants' logistics pilot, rear entry, has been doing amazingly well, just positioning incredibly defensively and keeping himself alive in situations where he really shouldn't have. Whereas Ryferson was absolutely known for his incredible MJD plays during the regular Anger Games 5 tournament, but this time he's just been playing a little more conservatively, but showing incredible decision-making, managing to catch out scalpels, put pressure on in ways that he probably shouldn't have, for example, catching out a logistics with his Astarte. I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
One other comp that Paper Numbers showed a lot of favor for was the dual Geddon setup. So if that's still open, even if they have to juggle around the rest of the comp with some substitutes, that could be what they've been lining up to bring into the finals. I don't remember seeing Geddons from them so far today.
They haven't used Geddon, and they, like I said, they have Rodiva open, so dual Geddon with the Rodiva is a pretty strong start to a comp. So that's something we could absolutely see. They can't bring an Oneros with it, and maybe they used a Guardian in a different comp. They could use a Guardian, but then the comp they used last fight wouldn't be available to them. So Rodiva seems like a likely possibility there, and that would work really well.
If they've been careful with, planning ahead and, expecting to make the finals, and they've been holding back 2 comps, or at least, like we're saying, the comp that they just used, that they can reuse. All they need is one other strong comp, and they've got what they need to get through these finals, because they only need to get 2 wins. Only one of the comps is going to get banned out, and then they got the second one. So it really depends on what Fancy Pants has in their back pocket here in order to react to the Conquests stacking up.
Yeah, just to answer the questions in chat, no, there is no reset. There's no reset to the Conquest bans, and there is no bracket reset either. Whoever wins this best of 3 will go home with the prizes and the honor of being the winner of this tournament. Now, it's worth noting that both of these teams have been just doing some really, really great stuff. But we've got to spend a moment here just to thank all of the referees that have been working so hard behind the scenes to make things happen. Zurak, you were helping along earlier. We also have CCP Zealous and Bay Art J pushing the buttons and making things happen. And as well, also to the moderators who've been in chat and keeping things lovely and clean in there. I believe Rain, Brett Thomas, and a few others. Thank you all so much for your hard work making this happen. Anyway, we have the teams in local here now, so let's get our predictions on the road. Azure, who do you think is going to win in this matchup between Fancy Pants and Paper Numbers?
Well, I was picking Fancy Pants during Anger Games for a reason, or Paper Numbers during Anger Games for a reason. Fancy Pants obviously is quite a good team. They've done well today. They did well in Anger Games, but Paper Numbers made that magnificent run through the losers bracket because they are a very good team. They're executing really well, and I'm not going to vote against them. I don't think that would be a good use of channel points.
And what about yourself, Damasius?
I mean, my head is telling me to go with Paper Numbers for similar reasons as were said, but I feel like it was a little bit scrappy the last match. I didn't see the execution. I saw some good things, but I saw some scrappier things that made me feel a little bit more shaky about how confident they are right now. Whereas Fancy Pants is not only undefeated so far, but has already beaten Paper Numbers. So I might go with Fancy Pants in this first one.
Yeah, you know what? I've got to say, I think Fancy Pants are going to win this one as well. This is a rematch of Game 12. They've played against each other before, and Fancy Pants are able to pull that one out of the bag as well. I can't help but think that Fancy Pants might have their number a little bit, but it's going to be a question of who wins the endurance war here, who has that second, third comp to bring to bear and eventually take home the win today. Anyway, we have the teams on grid now, so let's hand it over to Alec and Brett Thomas in the studio in the booth to go over these comps and call the action.
Hello everybody and welcome to your main event for the evening. So far we have some interesting comps here. I'm having trouble locking them. there we go. Appreciate the patience with the technical issues. We've got Fancy Pants, 2 Slefners, a Loki, Osprey, Navy Issue, Harpy, Caracal, Worm.
And Paper Numbers have got a Leshak, Guardian, Rook, bringing that core we saw in the past match. Rook, Navy, Ogre, Pontifex, Vector, Rifter. So the exact match they brought in the last match, which they can still feel because the winners of the loser bracket wasn't Conquest.
Oh, that is a tremendous advantage they have for this particular match. That Paper Numbers comp is very scary, as we learned in one of the earlier matches today. Meanwhile, we have sort of a Mimitar rush with a Osprey here on Fancy Pants. I will say that Rook, probably not long for this world. Whether or not the Sleipnirs can outlast the Leshak is probably going to determine the course of this match.
Yes, but the thing I'm interested about is if Fancy Pants with those double Sleipnirs and Loki can break the Leshak, Paper Numbers don't have that much DPS left. So it's all down to whether Mimitar Rush beats a Leshak.
Yep, and here we go. We see the Mimitar Rush rushing in, as you might expect. Now the Leshak is attempting to kite away. That is not going to be very effective, as he is already under fire and getting tackled down. But it looks like they are going to leapfrog him a little bit. I think they are trying to go after the Rook with some of their small stuff, and then... But it appears the Pontifex of Jalthi is countering the Harpy. Harpy slowed down tremendously, preventing him from getting on top of the Rook straight away.
Yeah, it looks like they're just shooting whatever is in range while they rush after that Rook. They know while the Rook's on field, they're in danger, so they're just pushing forward, shooting whatever they can actually hit, and getting on top of the Rook, making the Guardian choose some of your small stuff or your ECM.
And now the Sleipnir and Loki of Druby and Ayash have broken through. They're now going on top of the Rook. The Rifter on Paper Numbers taking an extreme amount of fire, and he was also out of position, not screening the heavier ships like he probably should have, and that Rook will pay the price.
The Pontifex of Jalthi is also going down. It looks like there's a Sleipnir close enough to just rapid fire auto cannon shots into it.
Now the Guardian is trying to bring him back, but it is a losing battle there.
Yeah, it just looks like all the Sleipnirs are firing at whatever's closest and slowly moving together like a wolf pack.
Meanwhile, Zarthol Sleipnir has been spooled up upon by the Leshak. He's now dipping into low shield. His ancillary shield booster is bringing back massive chunks of his EHP, but he's already starting to bleed some armor, so it is just a matter of time.
Yeah, and this Leshak of Rifson is starting to go down. It is in 2/3 armor, but once that Sleipnir goes down, it's whether everything else on the team can still apply damage to it through Guardian reps.
I mean, very crucially, the Fancy Pants team has no Logi. That is a DPS Loki. So when they start getting under fire, their ships are going to drop relatively quickly. The Sleipnirs have a massive local tank, but it's just not as good as if they're going to get some remote reps from logistics ship. Meanwhile, that Leshak is getting kept up by the Guardian, and he is dropping, but very slowly. Meanwhile, more chunks getting taken out of the Fancy Pants team. Hit points they cannot easily recover.
Yeah, it looks like they're finally breaking the Osprey Navy. An interesting thing is all the light rep drones that were on the Leshak have finally been smart bombed off in an effort to get rid of all the damage drones that are on top of it.
And that is very, very key. I mean, the Leshak, oh man, it's dipping very low.
Loki's going down. The Loki's been spilled upon and it's just slowly going down. They're breaking both the Osprey Navy and the Loki now.
Oh man, and keep in mind, just like an ECM comp, but in reverse here, every time Fancy Pants loses one of their DPS, it just makes it that much harder for them to power through the Guardian reps on this Leshak. It's going to stay up longer and longer, and at some point they're going to run out of the critical mass of DPS needed to cut through it, which will probably be when this last Sleipnir goes down. It is now webbed, tackled, scrammed, nosed, half shields, and dropping quickly.
Yeah, it looks like the Leshak is just slowly gaining armor. It went from 12 and now it's on 17%. This Sleipnir is not going to be able to break it. It doesn't have any heat left. The Leshak's just going to survive.
And you've got to question the early decision making there, where Fancy Pants just kind of spread their DPS all over the place while they're rushing in for the Rook. If they had concentrated a bit more either on the Rook or just gone all in on the Leshak from the start, they probably would have had better chances. I think the Rook was the right call, but they didn't focus the Leshak fast enough. They were so close to killing it. Another 10, 20, 30 seconds of all their damage still being alive probably would have done it.
Yeah, because as you could see, a Sleipnir with those Loki and Navy Osprey up managed to break through the Leshak. So would double Sleipnir been able to chew through it quicker and been able to break it before they lost everything else?
Possibly. I mean, now you're seeing the Guardian, it's able to split reps. It is repping the Pontifex Vexor and Leshak simultaneously and keeping them all up against incoming fire. And Juby is about to drop. There goes the last Sleipnir on Fancy Pants side. They do not have the DPS needed to cut through the Guardian reps. They don't have the DPS needed to cut through the Guardian itself. The Harpy is half shields. It's really just a matter of time. Now, the Leshak will have a hard time tracking on the Harpy and the Worm, but it's really not needed at this point. I think the Vexer and the Navy Hog can close it out themselves.
Yeah, it just looks like they're closing everything down. The Leshak's even starting to gain a little bit of shields back now. It's regen 3% of its shield as it's wiping off all the smaller stuff.
Still seeing looks like the Pontifex is taking fire from the last remaining ship, the Devil himself's Worm, which is probably not long for this world. Now, he is kiting away from the fight. He's trying to extend his chances as long as possible. But unless the entire Paper Numbers team flies outside of the range of their Guardian, he is not going to be able to do much, and there he goes.
Yeah, and when that final ship goes down, it's now 1-0 to Paper Numbers for this final, and I'll pass it back to the studio.
Hello everyone and welcome back. There we go. A very exciting match there with Ryferson and the Leshak hitting 10% armor and then just holding and eventually winning the match as the rest of the team was able to clear off the DPS before he finally broke. I've got to ask you, Azure, who would you call the MVP there for Paper Numbers' side? There were so many players who made key decisions there, whether it was the Rifter sacrificing himself, Puckbank choosing who lived and who died, and Ryferson probably overheating his hardeners and praying to Bob. Who do you think put in the best performance there?
I think I'm going to give it to Parkbank. I mean, so you're in a just sort of a more traditional comp, it's Leshak-based, DPS with some Logi, and you're up against a Rush that isn't bringing Logi to the field, and at that point, your only advantage really is your Logi, because fundamentally, a Rush comp, the whole reason it exists is because it just has so much DPS it can overwhelm everything, and so your Logi getting positioning right to make sure that it doesn't get killed, because if you lose your Logi early, then it's just a DPS race, which a Rush comp is designed to win, and so positioning well, getting the reps to the right targets. I mean, obviously the Leshak is what they needed in order to keep that, or to turn that fight, and so recognizing that all this other support stuff, you want to keep it alive, but if it dies, that's not a big problem for you. If that Leshak goes down, you've lost. And so recognizing that, making the right calls, getting the reps out to the right targets, and making sure that you don't die, really critical in that situation, and the Logi did an excellent job.
Yeah, what do you think about the call to go for the Leshak there, Damasius? Do you think that was the right decision, or do you think they should have focused on a different part of the composition?
When I saw the damage landing on the Leshak at the particular time that it did in the match, I had a pretty strong feeling how it was going to play out, because it was way too late and it was not enough. They did get it pretty low, but really it was a botched rush is what it looked like to me. That no Logi comp has all the speed in the world, and while they did get to the Rook, it seemed like they were a little impatient by just ramming straight through all of the Paper Number ships and getting several of themselves tackled on the way in. So after killing the Rook, they were kind of trapped and could not then make their own decision on what to pile in on as a group. At the time that they killed the Rook, I could see that the Guardian had pulled off sort of at an angle, like it was kind of a third point of a triangle compared to where the rest of the ships were. It was totally out on its own. And if they had been able to charge it with a couple, at least just 2 or 3 main DPS ships, and get the Guardian out of the way, even if it cost them another ship or two, they would have at least been in a position where now it's trades on both sides, and they're set up with all DPS, all front-loaded DPS, to try to just pound through, whereas the Leshak needs to ramp up. But the fact that the Guardian was just hanging out, slowing their progress, meant that every ship they lost just compounded how much slower that progress was going to be. So it's funny because your mentality with a rush and a no logic comp is to be ultra aggressive, but I think that you can be over aggressive, overconfident with how well you're going to ram through, because the thing that Paper Numbers did really well was distribute the screen. They had every ship that had a tackle mod was tackling something different, really eliminating Fancy Pants' ability to decide where they wanted to move as a group, because one of their major assets, which is their speed, was taken away from them with all the tackle that was on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, now we are going to head to ads for just a little bit, for about 10 minutes, as we wait for the teams to get ready, and after that, we will start bringing you in, talk about the match that's coming up, and, what could potentially be the very end of this tournament. So stay tuned, stay ready, and we look forward to seeing you there.
$15 to make a cool AT-AT. It's got to have dank content. Overused MLG Mans. And MLG Daniel Wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-AT without saying fuck?
Point! Guys, get the need hogger. Let's get him. Point. Let's get him. Let's fucking get him, guys. Fucking cut and find, boys. Let's get him. Yes! Yes! Go, boys. Fly like you stole it.
Introducing Grath Telkin, your personal assistant from Pandemic Legion.
Hey Grath, I'm 15 jumps out. Can I still get in on the fleet?
How the f are you 15 jumps away? Why would you be 15 jumps away from where the f we are?
One little griffin is going to hand them the match on a silver platter if this goes down. He can't do anything. This wildcard Atana jammed by a single griffin. This is the Brave story right here, right now.
Hi. Clearly I'm not the real Brisker Ball. But sometimes it's not so easy to know what's real and what's fake. Went on Reddit, Check your facts. Drink quaff.
This message was paid for and sponsored by Quaff. Now introducing Quaff Glow, the incandescent beverage.
Oh my god. Okay, listen, I'm gonna do this one time, okay? They're only doing 1000 DPS from the... You're winning this game. Provided this stays alive. If this guy doesn't stay alive, then suddenly you lose that race. But it's not a lemon, I'm just like him.
It's an 800 DPS lemon.
It's not
Is that the one you were shooting friendlies, or...?
No, that's not the one I was shooting friendlies.
The one who was shooting friendlies is the game we won.
Should I save this? I think I should just save it.
Yeah, I think you should save it. Entitled Lemon.
I think we're gonna save it.
Lemon Theory.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. We've made a great effort so far. Let's just keep it up.
That's right! We can't have anyone freak out there, okay? We've got to keep our composure! We've come too far! There's too much to lose! We've got to keep our composure!
Oh, fuck!
"15 seconds to make a cool AT-AT. It's got to have dank content. Overused MLG mans. And MLG Daniel wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-AT without saying fuck?"
Point! Guys, get the Need Hogger! Let's get him! Point, let's get him! Let's fucking get him, guys! Fucking cut and find, boys! Let's get him! Yes! Yes! Go, boys! Fly like you stole it!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the studio. I'm joined by Duxtatil and Dujek. Dujek, obviously the captain of the Brave Mulligan team, and Duxtatil, he's given you your bona fides just a couple of minutes ago. And we are here to watch what could potentially be the last match of Anger Games 5 Aftermath. Dujek, tell me a little bit about what it was like preparing for this tournament. You know, how many comps did you have prepared, and you know, what kind of made this tournament so different to the previous one that you took part in?
It was hectic.
first of all, we were running with a somewhat different squad and a different setup than we did for the Anger Games, being a super team this time composed of 2 different teams. So there was like a little bit of infrastructure rebuild there, and only 3 weekends to practice. So we felt the pressure there. As for teams, we started out by making a whole bunch of independently viable teams with no ship overlaps, and came to the conclusion that we had about 8 or so completely different viable teams, and we fit up a bunch of them, the ones that we liked the most, and tried to adapt them slightly once we had more information against our opponents.
And Dux Satil, I understand you had a bit of a hand in actually bringing this tournament to fruition. So, did the Conquest bans really work out the way you'd intended? Have you seen more of a diversity of comps and styles in this tournament than in Anger Games 5?
I mean, the general idea of Anger Games Aftermath was a bit of an afterthought, shall we say. It was one of those things that was put together, to steal Dujak's phrasing, on the fly, as it were. We thought, okay, a one-day event could be great. We'll kind of bridge the gap between Anger Games 5 proper and the Alliance tournament, which we've had an announcement for just a couple days ago. The Conquest bans really would not have worked out if we'd had more teams, right? I think we hit the sweet spot with the 8 teams that we have this weekend, and I think it's worked out really well to push the boundaries a little bit, really see some of those ships that we wouldn't necessarily otherwise see. I saw a crew war earlier on for the first time in a tournament setting in probably since we resurrected tournaments in the Alliance Open a couple of years back. So I think it's been really successful on that front. Are there things we might change if we were to do this? Not again, but if we were to kind of take this idea and run it again next year, if we were on the AG, we're still well ahead. We haven't even had the Alliance tournament yet. Nobody's planning anything, but I think there are some really good aspects of this Conquest ban all the way down strategy, and I think there are some hiccups. And we'll obviously look to tweak things and keep things fresh going forward, but I think it was a good idea overall, and I'm very happy with the way it's worked out.
As a comment to the crewer, we brought the crewer, and the crewer existed in a world where it was either a crewer or a Punisher, but then the other comp got to have the Punisher. Like, if we had been able to, without the Conquest bans, it would have been a Punisher twice.
Speaking of the Conquest bans, it's probably time to take a quick read through of the ships that both these teams can't bring, just to refresh our audience on the wonderful, wonderful things that they can't use. So Fancy Pants, they're not allowed to use the Dominix, Rediva, Vexa Navy issue, Omen Navy issue, Blackbird, Pontifex, Eos, Scimitar, Healer, Orthrus, Bifrost, Kitsune, Scorpion, Zarmaz, Oracle, Orga Navy issue, Magus, or Mauler. Meanwhile, Paper Numbers cannot use the Tempest Fleet issue, Abaddon, Aneros, Blackbird, Draugr, Mala, Merlin, Barghest, Scimitar, Orthrus, Osprey Navy issue, Stork, Flycatcher, Lashak, Guardian, Rook, Augur Navy issue, Pontifex, Vexa, or the illustrious and the sexiest ship in the game, the Rifter.
Did you have fun reading that list of ships?
I'm definitely thinking that we are not seeing shields from Fancy Pants. With their list, they don't have the Orthrus, Barghest, or Gila, you said?
Yeah, that said, though, they could bring something similar to what Vault C showed with the Hurricane Fleet issues and Sleipnirs, and just use an Osprey to back it up. There are still potential shield comps out here, I think.
That just feels very weak.
Yeah, it would be a weaker version of it.
Rapid Light Cerberuses are still on the table for them. They'll have to potentially look at Frigate Logi, which is something I think we haven't seen much of today, really, is the Frigate Logi. I think that's particularly interesting. We've seen a couple of times, but by and large, people have been looking at the Rediva, Scimitar, the Aneros. We've seen the Guardian a couple of times from paper numbers now.
Still
We've
no
not seen
Basilisk.
much.
Nobody will ever touch a Basilisk.
More like the Battlelist.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, it's worth noting that no teams have actually ever have won with any logistics frigates. People have universally fed when bringing them, so that probably would preclude one of these teams from bringing one here, unless they feel like they've got something that is so broken with it that it will be worthwhile. Anyway, we do have the teams in local. It'll be a little bit of time before they get onto grid and before warpings unlock, but let's start talking a little bit about what must be going through these captains' heads. Dujek, if you're one up in a best of series, what are you thinking right now? Are you thinking like, I can bring something a bit crazy here, I can bring something that I think might not work, or are you going to go in and just try and steal the victory, bring your second best comp, and then if that fails, be left kind of holding your hands and trying to figure out what else you can possibly do?
There's definitely a bit of pressure off. I think in specifically a Conquest situation, you could be in a situation where you can bring something that has a weakness, a specific weakness, but if you lose to it, you can bring yours again, but they cannot bring their counter again. So, for instance, if you realize that your comp can only lose to Armageddons, as an example, you can bring it twice and they can only bring Armageddons once, if you're one up.
Meanwhile, Dirk, what would you be thinking if you were the Fancy Pants captain here? You're now 0-1 in this matchup. You don't have access to a lot of very powerful options, and you're going up against a team that's shown an absolute excellence in execution with paper numbers. What are you going to try and do to get your first win on the board in the series?
Coming up against paper numbers, you really have to stop and think about how you tackle battleships, primarily, right? That's paper numbers' bread and butter. They used some battle cruisers to great effect just a couple matches ago, but the battleship is still the core of their experience. So you want something that can keep away, you want something that can apply damage at range. It's tricky, and paper numbers are a very formidable opponent, but that's the kind of thinking that I would be looking at. You want a reliable comp that you've practiced, that you know, but can deal with the battleships.
Right, well, let's get some predictions on the board then here. Dujek, who do you think's going to win in this second match?
I'm betting points on paper numbers, but in my heart, I want Fancy Pants to win for two reasons. The first reason is we get more games, and the second reason is they beat me in the tournament, and I want them to win for that reason.
Yourself, Dirk?
I agree that I want Fancy to win because then we get more matches, and more matches, more explosions, more tournaments is always better, but I think paper numbers have it.
All right, well, we do see the ships landing on grid, but it's going to take a second for them all to settle down and break their invulnerability, so I will give my own prediction, seeing what's on grid, and I've got to say, I think it's going to be paper numbers. I've played against this comp, and it is absolutely horrific to fight.
Yeah.
I know my logistics pilot specifically told me that he would not play if we didn't ban Armageddon after we faced this in Scrim.
Yeah, this one is nasty.
Yeah, this could be really like a mid-range fight. Just suddenly guns stop firing.
All right, well, let's hand it over to Zurak and BTT in the booth for what could potentially be the final match of Anger Games 5 Aftermath.
Good afternoon. Well, good night, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Thomas. I'm here at Zurak watching the second of the final matches. I'm extremely tired, and I'm here to introduce Fancy Pants, who brought Double Abaddon Armageddon, Stabber Arbitrator, Navitas Inquisitor. So Fancy Pants have went with 2 T1 logistics frigates.
And we're seeing on the opposite side here, double battleships versus the triple battleships of Fancy Pants. So with Papers here bringing double Armageddon, Zarm, Magus, Vengeance, Kitsune, and Sentinel. So they're doubling up on the control here on both the low end and the top end with the double Geddon and the double electronic attack frigate right now. Hopefully they got tracking disruptors on the Sentinel, and I think these Abaddons are in for just a horrifying game.
Well, it's interesting that the the Armageddons on the paper numbers on the paper numbers side. Sorry for my bad English. I'm tired. Are mixed between guns and newts, so they're not full newts, only relying on their drones for damage.
Yeah, so for guns, we do mean that they're using their hard points. They actually are using rapid heavies on these Armageddons. We already see one of the Geddons get taking shield damage there. Obviously, Fancy considering the huge threat that they're going to be posing, but Fancy coming in with their own triple setup. Hopefully, they're going to be able to push through just with the sheer amount of HP they got as well. But it looks like they're kind of scared that Arbitrator getting... Why do you think they're going for that Arbitrator right away, being the T1 Ewo Cruiser?
Well, because the Arbitrator has missile guidance disruptors on it.
Well, we're not sure exactly what it has on it, though, are we?
Well, I'm watching the Fancy UI, and I am seeing missile guidance disruptors land on one of the Armageddons. So they're hoping they can break through it and get a little bit more damage. It's also probably one of the easier ships to break, since it doesn't have as much tank as some of the others.
I think some heavy rep bots finally landing onto it. Maybe they'll help it out now. But yeah, just to remind to the viewers at home, we're seeing what you're seeing. We're using the Fancy UI. We do not know the exact fits on field here right now, although we can zoom in to see some turrets. But I want to see what the Sentinel's doing. But right now, I must say, for T1 Frig Logis, they're doing quite a good job keeping this up. But and then again, it is against two Armageddons, which aren't exactly putting out that much damage, though.
Interestingly enough, both the Logifrigs are on top of the Arbitrator, keeping it alive, which is why they've swapped all the drones to the Stabber to break the Stabber down.
Seems like we're in for a bit of a grindy match here. The Abaddon being one of the Mars ships using lasers that actually doesn't have a capacitor usage bonus towards its guns. Obviously, it can still run an injector on the lows, and you know, when it's a boatload of newts coming at you, still shuts it down, but it means like it won't be able to squeeze out any sort of gunfire once it gets fully shut down. But that's Stabber dipping into destruction now.
So the Inquisitor and the Navitas are still 40 or 50 kilometers away from the Stabber fleet issue, so it's not going to receive reps at all. It may get something from the red drones on top of it, but it goes down.
Oh, and this is rough. So that's unfortunately they're going to start losing some things. They still have their control with their Fancy having their own Geddon and their own Arbitrator. The Geddon on the paper side going into armor damage here, halfway up. But the Zarm obviously going to be able to spool net, so it's going to be depending on what the Zarm is able to do for its spool. But I think longest going on, it being the T2 logistics version of the Rediva. I think it's got this in the bag right now, especially if these Geddons start switching the guns off on those Abaddons.
Yeah, the reason you're seeing the Abaddons shoot the Geddons at this point is because of those tracking disruptors from the Armageddons onto them, so they are struggling to shoot anything smaller than a battleship at the moment, since those large guns don't track too great. So they just decided, if you're gonna not let me shoot the smaller stuff, I'm just gonna shoot your Geddons.
Now we can see here the Geddon of Rafaisin is camping on the Abaddon of Zarful. So he's just picked his little partner there and he's camping on him, while the other Geddon's also kind of just looking... so we're pretty much having one Geddon on each Abaddon right now. So they just chose their life partner here and they're in it till the end.
Yeah, we are not seeing newts on one of the Abaddons of Eyefish, which I think might be a mistake. He looks like he's neuting the... Yeah, they're both neuting one Abaddon to lock that down and stop it shooting while disrupting the other.
So it looks like they're using the Geddons for tackle right now, so just making sure that they have both Abaddons held down where they want, still being able to. So the Geddon doesn't have a mount bonus like a Belgorn towards its neutralizers, but it does have a ridiculous optimal and full of bonus, which means even when you're out there at 50 kilometers, it can still just graze you with a heavy newt. And if you're something like a cruiser or a frigate, that can shut off an MWD. So even while these Geddons are split apart like this, if they're focusing their newts on the same person, it's still fully effective.
Yeah, what you're seeing, why there's not a lot of damage coming out, by the way, guys, is because a lot of the damage drones are focusing on killing other damage drones. So Fancy Pants are just trying to defang Paper Numbers because they know if they manage to get rid of all of Paper Numbers' damage, the only thing they've got left is the rapid clips from the Geddons, which I don't think will do enough damage to break through dual Logifrigs.
Well, the Geddons are still drone boats here. So on the paper side, we see there's a couple of Valkyries chasing the Navitas of rare entry. So it looks like they're trying to split their DPS all over the show here. I'm not too sure why they haven't maybe just try and throw 1 or 2 newts at these Frigology just to give them some pressure. Because right now, these Frigology can just inject and wreck forever. You know, while the heavy newt isn't that effective against a frigate, it still does disrupt the cycle and it will put pressure on them. But saying that, the Abaddon of Zarful is dipping into structure now.
Yeah, it looks like, as you said, that rear entry in the Navitas has been muted. He is starting to go down as those light drones get on top of him.
And unfortunately, this is going to be a bit of a panic moment now, especially for Such in the Inquisitor. You know, he's got to make decisions. Am I keeping the Baton up? Am I keeping my rare entry Navitas up? And it's down. Can he switch the reps over quick enough to the Navitas? Does he have capacitor for it? I don't think it's going to be enough, as we're going to see the Navitas of rare entry go as well.
Yeah, we're not seeing any logistics out on the Fancy Pants teams. It looks like this Kitsune is just keeping both of those small chips jammed when it can.
And unfortunately, it must just be a really depressing match, I think, for everyone on grid here. For these this Inquisitor that's going to be going down, the Battens which have their cap dry. I just think the amount of control we're getting, because while we're focusing a lot on these Geddons as we see the Inquisitor go down, we can't forget that there is a Kitsune running around wreaking havoc as well.
Yeah, the Kitsune's just been really, really great at locking and jamming. That Navitas and Inquisitor, they haven't been able to do much. It's allowed the Geddons to newt the Abaddons out, because why newt out a Logifrig when you can jam it? When you've got a Kitsune that's sitting there unmolested.
Especially when it's a T1 one. So good point there on my earlier question about tossing the newts around. So I'm pretty sure the Kitsune has been in constant communication with these Geddons. So in the eventuality where he might have missed a jam, maybe the Geddons would look over it. But then again, a Kitsune is a T2 electronic attack frigate with a bonus towards ECM going up against these poor T1 logistics frigates. It must not have felt good being on that receiving end of all of that. So I think we're just going to be watching a grind down here. I don't think there's much that's going to be changing how this match is going right now.
Yeah, there is a little bit of damage going on Park Bank into Zarmaz, but it probably is a little bit too late here. That damage really needs to be applied at point 1 at the very start of the match before they could get all their newts down and the Abaddons could run out of cap.
It is Ogres chasing the Zarm as well, so the Zarm isn't propping right now. He's kind of just cruising, but if you wanted to, you can easily turn his prop on and probably outrun Ogres. Ogres being one of the slowest heavy drones right now, but it is worth noting these Geddons would have devoted most of their drone bay, if not all of it, towards DPS drones, obviously being limited on DPS. So if they were to put pressure on the Zarm wouldn't have much in the way of rep bots, friendly rep bots to keep it up. So the Zarm relying purely on its local rep, but it's a little too much. Little too late right now as the second Abaddon's going to structure.
Yeah, the Abaddon's slowly going down and the Zarmaz is staying alive. It looks like Fancy Pants are losing this match and losing Aftermath. If I am correct, that would be a 2-0 victory for Paper Numbers.
So we're definitely seeing, I think, maybe the results of the Conquest system here, definitely giving us some interesting choices. I don't think we ever would have seen an arbitrator being fielded here right now. But yeah, Paper are doing I want to say a rather demoralizing victory, because when you're in the finals and you're about to be eliminated and you can't even shoot your guns, it's not the best feeling in the world. I've been on the receiving end of the logistics pilot, not being able to rep, whatever. The amount of control fielded here by Papers is just oppressive.
Yeah, they've brought a comp here which hasn't got a lot of damage but shuts down a lot, especially since due to the Conquest rules, a lot of alternate sort of comps could not be brought. They realized that what they go against would be very weak to newts and this armor core.
And we do see some GFs and local as the wrap-up is happening. Paper is leaving the Armageddon for loss to show them that their Armageddons are the best, the remaining ones, the lost ones on grid. Unfortunately, the triple battleship comp not paying off quite that well here for Fancy. It's the end of the line for them, end of the line for the entire tournament. Do you think the triple battleship comp was the failure, or was it just that Paper's oppressive control comp was the winning thing here?
Well, Fancy Pants had 77 points in just battleships. That got countered really hard by 2 Armageddons. So I think if you're going to bring if you're going to bring a triple battleship core, you go with battleships which cannot be shut down that easily.
Fair point. It's you have to, in some way, either of those battleships need to be like standalone little packages which can take on the comers, or you gotta have some really good support on the low end. But we do see that lost battleship there of the Get-In falling on the Fancy Pen side. Paper Numbers taking a clean sweep here right in the finals. A fantastic show, although I hate to be on the receiving end once said again, that's quite an oppressive controlling show. But congratulations to them, and we'll hand it off back to the studio for our final wrap-ups.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and that is Paper Numbers taking it to first place of Anger Games 5 Aftermath. Of course, huge shout out to Fancy Pants. They didn't exactly lose, they came second place, the first of all the losers. Dirk, what an amazing match there. It looked like Fancy Pants had the right idea. They brought something that was going to try and apply a ton of DPS to a battleship heavy comp, but they just weren't able to execute on it. Do you think maybe if they'd chosen something different than those Abaddons, they would have been able to keep the DPS throughout the fight and potentially take home the victory?
I think there's a lot of room to explore the triple battleship core idea, but realistically, I think our commentators in the booth had it right. When you're paying 77 points for 3 battleships in this sort of format, you just need to pick the right battleships that can apply, can do the damage. Abaddons, they can do the damage, but going up against 2 Armageddons with all that nuke power, it is a very, very tough matchup to take. And I think that's demonstrated by the fact that it took something like 6 minutes for the match really to start going one way or the other. There was a lot of mechanical impact from the newts, the tracking disruptors, the guidance disruptors. They were all fighting really well and showing off their player skill. But man, at the end of the day, 77 points for 3 battleships that once they're neutered can't shoot anything. That's a big gamble.
Yeah, and Dujek, what do you think about the execution there from Paper Numbers, just calmly walking over, finding the right targets, and staying on them until they were dead? Was there anything in particular that really stood out to you as being the reason why Paper Numbers took this match so cleanly?
Well, I felt strongly that there wasn't really a good shield comp for Fancy Pants to pick there, and I think Paper Numbers, given the fact that they had 2 games to get 1 win, could easily just almost assume that they're not facing shield and they'd be right at least once. And having a huge amount of newts and 2 electronic disruption ships, like having 2 frigates with tracking disruption and missile disruption and a Kitsune that is incredibly hard to get off the field when you're against comp with almost no low end, and all of their battleships are disrupted the entire time as well, both from newts and from tracking penalties. It felt like they had that under control the entire time, and Jintan and I have actually fought against each other in scrims with triple battleship comps, and it is really hard to pick one that doesn't have issues. Like, you can choose damage, tank, or application, but you can only get 2 of those things. You can never get the third in addition.
To give you your due, though, I do think you won every single one of those scrims, so you'd certainly be best posed to talk about the benefits of it as well. Anyway, with all that said, I want to say a huge thank you to both Sothrasil and CCP, who were crucial in making this tournament happen, and will be involved once again in their own ways when it comes to the actual Alliance tournament, which, as I've said, will be taking place in just 2 months in October. Sorry, we'll be starting off in October. I cannot wait to see both the teams that have participated today and also many of the analysts and commentators taking part in that thing and showing us just the limits of what can be done in EVE competitive play. But until
I look
then,
forward to seeing you captain the team for the Alliance tournament as well, Jintan.
thank you. I will actually not be captaining. That will be Ashi. But
Want to buy Cat Air's 15,000 plex.
Anyway, and I hope you guys all join us there for that. I cannot wait to see yet more spaceships explode. Does anyone have any final things they want to say before we leave for the evening?
Thanks for having us.
If you're looking for more tournament stuff, I believe the Japanese tournament got moved into August.
I think September 17th.
CCP
Yeah, I believe
Zealous
it's
can
September.
confirm, yeah?
It is September, yeah.
And
and that'll be a 2v2, I believe, frigate and cruiser tournament. So you're going to get to see some really, really small scale, highly piloting dependent fighting going on there. I look forward to broadcasting the English version of that along with Bayarche, who was one of our referees for today.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone who turned up, everyone who came along, McLeod for giving me a break from streaming duties, and all of our wonderful referees and analysts, without whom we could not make this happen, right, Soth?
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better.
All right, well, with all that, take care and fly smart. We'll see you in the next one.